41.4, very, very precise on our monitors up here. But once again, there's a bit of a breeze. It's a beautiful day, and we are ready for a little bit of build-up and then a green light, and I would imagine very little happening after that. So this is the nice ease yourself back into the afternoon session hour, where it takes a while to get going, but it gives us a chance to pause and reflect on what we've seen so far. Joining me in the commentary box is former Formula One driver Jolyon Palmer and Lawrence Barretto. Will they appear magically? They will, along with me, Alex Jakes. Good to have your company for, I don't want to call it the sleepy hour, but if we set expectations low, you never know, it might be the way to go.
You know what? I think there might be a little bit of action early on. I don't want to build up the hype, guys, but it's some people's last time in the car.
That's
this
true.
session.
Absolutely.
This is the end for Logan Sargent of pre-season testing. It's the end of Max Verstappen, who's jumping back in the Red Bull. And there's one other that's finishing off in this one, and it is going to come to me.
You can do it.
Going to come to me, Jour. Bottas takes the whole day tomorrow in the Alfa Romeo. So for those three guys, this is all they've got. And I think we're going to see maybe some long runs, a bit of a race run. And, you know, still such a crucial part is delivering consistent race pace, and not, especially on this sort of track where the tyre deg is high. That's how you can win or lose a race or a championship, as was a great strength for Red Bull last season. So I think we're going to see some of that, and then they will definitely be pitching towards maybe a C5 soft tyre run towards the end of the day.
Oh, tantalising. Pushing for the first time in Formula One 2023.
And look, Max is getting in the car.
There we go.
There we go.
You set the expectations low, you're immediately happy when they roll out on track. It's all going perfectly to plan. Earlier on, Carlos Sainz was fastest in the morning session with 70 laps to his name. Logan Sargent, P2, on a softer compound of tyres, 74 laps as he went up there. I did enjoy the attempt at a practice start. I'm glad that we tried that beforehand. If that had been the real thing, would have been a total curveball.
It's quite funny. There were some people that were obviously glued to the red lights and ready to practice their reactions and the full thing, but there were people ahead that were very much in procedure and not interested in going when the lights went out. So it was a stuttering start.
Ambling around like it was a football warm-up before the match.
Good old testing.
Yeah.
Good old
Peak testing.
It was very close between Carlos and Lando, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He had to park up.
Carlos launched. It was Nürburgring 99 all over again.
That's a good reference.
Stuttering start.
That is a solid reference to start things off in the afternoon session. We're not going to badger anyone back at Biggin Hill to dig that out of the archive. But if you do,
dig it out.
We'll
it's
happily,
a great
happily
start.
talk through that entire race. That's my all-time favourite Grand Prix, that one. And it started with a complete... The lights didn't go out. They just didn't go out.
They held and held and held, and then nothing happened. It was a false start, wasn't it? There was a problem with the
start
system.
that never was.
Dig it out. But we're going to have a car on track straight away.
Straight away, as predicted by the Palmer. And we are awaiting. Let's see if this red light disappears and is replaced by a green. And Joe Guanyu's final stint in the car before we get to FP1 begins right now as he heads out and begins his afternoon's work.
That's the hunger now of a driver who's in his final 4 hours before the end of pre-season. This is it. A day and a half. Everything that you're going to learn before heading into a sophomore season for Joe.
Here we go.
Is going to be coming to a head at the end of this 4 hours. So I'm sure he's going to be into some sort of race simulation now. Same with Max, who's getting in the Red Bull. You can see those guys are they're into it straight away, whereas others who have got a bit of time tomorrow to go through the crucial phases of a Saturday or Sunday's practice, they're able to have a slightly more leisurely time.
Fernando Alonso will be continuing in the Aston Martin, and we await news of what the situation is going to be for the next few days down at Aston Martin, Lawrence.
Yeah, they're keeping very tight-lipped at the minute about...
I started that sentence, I was like, I hope news hasn't broken in the time it's taken to wander to the commentary box, but...
Do not worry, Alex, you did not miss a thing. Aston aren't really revealing an update on Lance Stroll, so we're not sure how he's doing at the minute. They've got, obviously, Felipe Drugovich ready to go if he needs to, but they're going to leave the decision as late as possible, and I honestly don't think we'll find out until the last minute.
Okay. Talking of Aston Martin, it is time to go downstairs to the pit lane. And Will Buxton is standing by down there.
Thank you, Alex. Welcome to the pit lane and welcome to the pit wall. I want to give you a little bit of an insight. You know, it's testing, so we can spend a little bit of time talking about the things we wouldn't normally talk about. I want to show you the pit wall, or the Pratt perch, as we call it. Bob can go over there. I'm not allowed to cross that line because that's a live pit lane. Aston this year have got an 8-seater. There's only 7 seats on it at the moment, but an 8-seater Pratt perch. The only other team that has that is actually AlphaTauri, as Max Verstappen heads out for his final run of pre-season testing. No expense spared on that Aston Martin Pratt perch. It's a beautiful thing, and of course that huge monstrosity has to be transported all around the world at great expense, and we are of course under a budget cap in Formula One, $135 million this year. So with that in mind, I went and had a little look up and down the pit lane. 8-seaters for Aston and AlphaTauri, 7-seaters for Red Bull Racing and McLaren, 6-seaters for Ferrari, Alpine, Alfa Romeo and Williams. Mercedes have slimmed right down to a 4-seater. I'm not sure if that's just for testing, and they'll have a bigger one back for the races. But interestingly, down here at the Haas F1 team, money conscious as always, under the budget cap, they have figured out a way to save weight. This isn't just a testing Pratt perch. This is their race pit gantry. Just 3 seats, and they estimate it will save them upwards of $250,000 a year in transportation costs alone. All of that money they can then put onto the car for developments throughout the season. Every penny counts, and Haas taking the decision early to save it on the pit wall and put it on the car.
I like that from Haas.
I think it makes sense.
It makes complete sense. It's basically a VIP viewing area, the Pratt perch. You're looking at screens on there, and you can be looking at the screens. Toto Wolff never goes on the pit wall to see what's going on. His famous place is the back of the garage, and we've seen some amazing reactions from Toto in the back of the garage.
He wouldn't have had the room to swing the headphones.
Yeah,
exactly. On the Pratt
that's
perch,
what I was thinking of. Yeah, the Jeddah 2021 race. But you know, it's basically just a load of screens you're looking at, and you can see them from anywhere. It's just a nice view. You don't really look over the pit wall to see cars flashing past you at up towards 200 miles per hour. But it's a privilege, really, isn't it, to be out there?
Back in the day, you probably would have had a stopwatch, right? You lean over the wall, you're keeping an eye on things, but you just don't need to do that.
I'm sure that's the history of it,
Yeah.
and people still, you know, pit boards are still a thing.
Yeah.
And you can have some useful info on a pit board. But there's not the team principal holding that one out every lap. So it's full of key personnel. It's like just a sort of meeting place in an exotic location around a circuit. Makes sense for Haas, I think.
Palmer F1 team that's binned day one, saving the expense.
1 seat out there. It'd be mine. It'd be an armchair out on the pit wall.
You're thrown on the pit wall. Everyone else making do.
Well, 250,000 is a lot of money to save, isn't it, on a pit wall? So if you can put that into development, and Haas only had 1 upgrade last year, so anything that they can get to where they can put it onto the development is a good idea.
We're talking pit wall, Sam Collins, who's joined us in the commentary box at the start of this afternoon session, and Haas have gone for the slimline version. Palmer would go to a 1-seat solution that was just him.
Yeah, I can picture it. I can picture you on the pit wall there, Jay. I think. So we were talking about this last night with the small Haas pit wall. Now I thought that those elements weren't included in the travel budget, and some of the teams had the same argument with the FI.
He's on the hard tyres, so I mean we say that it could be a performance run. Is on the hard tyre. It's just the run plan would indicate towards a look into at least a balance or a tyre sweep maybe we might see coming up.
So as the world champion trundles round in the opening 10 minutes of the afternoon session, just a recap for those of you who weren't with us this morning. Alonso managed 64 laps. Zhou Guanyu 49. Magnussen was on 67. Ocon managed to put 49 on the board. Perez was 76 with his first running of Formula 1 in 2023. Hamilton on 72. Then Norris on 65. Tsunoda found himself with 85 laps on the board. Will Buxton has wandered down the pit lane a little further to Mercedes.
I have, because Mercedes have left us some beautiful pieces of car furniture out in front of the garage. And so what I wanted to show you was a really nice close-up on what is one of the most distinctive features of the Mercedes. Now, we've been talking about the side pods, particularly when you look at the influence that Ferrari's side pods have had on the designs of the cars, the length and breadth of the field. And that is, on the top of the side pods, there is the dip that channels the airflow down towards the back of the car, towards the beam wing and the rear suspension. Now, this obviously is Mercedes engine cover, not their side pods, and that's because of the size 0 side pods which they have, which hug in tight. Bob might be able to show you through there. Obviously hug in tight to the side of the car. There is no side pod to direct that airflow towards the rear of the car. So instead of utilizing the side pod, as most other teams have done, Mercedes ingeniously have taken where the halo connects back to continue that and channel the air down the engine cover towards that beam wing and the suspension at the rear. It's a very clever utilization of that engine cover, even if it does look a little haunchy, a little bulky, and they're going to take it and put it on. And also, this is the only part of that rear section of the car that's actually painted. You can see at the back there, there's the pure carbon there. The paint comes down. Thank you. And that's the only part that's painted. Everything below that line, beneath where it says Team Viewer, everything below that line is carbon. And the same is true of the nose. You can see the tub and the work that's going on in the tub. Pure carbon up to the top element of the nose. And then you see on the nose here, the paint just pulls in from the top there and down. Still carbon underneath, but just paint on the top surface and on the top surface of the wing. That is the only paint on these cars. And interestingly, I was having a chat to the team earlier today, and I was asking them something that, Sam, you and I were talking about last night, which is that we know it is possible to colour carbon weave. But I asked them about that potential to colour the carbon weave in order to have, you don't just have black carbon, you could have blue, purple, red, yellow. And the team said, yes, you can, but actually, unless you put layers and layers of lacquer on top of it to shine it up and really bring the colour out, which would make it worthwhile, it's not going to look as good as you think it's going to look. And by then, by adding all those layers of lacquer, you might as well have just painted the thing in the first place. But Sam, I know that you've been looking into that coloured carbon as a potential for the teams. But yeah, the team seems, well, Mercedes at least seem to think that if you did that, you'd have to lacquer it up quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, Will. I was just having a look at that, and I did wonder why no one had gone down that route of the coloured composite. I mean, it's commercially available. You can go online and buy the materials that you need to make a carbon fibre structure out of that, and I think it probably is that you do need to layer it up to get that colour to shine through as you like. They are quite spectacular. They would look really nice on these cars, but I think the weight is going to be an issue there still, because you have to make parts much bigger and much thicker. We did get a really lovely look under, just as that engine cover that Will was showing us was being put back on the back of the Mercedes, that those big humps on the side, those big shotgun parts, if you want, there's absolutely nothing underneath them. They're completely empty. And that's one of the things you'll see about the bodywork of these cars. The Ferrari is another great example of this, where you look at those curves around the rear of the bodywork, those big humped side pods, absolutely nothing underneath it. They're just completely empty, and they don't need to be as big as that. And so the days of the shrink-wrapped F1 car are largely gone if you follow either the Ferrari style or the Mercedes style philosophy. And even if you go down the Red Bull route, or even look at Alpine or Aston Martin, those cars have still got really big voids underneath the bodywork, where the bodywork is the shape it is for the aerodynamic purposes, but there's not really very much underneath some parts of it.
It's a beautiful bit of show and tell, wasn't it? Mercedes just leaving that out.
There we are, thank you. I will switch my microphone on. It was a beautiful bit of show and tell. And whilst all of that was going on, Sam was talking about the coloured carbon. Max Verstappen went round again, set the second fastest time on a 1:32.519. So he continues his trundle around, and
so that was 2 slow laps for Verstappen. Very, very slow laps, more than a minute slower than the fast laps he's doing. And then he's pumped in 2 really decent laps on the hardest compounded tyre, and he's matched the best of the week so far. Red Bull, they seem confident. The car looks good. It was just under the radar this morning with Checo, but Max has looked comfortable all day yesterday. In 2 flying laps so far today, he's now come into the pits, 6 laps to his name. He looks comfortable.
There's a problem here. You can see the mechanics saying up, up. They weren't happy with the way that car was coming down onto the little dolly jacks outside the Red Bull garage. I believe yesterday they actually dropped the car off the jacks at one point.
Wow.
So a little bit of sensitivity in the Red Bull team there. But like you say, I think they are very confident. But I mean, for the world champions, why wouldn't they be confident? Well, there is that aerodynamic testing restriction that is going to affect them, but I don't think it's affected the car too much to this point of its development. It's what happens in the next 6 months.
So, yeah, I was going to say, when do you think it is going to start to play a part? Is it the back end of the season when the developments are coming in and will dry up a little bit?
The example I'll use is Mercedes last year. Mercedes were bringing not many parts because they had a very small wind tunnel restriction, a very small wind tunnel allowance at the start of last season, and they couldn't get the car work. They couldn't understand it. Then it resets in June, so the allowances all change, and suddenly they're able to bring new parts to the car, and it got better. So I think that's what you might see, Red Bull having the opposite effect of that.
Got you.
okay, let's bring in Will Buxton down in the pit lane.
Thanks, mate. I just wanted to add to the conversation you guys were having about the Red Bull being put down from the jacks. It seems to be the only time that Red Bull are having anything close to a worry or a panic. We know that the car got a little bit damaged yesterday after it was dropped down off the jacks. And when I'm down here in the pit lane, as I said, the only time that you see the boys down at Red Bull getting even slightly concerned is when that car is lifted up and then dropped down onto those sort of rolling boards to roll it back into the garage. And I think that is because of the sort of fragility and the importance of the sculpting of the tunnels underneath the car, and you have to have a very, very precise placement. It seems to be, particularly on that Red Bull, of where those sort of rolly trays are positioned. Anything, an inch left or right, and there's potential damage being done on those sculpted tunnels, which we can't see, and we desperately want to because they are so intrinsic in their nature to the performance of the car. But yeah, it's really only those times that there seems to be any panic amongst the pit crew down at Red Bull.
That McLaren looks particularly mucky at the moment because it's absolutely covered in Flo's visualization dye. I've never actually seen, I was a bit surprised because there was Flo visualization dye on the back of the steering wheel, which I've never seen before. But I think that's flown off the right-hand side mirror support, which you can see quite clearly is covered in the stuff. McLaren clearly looking at the influence of the halo, the mirror, and some of the parts around the top of the side pod on the rest of the car. And let's not, I'll keep talking about it, but the mirrors are bigger this year, much, much bigger this year, so that's why they're just looking at that. So it's interesting to see the teams really just doing their homework at the moment.
Talking of the teams doing their homework, we can, as we leave the onboard camera of Oscar Piastri, Australian driver, getting set for his debut in Formula One, we can have a look at a comparison from the McLaren from last year to this to illustrate where they've gone. Sam, talk us through it.
Yeah, this is something we've been doing for a few seasons now, and you get these high-speed cameras, and we just fixed position. This was last season's car at the beginning of the year, and then this is, you can see the morph coming into this year's car, and if I don't know if it's possible if we can roll it back slightly, there we go, and you can just see the changes to the side pod concept. Now this is the early season McLaren, you can see there, and then you can see the complete difference on philosophy on those side pods that McLaren introduced for this car. But actually, if we had a morph of the late season spec McLaren, which is the more Google deliveried car, you'd see a lot fewer differences. McLaren, by my eyes at least, have really stayed quite tight to the late season philosophy they had at the end of 2022 and carried a lot of it through onto this car, which makes me think they may have a few more sort of little buns in the oven to deliver onto this machine.
Watching the ride quality, the McLaren going down the main straight with DRS open.
The whole field has changed so much, even from this time last year to this time today. Watching trackside is a different game now. The cars, there was so much difference between the cars last year. The porpoising was blatantly obvious and was a headache for pretty much every team. And even the shape of the cars, everyone has just managed to shrink down parts of the side pod, put in extra sculpted parts as well, which Ferrari were quite innovative with over the side pod area. It's all sort of changed, but it changed a lot last year through the season, and then the changes from the end of last season to the start of this season, some of them are actually more subtle than what we saw through last year, even though it's a whole new car.
We're on board with Charles Leclerc, heading to turn number 4 at the venue where he won the opening Grand Prix of the year here last year. Fantastic battle with Max Verstappen. Seems a very long time ago that neither Red Bull was fighting the flag, as they had a tough start to the season that would be one of their very, very best and outstanding performance. That does not repeat in Formula 1 2023. It's a venue that Leclerc took his maiden pole position at, won here last year, winner here in Formula 2 as well. So it's a track that suits him, Lawrence.
Yeah, for sure. And watching his performance throughout the weekend last year, practice through qualifying, through the race, he was kind of up speed and on it very, very quickly. I think this is a circuit, as we were discussing earlier, that should suit the Ferrari, particularly the power unit that's in the back of that car. There's been a lot of talk about the reliability improvements that they've made over the course of the winter, and that will allow them, in an ideal world, to push the performance off that power unit that they had to essentially turn down for 2/3 of the season last year. So it's not a performance upgrade technically, it's just that it's more reliable and then they can run it to get more power out of it. So hopefully, from Charles and Carlos's perspective, they're going to get a power unit that could well put them in the fight this weekend. Next weekend. Jeez, get too excited.
No, I enjoyed this weekend. I'm excited for the start of the season. We saw them more for the McLaren. Let's do them more for the Ferrari, shall we? Sam, if you'd be so kind.
I'm very happy to
talk us through.
The Ferrari for me is actually exactly the same as we saw before, same position on track. The Ferrari is a really gentle evolution of the F175, so they really haven't changed the concept dramatically, and you can really see it in that morph there. So if you wind it back ever so slightly, the cars are almost indistinguishable from one another if it wasn't for slightly different sponsor logo placement and a few bits of paint that are missing. But actually, they've reshaped quite a lot of things. The side pods are slightly revised, the side pod ducts are revised, they've changed a lot around the front wing, there's some suspension changes, there's quite a lot of work, and we know there's a huge amount of work actually that's gone on the power unit, and that was the real Achilles heel of the Ferrari last year. Because they, blew so many up last year, and this team blew up a few of the Ferrari power unit as well. Identical mechanical components, of course, in the Haas as to that Ferrari we were just talking about. They supply components to Haas, and they just use them all. Because there were so many failures, Ferrari had quite a lot of leeway in bringing upgrades, performance, not officially performance upgrades to the power unit, because you're not allowed to do that. You're only allowed to make reliability upgrades, but if that reliability upgrade means you can push the power unit parts a bit harder and you get a load more horsepower as a result, well, that's why the Ferrari is expected to be not only more powerful, but also more reliable this year. And it should still have that very good trait of very good torque, very good drivability out of every single corner.
Let's head downstairs to the paddock now, where Laura Winter is ready to have a chat with, I would say, friend of F1 TV, Pietro Fittipaldi, down at Haas.
Thanks very much, Alex. I am indeed with Pietro Fittipaldi, who joins me from Haas, named as the reserve driver. The 2023 season is upon us. Firstly, how are you doing? How was your winter, and how good is it to be back?
Yeah, it was a great winter. Obviously, spent a lot of time at home, and then I raced at Daytona 24 Hours a couple weeks ago, and now here in Bahrain, and the season's already underway, basically.
We'll take a little wander through the paddock, shall we? I remember doing this with you almost a year ago in the pre-race show before that first race of the year. We were talking about Max Verstappen versus Charles Leclerc, Red Bull versus Ferrari, and then the season went away from us. A year later, we're here again. What are your expectations for this season?
Well,
Firstly for Haas, but also overall, and I know you're going to say it's too early to say.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit too early, but I know obviously for the team, the goal was to make another step forward. To fight, just to be a little bit more consistent throughout the year, because we had a lot of pace, especially here. Last year we finished 5th, which is a mega result. But we've got to make another step, and that's the goal. I mean, everybody everybody's goal is like that. And I think for everybody else, last year was a new generation car, so there was a lot of, you know, some guys arrived with the wrong setups for the first race, and it was kind of a bit crazy at the start of the season. I think everybody's going to be a lot closer this season.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a lot more reliability out there as well. And I know Kevin Magnussen and Nico Hülkenberg, both for Haas, getting some really decent laps in as well. How is the car looking? What's the feedback from the drivers?
You know, I think the feedback's been good. I think we ran like 67 laps this morning, so it was a good amount of laps. Obviously, there's always things to work on. So Kevin and Nico have been, you know, working really hard and trying to make the car better, the engineers as well, and just trying to, you know, fine-tune it for the first race. It's hard to tell exactly where you are versus competition. So I think we're gonna know more in the race weekend, because a lot of people hide some stuff. They always sandbag a little bit, you know, they hold out to the race weekend, and then you go out in qualifying and a team that maybe you weren't expecting just pop up ahead. So it's hard to tell, but for sure we're in the fight.
Testing's just one big game, isn't it? But no one quite knows the rules. It's great. It's like a puzzle to work out. There's so much mystery around the paddock. And for yourself as well, it's great to see you back within the Haas team as well. What's your role this year? Does it carry on as it was from last year?
Yeah, it carries on. You know, I'll be going to most of the races as reserve driver. I'm also racing WEC full-time and IMSA as well, so I'll be super busy. I have 14 race weekends that I'll be doing away from Formula One. So in total, I mean, I'm going to be traveling almost every weekend from one race to another. So it's going to be pretty crazy, but I'm happy. I love to be racing, and busy is always good.
That is a full gas schedule. That's brilliant. And how is Nico Hülkenberg settling into the team as well? Of course, a new teammate for you guys to get acquainted with.
Yeah, I met him for the first time when we did the postseason test last year. I was driving in Abu Dhabi, and he was as well. So we did the test together, and honestly, I get on with him super well. It was the first time, you know, I met him was last year, and then coming in now to the preseason tests. Super cool guy, very funny guy actually. I was always cracking a joke, but yeah, I like working with him, and obviously with Kevin as well. I've known him for many years.
And I'm sure Haas have hopes, have ambitions, certainly from pre-season to now when we've had a day and a half of running or so under the belts. Where do you think Haas will be in the first 3 races, based on both expectation, reality, and hopes as well?
Yeah, I think the goal is to be, you know, deep in the points. We finished 5th here last year, so it was a good track for us. But things change from one year to another. The guys who didn't run well here last year are going to be much more in the window this year. So I hope that we're going to be comfortably in the points and, you know, Q3 and, you know, fighting for 7, 6 places finish. But the midfield is super tight. I think much tighter than the beginning of last year. So it's going to be whoever can just maximize the package that they have. And there's going to be developments throughout the year as well. So if the team is weak here, I would expect them to bounce back within a couple of races.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Pietro, for all of that analysis. Pre-season, so much yet to uncover. I'm glad to hear that you're going to be about as well, because I'm sure we'll be speaking to you throughout the season, and good luck with your own racing endeavours too.
Thanks,
Pietro.
Thanks.
Back to you guys in commentary.
Thank you very much to the pair of you as we listen to one Haas driver and we see another one cross the line. Nico Hülkenberg, we saw him at lunch, had a little wander into the green room.
He was in chipper spirits,
He was
wasn't
in terrific form.
I'm not sure Will Buxton would agree.
No, Buxton would probably not agree with that, because most of that terrific form was aimed at Will Buxton. But
Too right.
we enjoyed it all the same. Seems to be loving life back in Formula One.
Ding dong. Verstappen alert.
We need a graphic for that, for Verstappen alert.
Some new sensor housings mounted just where the normal onboard cameras would be. You've got the slightly larger sensor housing, so probably got some cameras or temperature probes looking on the inside faces of the tyres, perhaps. I can't see where they're looking at the moment, but you can see those 3D printed parts just looking where you'd normally have those onboard cameras.
So now he's on a C3 tyre. This is what Sainz, as you can see on the left-hand side, this is what Sainz has done his best lap on, and he's mullering him through 2 sectors. Now, there's many variables at play, so this is by no means an assertion that Red Bull are by far the furthest up front. It's Max's last afternoon in the car, and so he's obviously going through more of a performance run at this stage than Checo, for example, was this morning. Nonetheless, it's looking impressive and it's looking hooked up, isn't it? He crosses the line and goes 6/10 clear at the top on the same tyre as the Ferrari earlier on. Track conditions similar. Temperature pretty hot, not ideal. Later on, the times should tumble quite a lot from this point as well. Verstappen, every time he gets in the car, he's just looking good. There's not a lot of corrections going on at the wheel. He's placing the Red Bull where he wants it to. Haven't seen him have a lock-up yet. He's dialed in.
Not a lot of running, quite a lot of performance for Max Verstappen. Car number 1 is P1. Let's head downstairs to Will Buxton once again.
Thanks, Jexy. Yeah, just down here outside Williams, Logan Sargent getting ready to go out. And Logan Sargent, really one of the performers of the morning, P2 in that first session today. Still getting to grips, of course, not just with the team and the car, but Formula One itself. That said, the vibe down here at Williams is, and I don't want to jinx things, but very, very positive. There are little sort of words coming out of this garage, little feelings coming out of this garage, that it may be one of the best test sessions they've had in a decade or more. Of course, we know over recent years Williams have not had a lot of luck in pre-season testing, stemming back to when they haven't had a car ready, or if they have had the car ready, it hasn't not just performed, but really held itself together. This week, though, these 3 days, certainly 1.5 days in, no major issues. The car performing well, the baseline looks good, the drivers are happy. Both the experienced Alex Albon and this man, new boy Logan Sargent, as we said, second fastest this morning, back out on track now.
So out he goes. Lawrence, you've been hearing similar things from the Williams team. They seem in a happy place.
Yeah, kind of over the winter and kind of heading into the new season, even with those changes at the top with Jos Capito leaving and FX de Maison leaving his role as technical director, there was a general confidence about the job that had been done up until that point. Of course, a lot of the work will have been done for this year's car already before those changes were made at the top. But they were generally very happy with how things were going. And I think when we talk about Williams making a step forward, we're not talking about them stepping forward to the front of the midfield. We're talking about them being part of the pack and being in the fight. And I think as soon as you get in the fight, especially if you're Alex Albon, who's really settled into that team and delivered a string of performances where he's really got the most out of the car, I think that really then pulls him into a window where he could maybe be a bit more of a consistent contender for your Q3s and the smaller points over the course of the year. And I think that was partly why Alex, at the shakedown at Silverstone, was so happy with that, even that initial run, because he felt already that the balance was better, and that's even on demonstration tyres. And so far, his running in the cars, he's been really happy with it too.
The Williams, the qualifying pace has been good, hasn't it, for the last few years? If you think of Russell's heroic, sometimes getting into Q2, even a Q3 in the Williams, same for Albon. The qualifying pace, on average, is with the midfield, really, even if it's towards the lower end of the midfield, is there consistently. I mean, Albon, I can't imagine qualified on the back row all season.
I think this is a really important point, because actually if you look at the way Williams has evolved over recent seasons, there was the Mr. Saturday era of George Russell, where for Williams just scoring a point was a big deal. Now Williams in the points the second half of last year isn't a completely unusual scenario. But actually I was a bit disappointed by Williams last year. They had the largest wind tunnel and CFD allowance of all teams, even bigger than Haas. And we saw what the big allowance meant for Haas. They jumped forwards, they got through and started fighting towards the front of the field, particularly at this race last year. I expected Williams to do the same, and that didn't really happen. And that was down to a number of factors, but one of the biggest factors was they didn't do any tyre testing in 2021. So their first running on the big tyres was here in pre-season testing, and that really put them on a back foot. And
bonjour.
They didn't really understand what they were doing around these new tyres. Having had all of that big wind tunnel allowance all the way through another 12-month period and a bit more understanding of the rules and the cars. And this isn't about the technical leads.
Je suis bien là.
By the way, it's nothing to do with that.
C'est bien mon anglais, j'attends que... Il y a une version française, 16h, canal.
Somewhere in Oxfordshire. Those engineers have had a much bigger allowance, so they should be able to bring some really nice bits to that car.
79 viewers. Ah, RMC Sport m'a raid. D'accord, ok. Bienvenue à vous, hein. Bienvenue à vous.
The race pace will be an important thing for Sargent to be trying out later, and the whole Williams.
D'ailleurs, on diffuse un peu de foot aussi des fois de temps en temps sur cette chaîne, donc si vous pouvez vous abonner au passage.
In Spa, for example, the Albon train, and the car was slippery in a straight line. It got them points, but not with race pace. With qualifying pace to get them up. There's qualifying pace is crucial, but race pace would be probably a big area of improvement. Long run here for Charles Leclerc. He's not using DRS down the main straight, so I think he's probably heading into to a longer run. And we just went on board with Nick de Vries in the AlphaTauri. And to me, that car still looks like it's understeering a huge amount. Compared to a lot of the other midfield hopefuls, he's waiting so long to get on the throttle, is Nick. And it was one of the most obvious things going trackside yesterday, was just the AlphaTauri, compared to every car, was just lazy on the front end. And picking him up there on the onboard, you can just see where other cars are rotating in the mid-corner. They've got the front downforce to get turned in, and then they can get on throttle earlier.
Combien de crasse va faire Verstappen cette année? Bien trop, je pense. Surtout s'il a beaucoup de concurrence par rapport à l'année dernière.
You end up having worse traction coming out because you've got so much steering lock on, and the AlphaTauri just looks a little bit lazy on the turn-in.
Yeah, that team, they use the same
funnel
as Red Bull. It's got the same engine as Red Bull, the same power unit as Red Bull. It's got a Red Bull gearbox, it's got Red Bull rear suspension, it's got old Red Bull front suspension, I think which dates back to 2019 or 2020. It's that old in the front of the AlphaTauri. It's been modified and adapted by the Italian team, but it is still the old Red Bull parts in the front of the car. There are some clever bits on that car. I was looking down in the pit lane earlier, and I might go and have a little bit later on. There are some clever bits on the AlphaTauri, but yeah, as Jolien says, the car doesn't look to be working quite as intended at the moment, and I just wonder, have they taken slightly the wrong direction? Or is it one of those cases where the engineers have come up with some ideas? Mercedes were a good example of this last year, and just couldn't make those ideas all gel together to make a race car go around a track the way a driver can drive it, and it's nice and drivable.
Yeah, it just doesn't look very well balanced at the moment. Just heaps of understeer. Now you can cure that with, you can crank on front wing and sort understeer, so long as then you don't upset the rest of the car and start making it unpredictable or oversteery, and that's where you start to work out if it's a balance issue or an inherent car issue for them.
Okay, once again we can head down to the pit lane where Will Buxton has made his way to Red Bull.
We know why you guys tune in for testing, and that's to try and get a look at all the clever bits of the car. Bob has the camera on his shoulder at the moment because if he puts it on the floor with the front of the car exposed, they're going to man block it. So we've just kept it up there. Hold on. Got caught behind that. Get down lower, Bob. Get down as low as you can, mate, to have a look at what everybody wants to see on this Red Bull, which is the all-new entry points for those tunnels, Venturi tunnels underneath the car. That, of course, where the air is first channeled into those all-important tunnels underneath that Red Bull. We haven't had such a good view of this actually all the way through testing because the nose and front wing is pretty much always on the car, but I'm sure Sam will love getting this unobstructed view to the front of that Red Bull. And before everybody actually the boys I think are starting to come, are they going to start working on it before they block us? The Red Bull is an absolute piece of art from front to back. We'll try and get a shot of it actually when the car's actually out here in pit lane, because from the rear it's an absolute thing of beauty. All of the work that's been done on those winglets, the beam wings towards the back of the car, but it's at the front there. We know the front wing has to be critical in terms of through the air, but with all of that importance placed on the tunnels of the 2023 F1 cars, that is the point, the most important point of these cars, where they break the air, where it's channeled underneath the floor and through those tunnels. Sam Collins, I know that is a desperately important part of the car, and great for us to have a view of that unobstructed.
Well, Will, I want to stay with you for a moment because while we do have the rear end of a mechanic's overall, shall we say, or clothing in view at the moment. When you look at the bulk, if you can get the camera to look at the bulkhead, that's perfect. You've moved the mechanic wonderfully. If you look at just above the brake cylinder there and zoom in, you'll see a little pipe running up on the left or the right-hand side of the car, leading to a little connector. Now, that's the driver's drinks bottle connector that's running up there. Now, I was wondering where Red Bull had put the driver's drink bottle. Well, that little pipe and that little connector tells us something, that Red Bull have retained something they've done for a few seasons now, put the driver's drinks bottle in the tip of the nose of the car. It's only a couple of kilos in weight when it's full, but that will help move a couple of kilos a long way forward on the car and keep the car in the weight distribution window. So, Will, I don't know if you can just see that just above the master cylinder there.
Yeah, just on the left-hand side you can see it moving up.
That's right, and we know that Max Verstappen likes coconut water in his drinks bottle, and an air temperature of 29 degrees centigrade, 3-layer Nomex, and a bunch of different overalls that are different sort of fireproofs underneath. You might be wanting to take a drink as you drive around the circuit, but that is all about weight distribution rather than the drivers having a drink. I've always wondered what happens if the driver biffs the nose, though.
Yeah, you get coconut water all over you. It's interesting, isn't it? Because they used to have the bottles, a number of the drivers still do have it further back in the car. Some of them even behind the seat in the cavity, just in front of the engine. I know, thinking back, thank goodness, we're going back to the 90s. Damon Hill used to fill his with cold tea because it used to get so hot that by the end of the Grand Prix, he could just have a nice cup of tea. Anything else, a fruit juice or an isotonic drink didn't taste so nice when it was hot.
Alors, c'est les gens qui ont été ramenés par le raid RMC Sport, du coup, vous tombez bien. Puisque j'ai une chaîne de football. Et j'ai aussi une chaîne de Formule 1 sur YouTube. Je vous donne ça, si vous voulez vous abonner. Hein. Vous pouvez.
It does get hot. I used to have it in the, as Will said, sort of in the cockpit area. And you're in a hot country, and all you want is a cold drink. Especially in early on when you're going around to the grid or you're on the warm-up lap and you want just a little bit of a refresher before the start, and it's immediately boiling hot. But I just the thought of a cup of tea at that time or a sip of tea.
Well, I know our producer on this broadcast is a big fan of tea, but Jolene, are you just gutted you didn't think of this?
No, I'm not. It's through a straw as well. In the helmet.
Through a straw.
Tea through a straw.
Things have not gone to plan.
Yeah.
If you're having tea through a straw.
Because a lot of drinks are about the vessel you're drinking them in, aren't you?
No.
Aren't they? It's you got to drink tea in the right environment, and trying to win a Grand Prix in a 90s Williams, drinking a cup of tea.
It's very on brand.
How British do you get?
It fits really nicely, doesn't it? It fits really nicely.
I also didn't know that Max is coconut water.
It is.
Is that a known? Is that a?
We did it. It was live on F1 TV. It was, I forget at which race we were talking about in free practice, and we saw the mechanics refilling it in the pit lane, and it was coconut water.
I mean, coconut water's great, so that's a great idea.
It's a good hydrator, famously so. Just niche.
Very niche.
Mostly it's your isotonics.
Just want a cup of tea now.
What hot isotonic drinks though? I mean, that's warm Lucozade, isn't it?
But hot coconut water, rank.
We might have to try this later.
Gubbins, rank. Words of the day are building up again. I think it's probably time for us to have a look at another morph.
Let's do that.
Should we do that right now?
What have we got?
I think it's going to be Red Bull, but I can't really remember because I just want a cup of tea.
It is Red Bull. There we are. Well, we're starting with the RB18, and actually Red Bull, they launched their car launch used the RB18 as the launch car, but actually as we roll forward into the RB19, well, the livery's pretty much the same. The number one on the side's the same. You can see a slight reshaping of the side pod, but again, that was the early season spec Red Bull and this is the early season spec RB19, and actually the side pods changed quite a lot later in the year. They went a lot lower, but it's pretty much the same concept. It's harder to see here because the liveries and the light are a little bit different, but if you look above the O of Oracle, you can still see that very characteristic shape of the side pod coming down. The side pod ducts follow pretty much the same concept. The engine cover follows almost the same concept, a few more cooling louvres in different places, but that's not the big difference. But what you can't see so much in this is underneath that Oracle logo, there's a huge undercut on the side pod of this car, which wasn't a big feature of the RB18. And also, if you look at the side of the car from head-on or from a slight angle, underneath the ORA of Oracle, it's much more slab-sided, this year's Red Bull, than the very curved form of the RB18. So it's a much nicer iteration, if you like, of a concept. So when Christian Horner was at launch and saying, you know, the RB19 is really an evolution of the RB18, he wasn't lying. The biggest change, though, the most visible change on that car, is actually the airbox. The roll hoop airbox is going to be completely reshaped compared to last season. And Red Bull have had that roll hoop airbox shape going back for years and years and years. They have changed it. AlphaTauri have changed theirs, and that tells me absolutely one thing. Honda has changed the inlet tract to its power unit, and it is a Honda power unit officially again, but it is maintained by Red Bull powertrains, but also Honda Sakura. But it's all in Milton Keynes as well as in Japan. And they've changed that. Honda have said that they have made some changes to the power unit, but none of them bring lots more power. But usually when a power unit supplier says that, it means they've got heaps amount of more power. And I do expect to see that Red Bull being extremely quick through the speed traps.
Sam Collins, thank you very much indeed. It was good to have all of those morphs. Are you heading to the pit lane?
I think I am.
Terrific stuff. Look forward to more from you. Being told he is in my ear. It's a very afternoon session so far, enjoying it. coconut water, cups of tea, morphs from testing from shakedown before to Bahrain this year. Oscar Piastri out there, a driver who's had a year out waiting for his opportunity, provided plenty of content for us in the summer break. Got a bit of a spring break this year with the calendar. There's a bit of a gap in between rounds, Lawrence.
I don't think people who work in Formula 1 are going to know what to do with themselves having such a big gap in April.
Very odd.
Really early in the season. But I guess
not complaining, by the way. That was not a complaint.
And I'm sure the drivers are going to be complaining. They're already talking about the fun stuff that they can do in that gap in between, just to go and get a bit of downtime. But you know, that moment will be upon us beforehand, and then as soon as we come back and we're racing in Baku and in Miami, basically we're on the train again, aren't we?
Relentless run, and not complaining about that either. Some fantastic venues to go to in Formula 1's longest ever season, 23 races around the world, some iconic tracks, a brand new race in Vegas, which is going to be one of the more spectacular sporting spectacles you've ever seen. A lot of work going into delivering that, and it is going to be the stuff of Hollywood movie, potentially with a world championship on the line. That's the dream, that we're that deep into the season, it's still unresolved, and we get the treat of going to Vegas for the first time, not knowing who the world champion is. But that's wishful thinking.
It's got a great slot in the calendar, isn't it? Yes. Providing we do have a championship that does go to the wire. It's coming up to, what, just over a year now since I was in Vegas, just to kind of kick off that announcement. And
it's a tough life, isn't it, Lawrence?
It was. You know, I had to drive an old school American car around. It was awful, Jakesy, awful. But even then, you know, no Formula 1 infrastructure, nothing. We were just driving around in the car, and it was special. You know, watching the lights fly by as you're driving down the strip. We've got 2 kilometre straight on that racetrack, and it's going to be a phenomenal experience once all the F1 infrastructure's up, the new pit and paddock complex is up, people being able to watch from literally everywhere, from balconies, from restaurants, from terraces. It's going to be one hell of an event.
Can't wait. It's going to be special, and it's one of 3 races in the USA, as you're looking at the first full-timer in Formula 1 since 2006. Logan Sargent. First time since the 80s we're going to have 3 races in the USA.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if it does go down to the wire and we have Vegas. If Vegas is anything like Jeddah as an opening race, as the penultimate round.
That was.
It would be a cracking script, wouldn't it?
Jeddah 2021, one of the wildest races I think I've ever covered. That was borderline unbelievable.
It was borderline farcical, wasn't it?
Getting tired even thinking about that one.
Do you want a little bit of long-run insight here? Logan Sargent is on a long run, on a C3 tyre in the Williams as he turns into to turn 1 for another lap. Nick de Vries is the only other car out on circuit, also on a long run, on a C2 tyre, I believe, in the AlphaTauri. And Sargent's really slow at this time. Now, this is maybe in part to the fact that this is his first ever long run in Formula 1, so he doesn't quite know how to push, doesn't know how this tyre, which is a slightly different construction but fundamentally very similar to last year's tyre. Maybe this is in part down to driver, but there's a huge difference between the pace. I mean, like 2+ seconds between de Vries and Sargent. Now, there could well be fuel and engine modes, of course, the usual testing caveats between them. But compared to Jour earlier on, Sargent is about a second a lap slower. And Piastri was out on the same tyre, similar time as de Vries, the McLaren to the AlphaTauri, and Piastri was quicker than the AlphaTauri as well by a little bit more than half a second to a second. So he's pitted now, Oscar Piastri, having done 13 laps consecutive on a C2 tyre, and he was the quickest of those that I've seen on a long run of the midfielders so far. But the Williams right now, Sargent quick as a headline time on the C5, 3rd quickest still overall, 84 laps is looking good. But the pace on this long run so far is adrift of everyone else. Maybe he's just carrying even more fuel and they've turned the wick down, and now he's coming into the pits at the end of this C3 run. Maybe killed the tyres early on. Didn't look too out of shape though, did it? Didn't look out of shape.
Terrific to get your insight on that, Jolien. I do sometimes feel for the rookies in the era that we cover every minute of testing, that in the past this was behind closed doors. If it is a slightly poor performance, if he is getting up to speed, which you would expect him to do so when he's on those long runs, you'd be able to do it without our gaze and analysis. There is nowhere to hide from minute one in Formula One these days.
I 100% agree. I'm so pleased there wasn't this when I was getting ready for my debut. It's just such an intense environment. Logan staying in and getting ready for another run here. Just a front wing change. Pulls first and off he goes. I think they didn't change the tyres there, did they? Just a tweak of the front wing. So maybe it was a horrible balance for him, and they thought, let's do, or a new spec front wing that they wanted to do a back-to-back on some high fuel. But yeah, it's a different kettle of fish as well, doing a long run on Formula 2 run Pirelli tyres, but they're so different to Formula 1's Pirelli tyres. No tyre blankets, completely different construction, and different characteristics. So you can lean on the Formula 1 tyres a lot more than you think you can, I think, when you come from F2, where they're sometimes very fragile, particularly when F2's racing here in the daylight and higher temperatures than we've got now. You're so just in your head used to the rear tyre falling off a cliff, which it degrades here, but not quite as much.
I'm delighted to welcome into commentary, if not the commentary box, Alex Albon. We've been talking a lot about Williams, and I believe that Alex Albon, I've just been told that Alex Albon is somewhere in the vicinity of this
gap in between, just to go and get a bit of downtime. But you know, that moment will be upon us beforehand, and then as soon as we come back and we're racing in Baku and in Miami, basically we're on the train again, aren't we?
Relentless run, and not complaining about that either. Some fantastic venues to go to in Formula 1's longest ever season, 23 races around the world, some iconic tracks, a brand new race in Vegas, which is going to be one of the more spectacular sporting spectacles you've ever seen. A lot of work going into delivering that, and it is going to be the stuff of Hollywood movie, potentially with a world championship on the line. That's the dream, that we're that deep into the season, it's still unresolved, and we get the treat of going to Vegas for the first time, not knowing who the world champion is. But that's wishful thinking.
It's got a great slot in the calendar, isn't it? Yes. Providing we do have a championship that does go to the wire. It's coming up to, what, just over a year now since I was in Vegas, just to kind of kick off that announcement. And
it's a tough life, isn't it, Lawrence?
Oh, it was. You know, I had to drive an old school American car around. It was awful, Jakesy, awful. But even then, you know, no Formula 1 infrastructure, nothing. We were just driving around in the car, and it was special. You know, watching the lights fly by as you're driving down the strip. We've got 2 kilometre straight on that racetrack, and it's going to be a phenomenal experience once all the F1 infrastructure's up, the new pit and paddock complex is up, people being able to watch from literally everywhere, from balconies, from restaurants, from terraces. It's going to be one hell of an event.
Can't wait. It's going to be special, and it's one of 3 races in the USA, as you're looking at the first full-timer in Formula 1 since 2006. Logan Sargent. First time since the 80s we're going to have 3 races in the USA.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if it does go down to the wire and we have the Vegas. If Vegas is anything like Jeddah as an opening race, as the penultimate round.
That was.
It would be a cracking script, wouldn't it?
Jeddah 2021, one of the wildest races I think I've ever covered. That was borderline unbelievable.
It was borderline farcical, wasn't it?
Getting tired even thinking about that one.
Do you want a little bit of long-run insight here? Logan Sargent is on a long run, on a C3 tyre in the Williams as he turns into to turn 1 for another lap. Nick de Vries is the only other car out on circuit, also on a long run, on a C2 tyre, I believe, in the AlphaTauri. And Sargent's really slow at this time. Now, this is maybe in part to the fact this is his first ever long run in Formula 1, so he doesn't quite know how to push, doesn't know how this tyre, which is a slightly different construction but fundamentally very similar to last year's tyre. Maybe this is in part down to driver, but there's a huge difference between the pace. I mean, like 2+ seconds between de Vries and Sargent. Now, there could well be fuel and engine modes, of course, the usual testing caveats between them. But compared to Jour earlier on, Sargent is about a second a lap slower. And Piastri was out on the same tyre, similar time as de Vries, the McLaren to the AlphaTauri, and Piastri was quicker than the AlphaTauri as well by a little bit more than half a second to a second. So he's pitted now, Oscar Piastri, having done 13 laps consecutive on a C2 tyre, and he was the quickest of those that I've seen on a long run of the midfielders so far. But the Williams right now, Sargent quick as a headline time on the C5, third quickest still overall, 84 laps is looking good, but the pace on this long run so far is adrift of everyone else. Maybe he's just carrying even more fuel and they've turned the wick down, and now he's coming into the pits at the end of this C3. Oh, maybe killed the tyres early on. Didn't look too out of shape though, did it?
Didn't look out of shape. Terrific to get your insight on that, Jolien. I do sometimes feel for the rookies in the era that we cover every minute of testing, that in the past this was behind closed doors. If it is a slightly poor performance, if he is getting up to speed, which you would expect him to do so when he's on those long runs, you'd be able to do it without our gaze and analysis. There is nowhere to hide from minute one in Formula One these days.
I 100% agree. I'm so pleased there wasn't this when I was getting ready for my debut. It's just such an intense environment. Logan staying in and getting ready for another run here. Just a front wing change. Pulls first and off he goes. I think they didn't change the tyres there, did they? Just a tweak of the front wing. So maybe it was a horrible balance for him, and they thought, let's do, or a new spec front wing that they wanted to do a back-to-back on some high fuel. But yeah, it's a different kettle of fish as well, doing a long run on Formula 2 run Pirelli tyres, but they're so different to Formula 1's Pirelli tyres. No tyre blankets, completely different construction, and different characteristics. So you can lean on the Formula 1 tyres a lot more than you think you can, I think, when you come from F2, where they're sometimes very fragile, particularly when F2's racing here in the daylight and higher temperatures than we've got now. You're so just in your head used to the rear tyre falling off a cliff, which it degrades here, but not quite as much.
I'm delighted to welcome into commentary, if not the commentary box, Alex Albon. We've been talking a lot about Williams, and I believe that Alex Albon, I've just been told that Alex Albon is somewhere in the vicinity of this circuit wearing a headset. So Alex,
gap in between just to go and get a bit of downtime. But you know, that moment will be upon us beforehand, and then as soon as we come back and we're racing in Baku and in Miami, basically we're on the train again, aren't we?
Relentless run, and not complaining about that either. Some fantastic venues to go to in Formula One's longest ever season, 23 races around the world, some iconic tracks, a brand new race in Vegas, which is going to be one of the more spectacular sporting spectacles you've ever seen. A lot of work going into delivering that, and it is going to be the stuff of Hollywood movie, potentially with a world championship on the line. That's the dream, that we're that deep into the season, it's still unresolved, and we get the treat of going to Vegas for the first time, not knowing who the world champion is. But that's wishful thinking.
It's got a great slot in the calendar, isn't it? Yes. Providing we do have a championship that does go to the wire. It's coming up to, what, just over a year now since I was in Vegas, just to kind of kick off that announcement. And
it's a tough life, isn't it, Lawrence?
It was. You know, I had to drive an old school American car around. It was awful. Jakesy, awful. But even then, you know, no Formula One infrastructure, nothing. We were just driving around in the car, and it was special. You know, watching the lights fly by as you're driving down the strip. We've got 2 kilometre straight on that racetrack, and it's going to be a phenomenal experience once all the F1 infrastructure's up, the new pit and paddock complex is up, people being able to watch from literally everywhere, from balconies, from restaurants, from terraces. It's going to be one hell of an event.
Can't wait. It's going to be special, and it's one of 3 races in the USA, as you're looking at the first full-timer in Formula One since 2006. Logan Sargent. First time since the 80s we're going to have 3 races in the USA.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if it does go down to the wire and we have a Vegas. If Vegas is anything like Jeddah as an opening race, as the penultimate round.
That was.
It would be a cracking script, wouldn't it?
Jeddah 2021, one of the wildest races I think I've ever covered. That was borderline unbelievable.
It was borderline farcical, wasn't it?
Getting tired even thinking about that one.
Do you want a little bit of long-run insight here? Logan Sargent is on a long run, on a C3 tyre in the Williams as he turns into to turn 1 for another lap. Nick de Vries is the only other car out on circuit, also on a long run, on a C2 tyre, I believe, in the AlphaTauri. And Sargent's really slow. at this time. Now, this is maybe in part to the fact this is his first ever long run in Formula One, so he doesn't quite know how to push, doesn't know how this tyre, which is a slightly different construction, but fundamentally very similar to last year's tyre. Maybe this is in part down to driver, but there's a huge difference between the pace. I mean, like two plus seconds between De Vries and Sargent. Now, there could well be fuel and engine modes, of course, the usual testing caveats between them. But compared to Jour earlier on, Sargent is about a second a lap slower. And Piastri was out on the same tyre, similar time as De Vries, the McLaren to the AlphaTauri. And Piastri was quicker than the AlphaTauri as well.
Salut Jonathan.
More than half a second to a second.
Et salut Ichigok. Salut. Oh mais Max, j'en ai marre moi, le mec, en fait, il colle 8 dixièmes à tout le monde, enfin... C'est quoi en fait? C'est quoi ce bordel quoi? C'est ça, enfin... Je regarde la mine qui colle à Perez. Alors je sais que là du coup il fait plus frais donc les temps s'améliorent obligatoirement, mais quand même quoi. Perez est relégué à 2 secondes. C'est... What? C'est trop. C'est abusé, il faut dire c'est clair.
That in the past this was behind closed doors. If it is a slightly poor performance, if he is getting up to speed, which you would expect him to do.
Ah, je pense qu'il va dominer encore cette saison, hein, malheureusement. Rien ne pourra l'arrêter, hein. Ça va être compliqué. C'est il va falloir s'attendre à une domination de sa part encore.
Logan staying in and getting ready for another run here. Just
2 secondes et Perez est encore à F1, scandaleux. Ouais, mais comme j'ai dit l'autre jour, en fait la voiture elle est taillée pour Max. Donc en fait Perez il doit juste s'adapter à la voiture. Et elle lui convient pas. C'est pour ça qu'il est si loin en fait. Parce que bon, à la régulière, il n'y a pas 2 secondes d'écart entre les deux pilotes hein, en termes de talent, hein, je pense pas. Hein. Faut pas abuser non plus. Hein. Il va y avoir 2-3 dixièmes, même pas. Hein. Donc, ouais, je sais pas. Comment se débarrasser de Max? C'est impossible. Ouais, Hamilton. Après Mercedes, j'espère qu'ils ont sous le pied vraiment parce que là, c'est inquiétant aussi. Hein. Dernier où Russell, il en est 17ème. D'accord, ok. Bon. Il vient de commencer en même temps. 7 tours seulement. Ils ont eu Max sur la voiture de Max en plus, je pense aussi, ouais. Ça bug, au secours. Au secours, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Est-ce que c'est Mako ou est-ce que c'est le stream? Oula. Non, c'est pas Mako. Ah bah écoutez, je vais réactualiser, c'est pas grave. On va réactualiser ça tranquillement. Tu as le seum depuis Abu Dhabi 2021. Je te comprends. Et le problème, c'est qu'il n'aura même pas la possibilité de se venger, Lewis. Parce que la voiture ne sera pas au niveau encore cette saison. Du moins en début de saison. Après, peut-être qu'après elle va s'améliorer, mais pour l'instant c'est pas gagné. Hein. Quand je vois le chrono de Max, tu aurais quoi? On ne sait pas. Suspense. Villeneuve il va être moins là cette saison, vu qu'il va faire du WEC là. Il va être présent sur beaucoup moins de courses. Donc ça c'est pas mal. C'est une bonne chose. C'est déjà le point positif de cette saison.
High speed stability and low speed understeer, for example, and so you are always just finding
Tu penses que Aston Martin sera dans le top 3 cette année? Bah que Alonso alors, du coup. Parce que Stroll, bon, je doute qu'il arrive dans le top 3. Déjà qu'il rate les essais hivernaux, ça va lui faire un manque de roulage conséquent à Stroll là. Là, il perd du temps précieux. Hein. Franchement, quand tu vois le chrono de Max, t'as envie de pleurer. Bon, après, peut-être que les autres sont pas à fond et qu'ils veulent pas aller à fond pour l'instant aussi. On va tenter de se rassurer comme on peut, mais bon. Ouais, alors les Williams, franchement, je pense qu'ils roulent à vide. Et avec les pneus les plus tendres pour se montrer, pour chercher des sponsors. Hein. Pour moi, c'est ça. Je les vois pas aussi à l'aise que ça, en vrai, c'est pas possible. Ça se trouve, ils roulent même sous le pot autorisé, parce que je crois que c'est possible de rouler sous le pot autorisé en essai hivernaux. Après, ça serait débile, hein, d'accord, mais... Je sais pas, après... Étonnant, cette performance des Williams. Pourquoi ils seraient si à l'aise d'un coup alors qu'ils étaient derniers toute la saison 2022 quasiment? Non, c'est pas possible honnêtement. Ils peuvent pas être dans le top 5 comme ça ou top 7 à la régulière, c'est impossible. Après, on est si loin quoi. Déjà que Lens c'est très mal en général, on risque de voir une sacrée différence avec Alonso. Ouais, c'est sûr. Il faut que Mercedes donne quelques indices pour nous rassurer. Peut-être demain. Qui sait. Au sol là il vient de finir une 33. Une 34-1. Oula. Ouais, c'est loin. Bregovic qui assiste au tour de Fernando.
Was this you making?
Yeah, I made you a cup of tea. That's why I was 5 minutes late to the commentary box.
I really appreciate that. I then went and promptly spilt it all down me. So terrific work all round.
As Lawrence high-fived you as he was leaving, and tea went everywhere.
The intent was nice from Lawrence. Unfortunately, the reaction was tea everywhere. Never mind.
He went to high-five you. You were lifting up your cup of tea to take a sip. There was a high-five to tea scenario.
Yeah, it was a mess.
And tea went everywhere.
It was a mess.
I didn't get a hot coconut water. What
I'm sorry about that, mate. I couldn't find any.
What a shame.
It was a hot Pocari sweat.
Ouais, c'est vrai que Lewis, il active pas son DRS. Bonne remarque. Attendez, ça bug là. Léger bug, c'est rien. Ça revient, ça revient. Oh putain.
Where it was just him kind of talking to the camera.
Coupure,
and so I just fired questions out, you know, things like.
Si ça m'étonnerait de la fin, j'aurais pu essayer de regarder la fin.
That's what you get when you book Will Buxton.
No, but those it was
just someone to launch your car.
It was to elicit. It was to elicit response. You know, to ask him about those difficult times. You know, getting dropped by Red Bull not once but twice. You know, when he was a kid and he got dropped by the program in karts, and then coming through being dropped again.
Sens 306,
What do you do when you face the prospect that everything you've wanted your entire life is gone?
Presque pareil,
And he was
323.
brilliant, and it was a very different
Russell
side to him.
319, Hamilton 320.
He came out with
Il y a un petit déficit
the
encore en
real side
VMAX
of it.
chez Mercedes,
That
visiblement.
when that helmet goes on and the visor comes down, the guy you see outside of the car, and it's something that Daniel Ricciardo started to talk about towards the end of his time in F1. The guy underneath that visor was not the bouncy, happy-go-lucky puppy dog that you see in the paddock. There is a steely, elite sportsman that exists there, and that shouldn't be mistaken for somebody who is so nice and likable outside of the car.
Leclerc, C3s. Lower fuel run for him there. That was a more performance run compared to what he's done earlier on. 12 laps on the board, but the first run was a little more steady. And he's a second away from Max Verstappen. Now goes into a slow lap and will maybe go for another go or come in for a setup change there. But he was pushing on there, Charles Leclerc. We haven't spoken about James Vowles much, have we? I was really impressed. He was speaking at his first team principals press conference at lunchtime, and he came over very measured, very assured. He seemed to do a great job.
I like the answer
Et
from him.
Ferrari
I've
qui
been preparing
rebondit,
for this for a while.
tel un kangourou.
That it's been in his head clearly for
Non,
a
c'est
while
vrai.
that there's
J'exagère un peu,
going to
mais-
be opportunities.
C'est vrai que c'est étonnant d'avoir
to
rebondi
move
un
to
peu
other
encore.
teams and maybe a vacancy
On aurait pu penser
aligns
qu'ils avaient réglé leur
nicely,
problème
but
depuis
I
l'année
like the honesty of the ambition
Bon.
there.
Well,
That's
to
suivant.
study at the school of Toto for
Yes.
as long as he has, there's probably no better education to have. Great, and what was lovely with his appointment was, while it came as a massive surprise, I don't think there was a single person certainly that I've spoken to or that I heard from or any articles that I read, that didn't think it was an absolutely perfect appointment and thoroughly merited. Even if it did come as a bit of a surprise, and even from Toto and the guys at Mercedes who said we've let James go, we didn't want to, but boy, is he ready for this, and is he the right guy for this, and we wish him all the best with it.
He's become much more of a sort of rounded management figure at Mercedes, hasn't he? Really in Toto's ear the whole time about all manner of things, rather than strategy, which is his area of expertise. So yeah, it seems a good appointment. If Williams need team orders, he's the man to make a call.
Well, and here's the interesting thing as well, and a lot of you may have seen Jerome D'Ambrosio hanging out around here this weekend. I saw him over at the Mercedes hospitality this morning. And Jerome, of course, who was with Venturi in Formula E as their team principal, working with Susie Wolff for a bit of time down there. Chat is Jerome might find himself at the top table at Mercedes F1 in a possible sort of partial fill of one of the roles that James left behind, which was a lot of the work that he did with young drivers. And yeah, Jerome, of course, former F1 driver himself, and someone who could fill a position there very, very neatly. I think would be a great appointment if indeed that does transpire. But yeah, Jerome here with seemingly with Mercedes this week.
Yeah, one thing to be here for a race, another thing to be here for the test. So,
former co-commentator, of course.
Yes, one of your many co-commentators.
Yeah.
From the GP2 days.
Yeah. Nick De Vries, of course, post-race show host. Famously, we had to find another one in Monza.
T'as refait un compte, mec, le fou.
Very good.
I mean, it's the seat to
Oui, il y a
have.
ce truc là.
It gets you straight up.
We told Daniel Ricciardo last year, come on the post-race show as co-host next year, guaranteed seat for 24.
Yeah, but what was his answer?
Nah, you're all right.
Yeah, there you go.
You don't want that 2024 seat then, do you?
It's not a magic bullet back to a
not.
race seat.
It's not.
I mean,
it's really not.
I've been waiting for my call back, and it's just not come in. I'm grinding it out here. I'm doing the hard yards, but
I'm still here, and the phone
keep
isn't
popping
ringing.
up and coming by.
Someone think of the past.
Nico Hulkenberg's staunch refusal to have anything to do with it seems to have paid out well for him.
You had some fun with him at lunch, didn't you?
Yeah, it was good to see him. Yeah, it was nice to have a bit of a catch-up.
So where are we at this stage of play? 12 laps for Max Verstappen and a rapid lap time of a 1:31.9. 6.50. Then Sainz is 70 laps from earlier on, put a 1:32.4 on the board. Over the bumps on board with Oscar Piastri to turn 1 now.
Minor lock-up, end of braking, just as he started to think about turning in and unloaded the right front.
Bah, j'espère que oui, ils ont un minimum d'essence parce que...
Saying that they've not hit their targets. Very strong stuff actually from Zach. We knew that they were... The general demeanour has not been positive at McLaren through the winter, through yesterday's running. They obviously missed a bit of track time with a brake issue. And Zach was saying, fundamentally, we've got upgrades coming, we will get there, but we're not in a great place right now.
Okay, let's go down to the paddock once again, where Laura Winter is ready for another chat with Mario Isola.
Alex, yes, Mario is joining me here in the paddock. Yesterday, Mario, we spoke about the winter and how Pirelli have been preparing for the season. We're now in the midst of it.
Yeah.
We've got cars on track. We're a day and a half or so in. What kind of feedback are you getting from the teams?
Yesterday night, they were complaining about the balance. More about the balance, I believe. It's a combination of the new tires, new cars, and a bit of wind that was disturbing the downforce yesterday. Today they are more focused on tires. We have seen at the end of this morning that some teams started to make a race simulation using all the 3 compounds that are selected for the race. I'm expecting that when the temperature is going down later this afternoon, they will try performance runs to understand the pure performance, and tomorrow probably they continue to focus on tires in order to better balance the car. Still the rear is a bit weak, probably because the front is stronger, but the performance is quite good. Looking at the lap times, the performance is quite good.
Was there any positive feedback? You went straight in there with a complaint from the
Je sais même pas combien elles sont les cotes là.
Est-ce
que ça vaut le coup de miser sur lui au final?
Early to complain or to give a positive feedback, because as I said, they have to understand how to better connect the car.
Si c'est une cote à genre 1,15 ou 1,20, est-ce que ça vaut vraiment le coup?
For the moment, to be ready for the race. Then obviously next 2 races will be completely different, as we said yesterday. But for this race, what is the target for them is to try to reduce the rear degradation. We know that Bahrain is all about rear degradation. You have a very abrasive asphalt, high temperature, so degradation is high by definition.
Performance to start to come out of these cars. We're expecting the drivers to begin to lean on them, and we're hoping those lap times will start to tumble. What have you made of some of the times we've seen so far, and indeed the reliability as well? Because generally across the board it's been pretty reliable stuff, and certainly for Red Bull, they're topping those timing sheets certainly from yesterday.
I didn't see any issue with the reliability.
Oui,
everything is working as expected. It is also true that we don't have big changes of regulation compared to last year, so it is just an evolution. It is interesting for us to understand the performance of the cars, because obviously we can imagine a high rate of development during the season, and we cannot change the tire during the season, so we need to have an idea on where the performance is going. That's important for us. We have 23 races and we need to provide a suitable tire for 23 races, but everything is going as per expectation, I would say.
It's going to be a fascinating season, isn't it? Thank you, Mario.
Hopefully
this time tomorrow we'll chat again and see what we've
I will be here.
Great. See you there. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much to both of you down there in the paddock as the sun ever lower in the sky. Laps completed for you on the left-hand side. Verstappen with just the 12, but a roasting pace out front. The usual caveat that we don't know engine motors, we don't know fuel loads. This is Verstappen's last time in the car this session, so they are going to be focusing more towards performance.
Parce que bon, Ferrari, dans le même dixième qu'une Williams, j'y crois pas trop, hein, même si la Williams était en soft. Je pense qu'ils en ont sous le pied largement. Mais ils veulent peut-être pas dévoiler leur carte tout de suite. Ce serait bien que, que Ferrari et Mercedes roulent avec les rouges, voir.
And he's heading out on track, so we'll get his perspective updated compared to yesterday when he's at turn 11. Terrific corner, the fast corner around the circuit, looking at George Russell completing a lap.
Ouais, la Ferrari a pas mal de marspinage.
On
sait pas comment il y a non plus, mais bon.
I mean, yes, under the radar, potentially, but from what we were hearing at lunchtime, with some of those targets having been missed and the admission of that from McLaren already, is it under the radar or under serious pressure and under the cosh for McLaren at the start of the season? It's and look, it's only testing. We don't know what fuel loads they're running. We don't know anything about the run plan, but from what we've seen so far, it has been possibly the most disjointed or should we say difficult start of any of the teams.
Well, they've not been making positive. They were very matter of fact at the launch.
Yes, very true.
They were very matter of fact in the team principal press conference or the CEO press conference, depending on the position that you have in the team. And that's Oscar Piastri locking up into turn 10. Sorry, a lot of this yesterday. You haven't seen so much today, but there's another one for our collection of slow-mos down. And you get that a lot because you're downhill, you're turning under braking. And he's continuing to log.
And I think another
up there, and now we're on to the after.
Yeah, and another team and another car that isn't exactly setting the timing screens alight, and a car that looks pretty tricky out there on track, even if they are pumping in the laps. Yuki Tsunoda, 85 on the board for him, and now, of course, Nick de Vries out on track as well. So, big morning for Yuki with 85. Nick with 28 to his name already. They are going out there grinding out the laps. Nothing really to show for it in terms of headline pace. But hopefully for them, they'll be able to turn up quick tomorrow on the third and final day of testing. We saw that from them last year. It didn't ultimately reflect itself in the best of seasons for them. They had the pace in the start of the year, didn't develop well enough throughout the year. Mistakes from both drivers really throughout the season cost them a lot of potential point scoring opportunities, and 9th in the championship was, I mean,
very unlike them.
Very unlike them, and no return on a car that, for a car and a team that actually could and should have done far better last year. They were just outperformed, outdeveloped.
It's hyper competitive, isn't it?
Oh, it is. And when you look at Aston Martin and the start of the season that they had last year, 9th fastest at best at the start of the season. By season's end, up there competing with the likes of McLaren, Alpine on occasion, consistent top 10 qualifiers. They got the job done over the course of that season, which I guess just shows that testing isn't everything, and it's not necessarily how you start the season, it's how you finish. But yeah, we were just discussing it off air. The two teams that we have the biggest question marks about at the moment are McLaren and AlphaTauri, because we just don't know if those times are at all representative or if they are holding something back, and we'll see something more on the last day and a half.
Hulkenberg logging another lap in the car. He's up to 16. This is Tour 17 of the 3.3 mile circuit. That will open the season. Couple of years away, returns to the seat. Really forgot that. And what Haas want in return is consistency. A man who one season, I can't remember which one it was, but one season he seemed to be glued to 7th place. If he can replicate that for Haas, worth his weight in gold.
Yeah, it would. It really would. And that's what the team needs. And they haven't had that since they had Grosjean and K-Mag in the early days. Two drivers who would consistently hit the car and pit stops, etc. worked out for them. Bring home the points, and that's what they're hoping for. In the experienced hands of Nico Hulkenberg and Kevin Magnussen, rejuvenated by this unexpected return to the top table, that they will deliver the results if the car is capable of bringing them home.
That's a lap that takes him up to 7th place. He set it on the C4 tyre. Check that looks correct. Always do a double check at testing whether the info is correct, but it absolutely is. And German driver round turn 1, ahead of his teammates' time from earlier on, but difference in compound to be noted there.
Pierre Gasly wearing his helmet as a crown.
As you do.
As one does.
Before you get...
That's a nice shot. Love that. I've been really impressed with Alfa Romeo in the day and a half we've had so far. Cracking on with the project, consistent times, team impressed and confident. Valtteri, Zhou Guanyu, both of them seemingly really happy with the car. Good noises coming out of the team as well. Pace looks good.
Red Bull vs Mercedes, Max champion et Mercedes champion constructeur.
Poised out on track. Show, I think, done a you know, wonderful job to deliver once again a really pretty, really tidy car.
So Nick de Vries out there logging laps as they all are at this stage. We're not quite into the performance window. That comes in the final 2 hours of the day when we'll maybe get a selection of the softer tyres in the range available to them. But Hulkenberg did go out there on a C4, give us something to look about as he moved up to 7th position. Nick de Vries, a Formula E champion, a Formula 2 champion, and getting his full season debut, Super Sub appearance last year, and getting his full season debut at the age of 28, which is pretty unusual by Formula 1 standards.
It is these days.
It really is. If you consider that we had Teo Porcher up here and he's 19 years of age, would be knocking on the door next year if he was to clinch the Formula 2 championship this season.
A decade earlier.
Yeah. And that's the spread that you get, but Nick always deserved his chance. He's always been rapid, and it's good that he's on the Formula 1 grid for 2023.
I've never known why experience is a dirty word, you know, in the game, you know, in the modern era. You can't buy experience. And sure, you want to sign up promising young talent as early as you can, get it on your books, nurture it, make the most of it, you know, and launch it into a Formula 1 seat if it is ready. You know, the man we're riding on board with here, the ultimate example, a karting prodigy, rushed through the junior formula, thrown in at the deep end, and didn't he float? You know, beautiful job, up to the top team, double world champion. Fabulous. But there you go, potted history, in case you needed one. But it doesn't work for everybody. And the path isn't the same for everybody. And just because Max Verstappen was ready as a teenager doesn't mean that every driver will be. Doesn't mean that those opportunities will present themselves at the right time. Nick de Vries, a two-time champion. Actually, Nick de Vries, the first Dutch FIA world champion before Max Verstappen, because he was FIA Formula E world champion before Max Verstappen. The first Dutch FIA single-season champion.
Encore dépasser le budget pour
the cards didn't fall, and perhaps he wasn't quite ready before. There's nothing wrong with being ready at 29, 32, whenever that time is. I've always argued you're ready when you're ready, and it shouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility that somebody can come in their 30s and deliver. When a Fernando can deliver into his 40s, when Lewis can deliver through his late 30s. Why should we be ageist and say that a rookie has to be a given age and has to be a teenager?
I want to see the best drivers on the grid.
Bingo. It shouldn't matter what age they are.
Not the drivers who are fashionable, not the drivers who are in a certain window of their career. I want to see the best drivers on the grid. Verstappen had a purple first sector, by the way, on the C3 compound of tyre.
And that's why I'd still love to see the super license rules opened up, so that we could get the possibility of crossovers and people who have made careers in, let's say, endurance or IndyCar or wherever. You know, why shouldn't we see a Joseph Newgarden, a Scott Dixon, or a Will Power? Hello, James Boy, out on track taking photos. Why shouldn't we see them giving it a go? I'd love to see that. I think it would be fantastic. Imagine you get a wild card, American Grand Prix. We'll chuck Joseph Newgarden in for the 3 US races, or I'd love that. But
Red Bull en Formule 1.
Is what it is.
Ça serait tellement pas logique.
Slightly scruffy into the lap for Max Verstappen.
C'est vrai qu'on n'arrive pas par le terrain derrière.
He, after that purple first sector, trailing off. No improvement in the second and the third. We go on board the exit of 4. All 4 wheels off the road. Trying to hang on to it. His benchmark today, a 1:31.6. No. And that was a good step forward. The hard and fast rule for the white line last year was a good step forward. Everyone knew where they stood, and that was the case.
Yeah, I think, you know, if the runoff isn't going to penalise, then you have to make the rule hard and fast and applicable at every track, at every corner, in exactly the same way.
Fernando Alonso out there again.
It does look good, doesn't it, Aston Martin?
Expectations rising for Aston Martin.
Really?
Well, you mentioned they're going in the coming months to have the wind tunnel coming online.
let's just play fantasy F1 for a minute.
Go on then.
And imagine just for a millisecond that when Lance Stroll injured himself, the first call had gone into Sebastian Vettel. Seb, we know you've retired, but would you possibly turn up to Bahrain just on the off chance that we need you? And then sure enough, Lance, and we hope he does come back, but if he can't, next weekend we get Fernando Alonso, Sebastian Vettel in a competitive Aston Martin. Oh,
fantastic.
Under the lights. I mean...
yeah, underline again. Hope Lance is okay, recovers.
Of course.
But
we're
in fantasy
F1.
F1. It would be good for a couple of reasons. Number one, very, very funny after all of the deserved hoopla for Sebastian's retirement.
Yes.
He comes back the race after.
Yes.
Would have been good value. And what a super team.
Can you imagine? 6 World Championships between
the
them.
old rivals.
Yeah. But Fernando Seb lineup at Aston Martin, with all the work that Seb put in last year, the car comes good.
Yep.
Seb and Fernando, let's say they qualify on the third row of the grid, nibbling away at the back, then there's a retirement up the front.
C'est dingue ça.
One, maybe 2 cars, double podium
On
for
devrait les
Aston
obliger à faire des
Martin,
tours rapides de temps
Fernando
en
and
temps.
Seb. I mean, anyway.
1 seconde 5 de retard.
Laura Winter has just wandered into the combox.
J'espère vraiment qu'il a de l'essence là, parce que c'est
Will
long.
Buxton F1 fan fiction.
That was quite the story, Will. Thank you for having me, boys. This is nice, isn't it?
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
This is called a commentary box.
Thank you. This is, astonishing. I know, I've been in one before.
Yeah,
I have been in one
years
before.
ago.
Yeah, 2020 testing, when I was a mere baby in the Formula One world. I think I'm about a toddler now. I still feel like the new girl at school sometimes. But no, the paddock's good. It's bustling. It's happening. And honestly, if I hear or say the words, but it's only testing, one more time.
I know.
That's
the rule.
Part
testing.
of the job. Part of the job.
It is. It is very much just testing, but it's exciting.
Even though it's only testing. From everybody that you've spoken to over the last 2 days, you can't read too much into the times, but you can read body language. And having interviewed the drivers for a long time now, you can read who's happy, who's not, despite what words they're saying. Who looks like they've got this?
I can tell you who I think maybe doesn't have it at the moment.
Cool.
I did speak to Lando earlier, and obviously we've heard the comments from Zach Brown saying that we have missed targets.
Yeah.
And when I spoke to Lando, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he'd just woken up. So, well, he said to me, "I've only just woken up, so I'm a bit sparked out." So he'd been asleep, and therefore he probably needed a bit of waking up to be a bit jollier. But he did seem downbeat, whether that was because the car isn't where they want it to be, or whether it's because he'd literally just woken up and perhaps didn't want to face the world's media. I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, unfortunately that falls into what we were talking about about 5-10 minutes ago.
I spoke to Kevin Magnussen as well, and for him it was very much a case of, we don't know yet, it's just testing. I think they're itching to open things up tomorrow, to lean in, to get it going tomorrow on track. I think they kind of just want to get to day 3 of testing, and then ultimately to race day. And they can stop fielding these questions from us about what does this mean, and they are basically saying we don't know either.
Yeah.
At the moment nobody knows. It's just testing.
Mercedes back to the pits with George Russell, who had a snap at turn 4 earlier on. I thought he was going to go to the outer loop part of the racetrack. Gathered it all together.
He did do well on that outer loop.
He did do
loves
exceptionally well. What a debut in Mercedes that was. His first full season with the team. Last year, Grand Prix winner off the back of it. And looking to take further steps forward up against the benchmark for so many years in Formula One in Sir Lewis Hamilton across the other side of the garage. So we've done good day, bad day, or good test, bad test at least so far. We're beyond the halfway stage now. And plenty for the team still to do, but plenty of progress that can still be completed. Sargent now up to 87 laps, Will.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. When you think of recent years and you think of Williams' troubles, if they can top 100 laps and be the first, well, obviously Yuki's not going to do that because he's out of the car for the afternoon and will be sat there on 85. Yeah, if Logan tops 100 laps, that will be some job from Williams today, and very happy for them that it all appears to be going well.
Yeah, and a big day for a rookie.
Ils veulent pas dévoiler certains paquets la semaine prochaine, donc peut-être faire des tours rapides.
Perhaps, exactly right.
Ouais, enfin carrément quoi. Rien que pour étalonner entre ce package et nous la semaine prochaine. Bon, après ils ont leur programme, hein. Ils doivent savoir ce qu'ils font, j'imagine. C'est un peu dommage pour les fans quoi.
Feeling pretty good, and actually talking about body language, he came bounding out of the AlphaTauri motorhome to speak to the media, far more enthusiastically than Lando Norris did. But he said, I'm living my dream. I'm an F1 driver, and you could see that in his body language. So whether the car is thereabouts, for Nick de Vries, everything is an opportunity right now.
It's like that moment last year with Kevin Magnussen. You know, to get that opportunity you didn't think you were going to get. The joy that just, you know, comes out of you in that
exactly the word.
That moment.
Joy is the word.
Nick de Vries, who we hear from AlphaTauri, has been reading them the riot act on a number of things that he didn't like about the operation of the team. Already ringing the changes down there at AlphaTauri. Now, Sam Collins is somewhere doing something. Sam, where are you?
I'm at AlphaTauri, Will, which is why I wanted to talk to you. There's an interesting detail which Bobby can film right down here, just on the floor of their AlphaTauri, which needs a bit more attention. You can see how the floor waved around on the edge, and it has that little wire running underneath it. Bob will be able to get a bit of a look when it stops in the garage, just behind the All-In logo. I talked a little bit about this yesterday, but you can see it there. Sure, you can see it just when the mechanic gets out of the way for us, which is nice of him, he's doing his work. But this car has got a lot of really nice aerodynamic details on it, so I'm not quite sure why we're not seeing the performance from it on track. But the team do seem quite together, quite organised. It's just not showing us on track the things we really need to see at this point. But the details on this car and the level of detail on it is absolutely beautiful. And again, AlphaTauri bought a car with a lot of technical interest on it, but it isn't really showing what it can do. One thing that you may not have heard much discussion about is their cockpit installation for the two drivers. Yuki Tsunoda and Nick de Vries are very different sized drivers, so the cockpit will have to be designed unusually around Nick de Vries, who he has to be able to fit in for his full body height and weight, whereas Yuki Tsunoda, he's so short, they have to put special adaptations into the car. When Yuki Tsunoda had his debut season, the team had to get special dispensation to the FIA to be able to make changes inside the monocoque to fit Yuki Tsunoda into the car. But this car, designed around de Vries and Tsunoda, so it should be their car and it should be working quite nicely. Just a little interesting detail down here on the front bulkhead. Really neat bit of design from AlphaTauri by moving the steering rack just straight into the middle of the front wheels and putting it right down by those lower wishbones. So back in the day, the lower wishbones were not in the middle of the front wheels. That's the way Formula One cars are now. And there's that pushrod front suspension that AlphaTauri are using those parts from an old Red Bull under that 21 vanity panel, we called it. So that's just one of those interesting details of the AlphaTauri. I really genuinely think, though, there's a lot more to come from this Italian-built car. Back to you, Will.
Thank you so much, Alex Shakes. Laura Winter up here in the commentary box as we look down at the Alpine of Pierre Gasly. Surely there's more of a gap in height between Gasly and Ocon, wouldn't you think? 4 inches, I think, Laura, you said is the difference between Yuki and...
That was a guesstimation that was not meant to go on air, Will.
Oh, sorry.
No, I thought
you knew. That's why you said
it. Might as well just fade these mics up constantly. Just stay on air.
That was off-air chat. No, I think that Yuki's... Oh, I'm about to... Is he 5'2" or 5'4"? And then...
That would make a huge amount of difference in the maths that you've done.
Yes, maths was never my strong point.
No, that's why he became a broadcaster.
Absolutely.
There's no broadcaster who's strong at maths. And if they are... Well, actually, Palmer's quite good at the old mental maths.
Of course he is.
Of course he is.
He's good at everything, isn't he? I think Nick de Vries is 5'5", 5'6". So, depending on the Yuki measurement, 3 to 4 inches.
Right, give me a minute.
But they're the shortest team, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes. 5'2" and 5'4".
So Thank you, Producer Joe, for that information.
So it's only 2 inches?
It is 2 inches.
It's not a huge gap between the two of them.
Not so much.
Not
the 4 I...
Even less?
Whisper to you in secret.
Oh, we're thanking graphics for the information.
We're giving full credit.
Full credit where it's due.
Are we sure the graphics came up with it? Have we got any more? Are we going any further? No. Come on. I've been invited to thank all the team. You get that privilege on day three when we're wrapping up. And Crofty is looming over the shoulder, ready to complete the final 2 hours of the day. They're coming up in about 35 minutes' time to get us to the checkered flag. Then we'll be back for the first 2 hours tomorrow, the first 2 hours of the afternoon session. And then that is testing complete and on to the real thing. And it is flying by.
It is flying by, isn't it?
It's not bad news if you're a Red Bull fan, if you're a Max Verstappen fan, because they look like they're in a really good place. If you're a McLaren fan, maybe a little bit of concern. If you're a fan of the drivers whose heights we were discussing, nothing wrong with being their height at all, by the way. Nick de Vries, Yuki Tsunoda. Thank you for that pat on the shoulder, Will.
How tall are you, Alex? Sorry, just jump in there.
When you're my height, you don't measure, so I'm not entirely sure.
God.
But I think Yuki's shorter than me. So,
Just.
yes. I think he's the only driver that's shorter than me. Okay, probably this is well timed because they want to hear less from us and more from George Russell's Mercedes.
Get you, Ant, and Yuki together.
Yeah, makes sense to me. And after that well-timed audio uplap.
Mr. Jerome D'Ambrosio on the left-hand side of the screen there. Mr. Toto Wolff in the middle.
And now back on the racetrack, the McLaren of Oscar Piastri. 2.5 hours to go of this second day. Hulkenberg on the C4 just popped it up to second place. So he did a performance run earlier on. And now, as we get into floodlit territory, not yet at that stage, but there we are, on board now with the driver who's just put it into second position, 0.8 of a second away from Max Verstappen's effort. And so 2 push runs for Nico on the C4 tyre. And he will be adding to that total of 181 race starts as he resumes his Formula One career. A few Super Sub appearances last year, and he resumes it back at Bahrein International. But as the sun looms large in your picture and ever lower in the sky, we're going to see some softer compounds bolted to the cars and enjoy seeing the cars maybe further towards the limit than we've been enjoying so far today.
That's a decent lap from Hulkenberg.
Yeah. It is.
0.8 off. Yeah.
If they're 0.8 off Verstappen and qualify, they'd be delighted.
I mean, wouldn't they?
They would be absolutely exhilarated down there, the American team.
As Piastri winds it up. DRS open to go for a lap. What tyre is he on? Oh, he's on a C2 or 3. C3. Now, the wheel brows appeared to be holding themselves together today.
Yeah, this was the problem that they had that cost them running in yesterday's afternoon session. Interrupted the running for Lando Norris. Going the opposite direction today. Piastri winding up for a much-hyped F1 debut that could easily have come with 2 other teams, but will be coming with McLaren. And unless something truly remarkable happens, he's not going to continue his run of winning championships in rookie seasons that he had.
If there's a problem with the McLaren, if it's not as fast as the team are expecting, could this actually help McLaren and Piastri's entry to Formula One? I'm thinking largely of George Russell's move to Mercedes last year, and so much was made over the potential for George and Lewis not to get on, for them to wind each other up. If George turns up and is quicker than Lewis, or whatever, Lewis suddenly feels that he's being threatened, and powder keg explodes. At McLaren, you have a situation where Lando will not want to be beaten or even have Piastri get close to him. If Piastri gets within a sniff of Lando, it will be, a good job from Oscar, because he will be doing better than Daniel did, and as a rookie, that is good. That is a good expectation for him. If he starts getting close to Lando or even beating Lando, theoretically, we would imagine, would not be best pleased with that. So Lando is not going to want to have him get anywhere near. There is the potential for that powder keg to get quite warm. Not necessarily explode, but get warm. If the car isn't up there, then they're going to have to work together to hoist it up the field, as Mercedes did last year, which may in some ways actually help that relationship, rather than having 2 young drivers who aren't very different in age, only a couple of years between the 2 of them, might stop them actually, getting into each other.
Yeah, I'd argue. Oh, sorry, Alex.
Go on. I'm so sorry.
I don't know
the world has heard way too much.
There isn't any etiquette.
Oh, okay.
Just go.
I'm going to jump right in then.
You,
Thank you very much, Alex. I think it'll take pressure off Piastri as well. I heard you boys saying yesterday that you're yet to think of a rookie who's come into a season with more pressure on his shoulders than Oscar Piastri after the furore that happened last summer, after number of teams chasing his signature, after the McLaren versus Alpine case.
Oh, yeah.
The whole debacle has heaps pressure on his shoulders to do the job at McLaren and to be within a gap of, I almost said Fernando Alonso, Lando Norris, to be within a gap to Lando Norris, to be up there, to be beating him even.
Yeah.
If the McLaren isn't where it's meant to be, for him, he can just relax into the season, allow it to come to him.
Yeah, it takes the pressure off, doesn't it? Yeah, I'd agree with
Perhaps.
that.
We're heading down to turn 8. Trackside is Jolyon Palmer watching the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc disappearing up the hill.
It's happy hour down at turn 8. Trackside again, watching Max Verstappen come through in the Red Bull. And yesterday I went to the high speed to turn 11, just over that way. Now the low speed, the tightest corner on the circuit. And I wanted to try and see the cars in a very different section. And there's some subtle differences still. We've seen so far, I saw Nico Hulkenberg, by the way, fly through here on his soft tyres, and the car looked hooked up. Generally, soft tyres will do that, but the Haas, I think, looks okay. And it had quite a sharp turn in the traction. He took advantage of the extra purchase of the rear grip on the soft tyres. Fernando Alonso has come through a few times and been on the limit, locking up. Logan Sargent here in the Williams coming through. Waiting for the throttle, picking it up, and in a high gear, actually. There's a difference in gears, second gear for some, third gear for others. And Sargent there on the up, as is Joe in the Alfa Romeo. Seems to be on a very consistent, longer run, turning it in, waiting, squeezing on the throttle, and getting out there nicely, but not particularly aggressively, unlike Fernando Alonso. Here he comes then through, having a little correction, fighting the wheel slightly on traction, and getting out there again. But Fernando's looking really aggressive at the wheel. The Aston doesn't look quite as composed in the low speed as it did at the high speed, and he is, I think, about the only driver I've seen locking up in this corner. It's a tricky braking zone, because you can see come through 5, 6 down the hill in towards turn 7, and now we find Max Verstappen in the Red Bull. Let's see what he does. Stamps on the brakes. I It looks good. It looks really good, the Red Bull. No corrections, using some grip at the rear tyres there, stamping on the brakes, and a really clean exit. Don't want to get too wide out on the curbs. You'll break traction. Don't want to be exiting with too much steering lock. You'll break traction as well. And Max has the front end to turn it in. No corrections at the rear. Drive on the way out. It still looks good. But yeah, overall, some subtle differences. I saw earlier on, Lewis Hamilton was way out on the entry curb coming through here. So I wondered if anyone was going to go for the Lewis line. I can't quite see that from here, but it looks like some people nibbling the entry curb, but not going too far. Let's see Logan Sargent through once more. On the brakes, neat and tidy, no frills for Logan, and out he goes. A bit less dramatic, to be honest, down at turn 8, but some interesting details. Fernando Alonso locking up, and the Red Bull, once again, looking very strong.
Thank you, Julian.
He's so animated. You can tell it's only day 2 of the season.
Lots of energy from the Palmer. I think he enjoyed turn 11 more, in all honesty, yesterday, than turn 8 today.
Constant speed test on the Red Bull. Lots of flow vis around the left-hand side of the side pod. Logan Sargent notching up the numbers, about to hit lap 98.
Yeah, and Alex Albon telling us that he was going to do a similar thing to what we're seeing with Sargent. And he is running tomorrow, the concluding day of the test. We thank Alex for joining us in commentary.
It was good value, wasn't it?
If not in person. It's all right, we got over it. It's okay. Verstappen stopping on his marks.
Steve Albon.
Yes.
I missed this. Did he not come up?
Nah, couldn't be bothered.
How did he join you then?
Via the magic of technology.
Wow, okay.
We gave him a radio mic and said, you sit there, love. Have a cup of tea.
It is quite far to come, although I'd imagine he'd have got a buggy across, so just saying he could have popped over.
Could have walked like the rest of us.
Good.
He's the peak of human physical excellence. It's literally
He's a Formula One driver.
4.5 minute walk.
He's doing you a favour, guys. Come on.
Well, to be fair, last year he came up, and as soon as he walked in, put the cans on and said, hello guys, it's lovely to be in the commentary box. Nicholas Latifi's car set on fire. And so I think he thought, I'm not going to jinx it again.
Not summoning the bad luck from somewhere.
No, exactly. There's your P2 man, Nico Hülkenberg, 132.466, 24 laps on the board for him. His teammate Kevin Magnussen this morning did 67 laps with the best of 133.4, so 1 second the gap between the two of them. Magnussen's time, though, was on the hard. Hülkenberg on the soft. I'm not sure, was it a C0 or a C1 that Kev set his time on?
I should dig it out for you, Will.
Come on, Alex, you should be on the tip of your tongue, mate.
I mean,
I'll fill, Alex, don't worry.
Yeah,
it's
go on,
interesting, isn't it, Kevin I'm getting the hang of this commentary thing now.
Natural,
it's interesting for Kevin Magnussen, isn't it? Because just looking at his build-up to Bahrain Grand Prix 2022 comparative to this one, obviously he was just thrust into the car, very much thrust into the team, signed up last minute. It was like a Christmas present. He walked around for the first few races starry-eyed. He came out there and got the job done, though, for Haas, didn't he?
Yes.
Certainly doing that here. But now there's pressure and there's expectation on him that wasn't necessarily there before. He's a year in.
Yep.
He's got a year under his belt. He's got a new teammate who, yes, he has history with. He's got a new teammate to establish himself with and bed in with. And he's also got to keep Haas pushing on to where they want to get to. He had nothing to lose last year.
True.
In a sense. But I mean, every Formula One driver, every competitor, every athlete will always heap the pressure upon themselves more.
Yeah. I think if he'd been sort of roundly beaten by Schumacher, it wouldn't have been good for him.
Not ideal, no.
But he did a wonderful job last year. You talk about sort of last-minute call-ups. Hulkenberg, of course, so famous over the last few years for being the sub of choice to jump in. We may yet at Aston Martin have another sub confirmation that tomorrow morning Felipe Drugovich will be back in the car. Fernando Alonso tomorrow afternoon. One would suggest that if the team didn't think Felipe was going to be needed, there would be little to no reason to put him back in the car. So his reappearance in the car Although we don't know whether Lance will be back or not, the fact that he's getting another run in the car might suggest there is a chance that Lance won't make it back for the opening race of the year. He involved in what we understand to be a bicycle accident where he's damaged one or both of his wrists, as Logan Sargent, you can see on the side of your screen there.
Up to the century.
The century is here.
Time to raise the bat for Logan Sargent.
Take the applause of the crowd.
And he has good work from him, logging the laps, getting up to speed, and making his way through. Not a lot of information about Lance Stroll.
No,
compared to what we might have in previous years. So there's clearly a consideration. They've tried clearly to give him as long as possible for making a call, but Drugovich reappearing. And going to put my F2 hat on now. It would be phenomenal if Felipe Drugovich was to get at least one Grand Prix start after the season he put together last year. Dominant F2 champion.
I did speak to Mike Crack earlier, actually, and he was saying they are evaluating day by day the Lance Stroll situation. So they're taking it at the moment day by day. Very much team talk, very much the diplomatic line to take, in a sense that we aren't going to tell you exactly what's going on. But again, it's limited information for us coming out. There are rumours swirling and speculation as to how Lance is, and obviously we wish him the very best. But Mike Crack very much saying that they're just taking it day by day. Sometimes
we are told things off the record that we can't share. That's not even the case this time. It is genuinely nothing to tell you. We'll tell you when we know. Okay.
It's a shame that Mick Schumacher isn't still in the field.
Go on.
If he was, then, and if Felipe makes his debut in Bahrain, we'd have the 22, 21, 20, 2019, 2018 and 2017 F2 champions. In fact, every F2 champion since it became F2.
That is lovely, Will.
But we don't. So we'll have 17, 18, 19, 21 and 22.
So we'll scrap that idea.
We'll scrap that.
Yeah. Arguably 2020 was a year to forget for the world in terms of not Mick Schumacher F2 times, but in terms of COVID and everything.
Oh boy.
Okay.
No,
we're gonna have a pep talk.
In terms of coronavirus, but let's continue.
We're going to have a pep talk up here in the comm box. Whilst we do that, it's time to hear from Lawrence Barretto and Carlos Sainz, who earlier on today did 70 laps of the wheel of his Ferrari.
Carlos, good to see you. We've reached the midpoint of the test. From the outside, it looks like it's been pretty smooth. What's it been like for you?
Smooth, very smooth. To be honest, quite happy with how we've been able to run the quantity of tests that we've been managed to do over these first few days, exploring the limits of the setup, trying to put the car in different places and learning a lot from it, which is a target that I had from last year that I know we couldn't do, and this year, so far, I'm managing to do it.
I know it's impossible to know performance, but a lot can be felt from the feel of the car. And how does it feel? Does it feel like a step forward?
Feels like an evolution of last year. Feels honestly very similar to drive, and hasn't been major changes going on in the car or in the concept. So trying to improve the good base that we had last year, and obviously now putting our focus in our weaknesses of last year.
You got one more shot in the car tomorrow. Is that when we're going to get to see you get a bit pushy, going to turn the dials up a little bit?
Whenever I jump in the car, I push, but realistically, the last tenth or the last bit of pushing, you don't bring it until quali with the adrenaline and everything. But tomorrow, hopefully, little by little, I will start building the pace.
Awesome. All right, good luck for the rest of the test.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Thanks to Lawrence Barretto. Speaking to Carlos Sainz there. Full focus from Carlos ahead of the new season. Strikes me as a driver who wants to get on with the real thing in a week's time. Talking about the fact they've kept their concept. Ferrari kept the concept. So did Mercedes. So did Red Bull. Some others drifting towards the Red Bull style of car. As we check in with Pierre Gasly.
2016 GP2 champion.
You are correct.
So it would be 16, 17, 18, 19, not 20, as Laura has reminded us, 21 and 22.
I will say the pep talk that I received, and the reason that Alex and Will have thrown me under the bus is because I brought up Alex's height. I want that on record right now.
I love it. I love it. This is what I said about the faders on the mics. Just fade it up. There's no off.
There's no off-air, is there?
Off-air anymore. Even though there probably should be on the evidence of today. Gasly's up to 8th place.
We'd also have the 09 GP2 champion Nico Hülkenberg and the 06 GP2 champion Lewis Hamilton.
all the way back.
And the and the 14 champ in comms with you, Jolyon Palmer. I can't believe you had to look at the stats for that. He's going to be very upset.
No, we know we can't.
He's going to be very upset.
We can't keep hyping Palmer.
He's been hyped a lot, hasn't he?
Yeah, fair.
He does get a lot of hype.
That is fair.
Rightly so.
Rightly so.
It's a great advert for Formula 2.
Yes.
Actually, the feeder series. In all seriousness, it does show the... I mean, I've loved the Formula 2 racing that I've been reporting on over the last couple of years, doing the Parc Fermé interviews at the end of the sprint and the feature races, and speaking to the drivers as well, pre and post interviews, and it's a brilliant series. The drivers are fantastic characters.
And F3 as well. You know, watching that
absolutely.
whole progression, and now we get Formula Academy as well.
I know,
the all-female championship beginning this year, which is going to be, you know, fantastic to see. Yeah,
it's great racing.
It's great racing.
Great racing.
And it's wonderful to have them all here in the shop window for F1 teams to see. You look at Alpine's junior roster this year, the lineup of drivers they have is huge, monstrously impressive.
And selfishly on our side as well, we get some of these drivers coming in to us in the pre and post race shows. We get to talk to them. We had Oscar Piastri, didn't we, as co-host up until about, I think, France was the final race he was at, and then nobody heard from him again until Abu Dhabi when I saw him.
Well, he didn't know what shirt to wear.
And I said to him, I cannot believe, and I asked him so many questions about the driver market and how much of a part he was playing and so on. Obviously, he was completely tight-lipped and lied through his teeth to me.
Yeah, that's what drivers
as
do.
They will do.
And you're going to miss your Bezzy mate, Mr. De Vries, not doing the shows with us anymore?
I don't even know what to say to them. What's my Bezzy mate?
You and Nick.
Oh, Nick, even in the interview earlier, honestly, he's always going.
He's
and I
brilliant,
have to try and keep up with him.
He's just brilliant.
Yeah,
He's so
I know,
fun.
he's a brilliant co-host, isn't he? We both enjoy.
He's a wonderful foil.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Because but the thing with him is he'll wind you up.
Hey, that's what I mean.
And
He
he'll
always
know
winds me up.
But he knows exactly how to do it.
Yes.
Keep it just the right side of professional, and just put you off your stride enough.
It's putting you off your stride. You think you know where a show is going, and Nick will say something, and you look at him and think,
thanks.
what on earth? Where do I go from there, Nick?
He's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a challenge, but a great one.
He's wonderful. Yeah. The reduced size Haas pitbull.
Did you see the Instagram caption they put up for this?
No, what was this?
I'm not going to... Let's just say, I read it, and I actually am ashamed to say I didn't understand it. Sometimes jokes go over my head. Yeah, ashamedly so. I think it was written by a chap within the team, I was told, and it alludes to size and it getting colder. I'm going to leave it at that. Go and look at the Haas Instagram and you'll see what I mean.
Okay.
But it went over my head initially. But yes, it's reduced in size.
Yes.
I wonder if the teams will copy.
It's a clever idea.
Always a thing. Everyone's looking at the other solutions.
For most of them, it's pretty easy because their pit gantries are two solid sections bolted together in the middle, so you just have to bring one.
Easy.
But I'm not sure the boys and girls in the garage are going to want engineers who normally sit on the pit wall in the garage with them.
It would be a sea change,
wouldn't it?
Be completely different.
Don't think they'd like that.
We'll find out.
I'm speaking to Gunter shortly, actually, so I shall ask him about it.
Ask him if it is 250 grand or if it's more that it's going to save.
I will. I'll make a note of that.
I mean,
now,
obviously, ask him whatever you want, but, you know.
What is on your question list?
Yes. Sorry.
Laura. Out of interest.
Sorry.
Mr. Drive to Survive on Drive to Survive Day.
You know what you're doing. Oh, shut up.
No, I shall. Yeah, we should explore some things with Mr. Steiner. Looking forward to speaking to him for the first time this season. He's always a great character, isn't he? Within the paddock. Yeah, he's brilliant.
It's good sitting on board with Alonso. This car does look pretty hooked up. A little deep in there.
As you started that sentence.
Yeah, just as I started it.
Slewing on wider and wider through 11.
Yeah.
Always happens. Always happens. That adjustment he made into 11 as well.
As the rear end comes around and we get a red flag.
It's commentator's curse.
It's been tidy out there.
Everyone has, haven't they?
It's been really, really immaculate.
Yeah, reliable and clean driving, hasn't it?
Reliable, clean, no snaps, no moments. We saw Charles Leclerc head out of the pits. Kevin, and he was on the limit immediately. Same for Lewis Hamilton, fighting the car a little bit yesterday. Kevin Magnussen is always animated behind the wheel. There are no easy laps for Kevin Magnussen, but I think wide moment for Lando Norris earlier. I'm trying to think of a moment when we've seen a car off the road.
Julian will be disappointed.
Ice creams.
Oh.
It's that time of day.
We're in commentary box
Oh,
31.
don't do that to us. Come on.
Ice cream cab. Here we go. Do we have another one?
Jakesy's finished his cup of tea. That's just mean.
No, I was saying Julian will be disappointed, won't he? Yesterday he was hoping for thrills and spills and drama on day 2 of testing, and I'm not sure we've had. I wouldn't say it's been quite at that level. The teams will be happy though.
They will. This is why we go testing. They don't want red flags. They don't want cars breaking down. It gives us something to talk about, but ultimately what we want to see is cars on track. That's the most important thing. It's so funny, isn't it? When you think back, not so long ago, group testing didn't even exist in Formula One. I remember when I started, and in my earliest years of writing for F1 magazine, and we would all be, each journalist would be sent off to a different track in the winter throughout January and February. I'm looking back at 2002, 2003.
I think this is good to point out though, because we have a lot of new fans in recent years.
So we'd all be sent off to different tracks. Ferrari would be either at Fiorano or Mugello, and they would have 2 or 3 Ferraris just pounding out the laps, lap after lap after lap after lap after lap, for days at a time, literally until the sun set, no floodlights around the track, until they couldn't see anymore, and then stop testing and then go to the hotel and eat some pasta and come back the next morning as the sun rose and go testing again. And as a journalist, you would sort of, if you weren't allowed in, you'd sit on the outside and you'd try and time the laps. You'd usually have Toyota and maybe Minardi and Jordan would be at Paul Ricard. So you'd have 3 teams there. You'd have 1 journalist over at Ricardo Tormo in Valencia because Williams would be there with somebody else. You'd have a couple of teams over at Barcelona putting in the laps, each of them with 3 cars, but they wouldn't all be on track at the same time. So you'd have to do, one day there'd be 2 Williams and a Minardi, and the next day there'd be 1 Williams and 2 Minardis and a Jordan, and then the next day, and the climatic conditions would be different, the temperatures would be different, it might rain a little bit in the afternoon. You'd have to keep tally of tyres they were running and the lap times they were all running, and you would have to then report that in, because there was no timing that was done or anything like that.
None of this luxury.
And then every month, or every week in Autosport or every month in F1 magazine, there would be a table of literally an entire month of running, and at every single circuit.
Fantastic.
And you would have to try and create some form of picture of who looked good, and you wouldn't know, because
it feels like another world. And it's not even that long ago that it was a totally different approach, and you had separate testing teams.
Yes, you did.
You had personnel getting their starts on testing teams before getting promoted to the race team. That is completely gone.
And as journalists as well, you step up from Formula 3 or Formula 3000. Your first gig of reporting on Formula 1 would be, all right, well, we'll let you out to a test, and you'd go to a test and interview a driver or report back with the times, and if you did all right at testing, they might let you out to the Thursday at Silverstone, and then if you proved yourself there, you might get to go to Monza or something. It was amazing times. It was it's how you cut your teeth.
And now all unified for you, with 7 minutes of our stint remaining, and all in the one place, testing restricted for a cost-saving basis, really, and to make it a more even. But the classic thing is, they just instantly went and spent money on simulators. So until the cost cap came in.
Could you imagine trying to televise it now? 5-way split screen between Mugello, Ricard,
you in
Barcelona.
Ricard, trying to lure in Mugello. And then you'd find out who the producer liked the least when they sent whoever they sent to Valencia, because that is not a classic track for 4 wheels.
Ricardo Tormo was great for testing.
Yeah,
great for testing.
Great track for 2 wheels, but not a great track for 4 wheels.
Honestly, for testing, it was brilliant. I remember watching them as Checo is having a little snoop down at Mercedes.
It pushes him away.
Yeah, George's like, come on, let's go and have a look at where they're going down. Oh, let's listen in.
Let's listen in.
I'm just talking about wind.
None of this football nonsense where they're all talking, they've got their hands over their mouths. I mean, I don't know what that's all about. Nothing could possibly be interesting enough on a football pitch at the end of a game to cover your mouth. But they all pick it up immediately. But a quick check-in between Checo and George, who contested the win here in the Sakir Grand Prix back in 2020 as he notched up his first Formula One win.
And he won it.
And he did. Superb day of motor racing. Day that Mick Schumacher clinched the F2 title as well. Just a solid gold classic.
Absolutely.
From the start of the day to the end was phenomenal. Shouldn't have brought up Mick Schumacher, should we, Laura?
That's not what I said. I'm actually not having this. I was not talking about sport. I was talking about our world in general. It was a far deeper comment than either of you can comprehend, and I appreciate I went above your head.
With Mick Schumacher, he's been saying that he's been included in the debriefs. He's in every meeting. He's up to speed. He's integral to the team. If ever I'll tell you why I took a pause when we do the throw in a minute, but I had to take an intake of breath.
Get Comcam on immediately.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm sorry, that looks like...
Oh, my word. Crofty's wandered in, by the way. He's not making any sense, but you'll see why.
Any fan.
You'll see why now. And if you think you think the content before was dross, here we go.
Hey, kids. So you got ducked down, Crofty. No one can see you.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh my! The sunglasses indoors. I mean, I like it. I want one.
MC Croft.
Yeah,
the place to be.
I mean, we all get given free merch from time to time.
Loving it. He's loving it like this.
That is something.
Well, we've got 21 seconds to go, so we'll finish it up and then we can leave. That is.
Wow.
Now, in the old days, Crofty would have been the perfect host for the monkey seat on the F1 post-race show, because we used to have very sparkly jackets like that. I'd love to say it's a beautiful thing.
It is. Where can I get one?
Well, you have to speak to He's not got a microphone.
No one can hear you. No, I know it's your first time doing this, Crofty. But
I didn't realise we had to speak to the microphone. You have to speak to the right people, Laura.
Okay.
Shall I get my people to talk to your people?
Oh, please.
We'll get you a jacket.
Is it silver and emerald green? Are they the only colours?
No, there are colours for every team. I just thought green and silver was a very Vegas colour. We get one for Jakesy, but this might be a bit big for you.
Not again. Well, we've come full circle.
A difficult winter.
Well,
oh boy.
I wouldn't start throwing punches about size, mate.
No, you should.
That's a revisit from the session we did years ago together.
Oh my God.
And that is why they split us up, folks. So it's not just puerile nonsense.
If you can hear cackling in the background, it's Anthony Davidson.
Oh my word.
This is chaos.
Yeah.
Can I leave now, please?
Chaos.
I'm going to speak to Gunter Steiner, and I feel really awkward.
Yes, that might be a good idea.
If you speak to Gunter Steiner, ask about his jacket, and his sunglasses. He's got some Elvis glasses.
Oh, I'm going to force him to wear it.
Does he look like Jackie X?
No, he looks like a bad Elvis.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, I'm going to go find him and get him to get that on for the interview.
Oh,
thanks, Crofty. What a vision.
We're out of vision now. And the world breathes a collective sigh of relief.
Okay, I'm throwing somewhere to someone whilst we have a massive argument off air.
Bye, guys.
Let's go downstairs. Thanks for your company. Crofty and Ad next to take you to the flag. Sam, try and sum that up, my friend.
Well, I think I'm going to speak for many fans in the world that now, where we're going to have a little less conversation and a little more action, and that's nothing to do with Gunter Steiner's sunglasses. I've got a camera in my hand because I've been walking around up and down the pit lane taking photos. Now, a lot of people ask me, what are all the photographers in the pit lane doing? And some of them are just taking photos for magazines and websites. That's normal. There's people like Albert Fabrega there. He's taking pictures on his mobile phone, sticks up on Twitter, and all the engineers follow it. And I do similar things, and I also supply some of these pictures to F1.com. However, there are photographers in the pit lane who are taking pictures for the teams. And you hear all the teams and engineers say, oh, we haven't looked at every other team's cars and we're just concentrating on our own program. That's absolute nonsense. Every single team has got photographers looking at every other car. There's engineers back at the factories making reports on different areas of interesting cars and different bits of other cars and discussing the regulations around them. Is it legal? Yes. Is it not legal? It is legal. could we use it on our car? Let's have a look in the wind tunnel. And there'll be discussions going on, already started from even yesterday. Even the launch pictures are poured over by each and every team. And they will be studying some of these photos that we take today, and they will be looking at anything publicly available. And one of the teams, and one of the reasons the teams are getting so secretive about certain things they do on the cars, that when they take the floors off the cars, is that they don't want other teams to do that. And that's why we can't see the Red Bull RB19 right now. The Red Bull RB19 currently was being driven by Max Verstappen, but it's undergoing some pretty serious work. Now, we don't know what that work is, but these screens being up in front of the garage, that's only allowed by regulation, even during testing, if the floor has been removed from the car. Remove the floor from the car tends to suggest you're taking the power unit off the chassis or the gearbox off the chassis, so pretty substantial work there going on for Red Bull. And they're not alone in this respect. They've got the screens up, but they're not the only team with a lot of work going on right now. And it seems quite early on day 2 of testing to put the big screens up and to stop work on track and do the work in the garage. Ferrari, they also have been doing a lot of work on their car, and there's a front wing that's been photographed a huge amount by everybody up and down the pit lane so far in this test, because you've got those slot gap separators, which we talked about quite a lot yesterday. There was a big dispute about the legality of them when Mercedes used them, but it's fine now Ferrari are using them. There has been a rule change over the winter, and in my opinion they were always legal in the first place. It was quite clever engineering. So Ferrari just doing a bit of work on the car. It all looks fairly routine. They've got a mechanic bolted in. That's not a new Ferrari young driver or Ferrari Driver Academy signing. As far as I know, they haven't signed him to the Ferrari Driver Academy. That's one of the mechanics, and quite often you put a mechanic in the car, he might cycle through some of the electronic systems, or he might be just I have seen drivers replaced in junior formulae for this role when they're setting up the car with a sack of potatoes or frozen chips or something like that, just to put the weight in the cockpit so they have their car in the right weight distribution window and they're able to do these things. So the mechanic's just in the car. You can see a cable coming in from the right, so there's clearly a bit of work going on. It might be on the brake system. But there's a little bit of discussion going on with the mechanics here with the laptops out. So maybe not quite as routine as we first think. So a little bit of running backwards and forwards amongst the team here, just poring over their laptops on Charles Leclerc's. Well, it's the only Ferrari they're out to use Charles Leclerc's numbers on at the moment. They'll swap it around if Carlos Sainz wants to have a go. They did that earlier in the day. So they're just making a few changes to the car. And then, so let's work along a little bit further along the pit lane, because I do want to get down to Mercedes, because there was big work going on that car a few minutes ago. We're just working forward through the Ferrari garage. We talked about the wheel guns yesterday. I'll come around this side, Bob. And this pit lane here at Bahrain is very long. Big gaps between the garages seem even bigger during testing because each team is only using one car. Now, a lot of teams are building up the second car for the race in the garages at the same time, but they're not allowed to use them at all during the test. If you smash up your car during the test, you won't be allowed to use that. You're not allowed to have a spare car, basically. So now the work on the Mercedes is still ongoing, but it's coming to a conclusion. A little while ago, the hybrid system safety tape, the high voltage tape, was up behind the Mercedes, and everybody had cleared out of the garage. They were doing a legality check on the car as well with the component measuring system that every team is using, and they were doing it on the underside of the car. So I wonder if there was a battery change or certainly a floor change on the car before George Russell was able to get back into the car, which he's now doing. That's a big job. Now, I don't think that's a bit of scheduled work for the Mercedes team, and so they are just having a look at the car, but it looks like it's all bolted back together, and they're certainly bolting George Russell in. I will address at this point a question that comes in all of the time on social media, and people are constantly asking us because it's something you see on every single car. Hopefully Bob can see it. Just above the 63 number on the front of the Mercedes, you see this rectangular section with a semicircle or the top of a planet sticking out of it. Everyone asks, what is that? Well, that's not a sensor or anything like that. That's the 360-degree camera that all cars are fitted with. So you sometimes see the footage from that used in broadcast. So that's what that little blister pack is. And occasionally you'll see them being swapped in and out for battery changes or whatever it is. So they are operated by FOM for all teams, and that's part of the broadcasting package, and one of the few mandatory camera housings that are located in the car. The other two mandatory camera housings you can see are either side of that Petronas logo on the tip of the nose. Now, you can see there's no openings in them on this because there are no onboard cameras on the front of this car because we're in a test. Now we'll go into the Grand Prix. There will be onboard cameras located in these pods and on the roll hoop T camera as well. I think that one does have a camera in at the moment. They're the most visible ones. But sometimes you see other cameras dotted about the car, and I'm always interested to see which different angles the team at Formula One come up with. But let's work down the pit lane a little bit more and start speaking French, because Alpine is the next car in the row. Again, it just feels so far between the cars. Come back next week and this will be absolutely bustling with pit equipment. There'll be noses and spare bodywork laying all over it. There'll be just members of staff and people just wandering around. It's just really a strange feeling at this point. Middle of a test, sun's beginning to set, everybody's doing sort of long distance runs, learning about what they're doing. Here you can see this will be the floor space for Esteban Ocon in a week or so's time. His car will be sat here, but that car hasn't been built yet or hasn't been finished yet. They'll be working on it probably in the back of the garage down at Alpine, and that's why these computer monitors are basically all on, well, the Windows screen and rather than the screensaver, because this side of the garage isn't fully active. Some of the crew may not even have flown out to Bahrain yet. Some of the crew flew out a week ago. So it's always just a little bit, let's wait and see what's going on. In the meantime, car 10, Pierre Gasly, in the Alpine, which is getting increasingly pink. The team's going to run 2 liveries at different points this year. Some will be in blue and pink as you see it, and sometimes to reverse it, have a lot more pink on the car. But you can see here, this is something you don't normally get to see, because Formula One cars are no longer allowed to refuel on the pit lane. They have to do the refueling in a different way, and they can only do it in the garage. And you can see that green drum there. That is a green drum of BP Ultimate fuel being pumped through the refueling rig, which is by the side of the car. So they're going to put some fuel in this Alpine, and then they're going to be sending it back out. And it all comes from these fuel churns that are travelled around the world. Then other typical work you tend to see teams doing at this point, this is all completely routine, are these little red objects which each team make for each car. And you can see, come around here, Bob, you can just see down there, if you have a look at the screen on that little unit here. So what they're doing here is they're measuring the front wing angle of the car. And that's what these little red things that they're mounting to the front wing are all about. The engineers take a look, they try and get the front wing to be exactly what they want, and you can see the little pocket, there you go. And they'll make these for each individual wing specifications, 3D print them, and I guess paint them bright red. So you can see there, little wing adjustment going on here, and then you'll see the wing angle change as the engineer, the mechanic, is raising that front for the upper flap ever so slightly by the look of it. Just try to get the car a little bit more where Pierre Gasly wants it. Or at least the engineers tell Pierre Gasly he wants that a change being made. Spending a lot of time in the garage. McLaren, it's not going well for them as far as I can tell this test. They've spent an awful lot of time with the car sitting in the garage with various bits and pieces missing. The driver's seat's out of the car, in fact, in this case. As you're looking down there, you can see the seat. I'm guessing that will be, well, it's not for Lando Norris, actually. It's Roscoe Piastri's seat there. It's just sitting on the floor. I wonder if they're going to change over driver. Piastri's out of the car, but you can see where his bum would be placed normally, down in the seat, down there on the side. I'm not sure if the McLaren's fitted with a magic sponsor changing logos, but let's keep on working down there, because otherwise we're going to run out of time. We won't get to the other end of the pit lane, which is I want to do before we start talking to Crofty and the team back in the commentary box, because I want to show everybody as much of the cars as possible, because pre-season testing is all about the cars and what's contained on the cameras and things like this. And it's not just the film cameras, it's the still cameras, which we like. And you have to have special permission to use one. You have to get a little sticker on your camera like that to be allowed to use it in the pit lane. I'm lucky enough to have one. So you will see some of these images dotted about in future various places. And Alfa Romeo, they've been quite quiet out on long runs, so we'll skip past them for now. These two boys have been standing out on the pit road basically all afternoon. They must be very hot under those shiny helmets, but we're about to see the green team, the Aston Martin, finally come in. Now, Fernando Alonso's done a lot of endurance racing. He's won the Le Mans 24 Hours. He's done the Dakar Rally. He's done the Indy 500-mile sweepstakes in Indianapolis. And now he seems to be trying to achieve the same in pre-season testing in the Aston Martin AMR 23. He is pounding in the laps. Last time I looked at the screen, which was probably an hour ago, he was over 90 laps. I haven't looked at the screen to see what he's on, but he's probably well over 100 by now. Here comes that Aston Martin. And the big talking point on the car, amongst many people online, and it's very hard to go, look, big backfire from the car. I hope you heard that, because that was quite spectacular. is 110 laps for the Aston Martin team so far with Fernando Alonso. He must be tired, but for the oldest driver in Formula One, he's showing no signs of his fitness abating at all. And now if you have a look down here, this is the bit that everybody wants to have a look at, because it just dips down so deeply and you can see the sculpting shape of the side pods as you get set onto the car. And that shape to me looks really reminiscent of the Ferrari of last season. Now everybody's calling this the Green Bull and saying, oh, it's a Red Bull copy. Nonsense, it's nothing like the Red Bull. You look at that side pod shape, that is straight out of Ferrari's textbook, but it just doesn't have those big cooling louvres. The front suspension is a push rod front suspension, the Red Bull's a pull rod. This car is by no means a copy of the Red Bull. There are inspirations on this car from other cars. I see Mercedes inspirations and I see other details on it. But for me, it's looking like a reliable car. Yesterday, it proved to be quite a quick car, although you have to temper that because it is pre-season testing. You quite often see teams not really performing realistically. However, this car is the one to watch for me at the moment. That doesn't mean it's going to be the front of the pack, but I think their performance is going to be greatly improved over where it was in 2022. Now, when Bob's finished having a very nice look at the front end of this really nicely painted car, and it does have green paint on the top of it, but they are reducing that paint. You can see bare carbon fibre down here. Fully painted F1 car, 6 kilograms in weight, just on the paint. So that's why they're stripping it all off. How much have they saved? Not sure, but Aston Martin, I think, made an effort to save 300 grams on the AMR 22 at one point last year by removing paint from just one panel. And I think probably we'll just work our way along a little bit more. I want to get down to Williams, so we're just going to rattle through the last couple of teams, because Williams has really lit up the timing sheets today, and they've shown a car that looks pretty good in performance terms, and I think could be a little bit of a surprise situation. The Haas team have been going quite well. The car's up on the hijacks with work going on the rear, though. That's not really what you want to see. So that, I don't think, is a rear suspension change. And the way the senior management of the team are hovering around the front brakes as well, that's not ideal. But let's work our way along past AlphaTauri. Now, I think the Williams may actually be out on track at the moment, but we'll still finish up down there because there's the other Williams being built in the garage at the moment. And I would like to say that yesterday I was saying Williams were not really performing as we'd expected, and I wanted to see better from them. Well, they did that today, didn't they? The reason that we're expecting a bit more from Williams is that they've got the biggest wind tunnel and CFD testing, and that gives them a little bit of an advantage in terms of car development. But let's have a look. Oh, this is quite nice. Look, have a look at the screen there. You can just have a look at the data system that the teams are using. So we can have a look at a bit of the data that the AlphaTauri driver, Nick de Vries, will be looking at. Now, he's not watching his favourite Dutch soap. They've turned it away now, so he's probably just watching us live here on pre-season testing as Nick de Vries gets back in the car. But more wing adjustments going on down at AlphaTauri, and this is all fairly standard fare for pre-season testing. You can just see that wing adjustment strip going in there. They're just measuring off what's going on, and you can see how that block's been shaped to suit this specific front wing. Each individual front wing will need its own specific tooling. But on that point, I think I've shown you enough little details up and down this pit lane. For now, I could go on about this and do it all day long, but I'll hand you over to some other people who can talk all evening long, starting with David Croft.
Sam, we're going to listen to you all day long. That was absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much. And a great technical detail. And just showing as well why it's so important to have the garages open during testing. Do you remember the days when we used to come to testing and the garage doors were shut and we couldn't see what was going on?
Yeah.
Well, as fans, we do want to see it. Hi, Anthony Davidson and David Croft in the commentary box. Sam Collins, that was mega. Anthony Davidson, where do you want to start with the golden hour of testing on day 2?
Well, let's start with the lights getting lower. The cars are nice and shiny out there. Things looking nice and sparkly.
Yeah. Things at this time of night do look very sparkly. Things change under the lights, don't they?
They can.
Your appearance, for instance, I'm liking it.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you're just wearing it because it's cold.
Yeah, it's a bit cold in here.
Back to the action.
I'm not doing Vegas this year. Feeling a bit left out.
Do you want an invite to Vegas?
I think I'm busy, actually.
I'll get a twin room and come to
actually
Vegas.
quite comfortable.
It's a very comfy jacket, isn't it? I really like it. That is, that's going around the world with me, that is.
I'll give it back at some point, I promise.
The Vegas people are here, and there's a lot of chat about the things they're going to do for the first race in November, the penultimate round of the season. They have got some big plans.
I bet.
I can't say too much at the moment. Sworn to secrecy. But I think it's going to be a race like no other. He said, but I did say what we do want some details about is the track. What's it going to be like? You know, what's the speeds? What's the cornering speed? You know, how fast are the lap times all predicted? That information is coming soon.
Excellent.
Because we are there for the racing.
I've got a feeling it's going to be on the higher speed side of street tracks.
Yeah.
You know, more kind of like Baku length straights.
Oh, Baku
but with maybe Jeddah style cornering.
Yeah.
That's what I'm kind of just building that picture. That's what I would hope it to be anyway. And
I mean,
yeah,
Formula One
it's
cars.
going to be a show.
Formula One cars racing down Frank Sinatra Boulevard, which is the official name of the strip. Frank Sinatra Boulevard. You imagine George Russell as he hurtles past the Bellagio with the fountains going off in the background. I mean, I say hurtles. I hope he's hurtling. It's a good word, hurtling.
Well, has he been hurtling today, though, Crofty?
Good point.
He's down there in P12 at the moment. His teammate sits in P14. And I know that Sam was saying that it hasn't really been a great test so far for the likes of McLaren. I haven't seen much speed from this car that we're riding on board with now either. But look, it's still relatively early days. I think in this session now, we're going to see teams focusing on exactly this here at the Ferrari garage, and the new tyres on the car get wheeled out by hand just to help it on its way. Comes Charles Leclerc. But yeah, this is the session where we're going to see a few more lap times, maybe the leaderboard changing at the moment. Verstappen leads Hulkenberg, Sainz, Sargent. Yeah, Charles Leclerc himself is in P5.
Conditions are good for some faster lap times as well. The wind is not as strong as it was last night.
No, and a slightly different direction as well. I did find my favourite windsock, or wind cone as it's also called, on the way here up to the commentary box. And a bit of a different direction, like you say. Not the breeze is less gusty than it was this time yesterday. So, and there's more rubber on the track. So it will be a faster circuit right now than it was this time yesterday.
1:31.6. Max Verstappen has completed 18 laps, as you can see, is the fastest time of the day from Nico Hulkenberg with a 1:32.4. Hulkenberg taking over from his teammate Kevin Magnussen, who did the morning session after completing 67 laps. Verstappen taking over from Sergio Perez, who did 76 laps. Here then comes George Russell down to turn 1. Little bit of a headwind into turn 1, which helps your stopping distance. And then it's all about getting a really nice smooth exit out of turn 2 and into 3 to carry all the way towards the hairpin.
Yeah, he's on more of a race run here. No DRS, and I could just see the rear lights flashing away as the car's in harvest mode on the way towards the apex of 4. Now towards turn 6. You have to be patient in that corner to open up turn 7, and that's where you want to be applying more throttle through turn 7. And now into turn 8. One of the tightest corners on the track before you go up and over this brow of the hill. You see just that's a great shot. So you see the car come towards you, a little bump for good measure before you just swing it round and slow it down and turn at the same time and tighten the apex into turn 10. You're looking really for steady braking and good rotation in the car to help pivot the car and get it in a straight line for the exit. Into 11, a faster corner. It's a medium speed corner taken in 4th gear. You see the speed on your right-hand side of your screen, climbing. As you go through the elevation of turn 12, slow it down again for turn 13. That's more of a medium speed corner taken in 3rd gear, and then up through the gears once more. 7th or 8th gear, depending on which kind of harvest mode you're running, what engine power you have in the car. Usually it'll be hanging on to 7th gear before that final couple of corners, 14, 15, takes you back onto the main straight. You want to avoid the curb on the exit especially when you're still cornering in turn 15. It can drag the car out of line, as we saw with Fernando Alonso this time yesterday.
The rear grip seems to be Mercedes' issue, and that's what we've been seeing in terms of struggles for this day and maybe a bit of yesterday as well.
But look at the rear end of the floor there, so much higher than it was last year at any point.
Yeah.
And that's why we're seeing better ride quality from the car.
But is that affecting the rear grip as well?
I think it's probably more that the car was just out of the window in terms of its balance earlier on. They're not alone in this. I saw lots of other cars. I saw the Aston Martin we've been kind of raving about all week so far. That was struggling as well on the long run through turn 11, as Leclerc's just been. And I think the Williams as well struggling with the rear end and traction. So they're not alone in that respect. It's just that we've spoken to Toto Wolff, he mentioned it, and then suddenly it becomes a big headline because it's Mercedes, it's a big team. But I'm seeing other teams definitely having the same issues. But you can work on that. You can take away a bit of mechanical grip from the front end of the car. You can take a bit of aerodynamic grip away from the front of the car by just taking away a bit of front wing. There's lots you can do to the car to help it out and save the rear tyres. And it's all just a learning process.
Right. I've just brought in, come on in, everybody. I've just brought in a little present just for you. That is your very own Vegas jacket. I'm going to put my jacket back on because it would be wrong to keep the sparkles all for myself. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see sartorial elegance in its finest, this is the smallest jacket we can find for you as well, which might be just a little bit big.
I don't mind.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that.
I'm in your club now, Crofty. Hey. I've been imitating you all week.
You've done the commentary.
And it's another step closer.
To what?
To being you, mate.
Oh, baby. I love you. Yeah, that's your jacket. Isn't it great?
Thank you so much.
Jocelyn has come over with your present for today.
It's like Christmas has come round again. Yeah. Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much.
Can I talk about all the exciting things
my kids will be jealous.
You're doing in Vegas, or am I still sworn to secrecy?
If we can hold it for a second.
If we could just hold it for a second. Oh. I'm bursting with excitement about what's going to be happening, to be honest. There's going to be a race as well at some stage, and the race is going to be epic. But, yeah, we'll bring you all the flavour, the full flavour of the Vegas Medicine Cabinet, ladies and gentlemen, is coming your way. But I did mention that people up and down the paddock have been trying on their Vegas jackets today. They've been receiving them, and one man did do like the full Elvis. That man was Gunther Steiner. He is with Laura Winter now.
Excellent.
Laura.
Not quite with me yet, and I'm still waiting to find my Vegas jacket as well, Crofty. I'm yet to find it. But here, with the grand entrance, I am now going to welcome, we need some sort of music or something, Mr. Gunther Steiner.
Look at that, baby. Vegas, baby.
Wow. Vegas, baby, indeed. Crofty is delighted. What do you make of the jacket?
No, what I make of the jacket of Crofty, I was told Crofty can wear it, so I said, I mean, how did he wear it? How did he get into it?
With style. How did I get into it?
No, with Crofty always, you know, because he gave me a hard time yesterday, so I have to give him something back, you know, so Crofty, this is for you, you know, I wear it nicely.
I will leave that between you two boys to work out off air, that's fine. Oh, we've got a, okay, there we are. He's getting
yeah.
all about the sponsors, get the sponsors out. Gunther, hi. It's brilliant to see you. Here we are for the 2023 season. How are you feeling ahead of this one? And the cars both look decent out there. They look reliable. They're up the timing sheets as well.
Yeah, it's difficult to say where we are. I mean, the most important thing is being reliable. Oh, fingers crossed, I've got one more day to go tomorrow, but today was flawless, so very good. Obviously, we try different things. Everybody's trying different things. So where we stuck up, we don't know really. Will be very tight this year, in my opinion. You know, tighter than ever, but which is good for the sport. Hopefully, we can get out on top of it. But up to now, also with Nico fitting in very well. So far, so good.
When I spoke to Kevin earlier, he seemed very keen to start to put some pressure down, to start to lean into it and get some of the performance running out of the car. I bet you guys are itching to see what it's capable of.
Absolutely. You know, you always do it as much as you say, we test just to get the reliability right and to find out what changes in the setup of the car do. In the end, you want the speed. But I think the speed we will find, or I think in general, the speed of all the cars we will just find out next week on Saturday. Because because as I said, it's so tight. I think 5 kilos or 10 kilos of fuel difference will be the difference between P8 and P20.
As resplendent as you look and as great as it is to hear from you, I've heard there is a red flag. George Russell has stopped out on track. So Gunther for now, au revoir, and Crofty, back to you.
Laura, apologies, Laura, that we had to cut Gunther short there. But there is the sight of George Russell stood by the side of the track after his Mercedes car ground to a halt amidst all the jollity today. There's a serious test going on, and this is a seriously bad time for any team to have issues on the track and to lose track time because, well, conditions that much better for more representative night race running than they were during the heat of the day. The track temperature has obviously come down a little bit to 24 degrees.
Let's have a listen. Yeah, so there's a message that popped up on his dash, and I'm pretty sure it said something about the hydraulics. It would make sense that he's stuck in 4th gear as well. As soon as he was told on the radio, obviously, yeah, because the hydraulics controls all of the gear shift mechanism as well in the car, along with the power steering, and yeah, look, he's fighting with the steering as well. I think we're looking at a hydraulic issue there. So
and
now
it
it's
went into anti-stop.
Yeah, because he's still in 4th. So yeah, he had no clutch. That's also controlled by hydraulics. So I'd say hydraulic issue there on the Mercedes.
Hour and 34 to go of the session. Hydraulic issue. That's going to be a struggle to get fixed.
And it's got, sorry, it's got the green light on the top of the car as well. So not a hybrid issue. He didn't really do the, as we used to call, the KERS jump, where you clear yourself and the car at the same time. He looked a bit more relaxed than that and getting out the car. So yeah, I'd say not a hybrid issue on the car, nothing to do with the electrics, it's more hydraulics. And is there any oil spilling out the bottom of the car, which would be the hydraulic fluid? I haven't seen anything yet, but yeah, the team and himself were quick to react on that one. And I'd say all the systems were doing what they should have been in terms of the warning, so that message on the dash, wish I could see it again, but it was a little bit blurry on our screen. Oh dear.
I'm going to say hour 34. By the time they get it back again, are they going to be able to fix that to get the Mercedes back on the track once more to give George Russell a bit more time in the car? That's concerned faces, as you would expect in that Mercedes garage. Simon Cole's there, the chief engineer, the man in charge. Reliability is his thing, and what a good job Mercedes have done with the reliability over this hybrid era.
Let's see. So see if you can give this a read as well. Is it at an angle when it happens? Yeah.
It was a little flicker, wasn't there, before he changed from 3rd up to 4th.
I did see the message. Maybe it came in around this next corner in turn 4. Through that, I thought it happened around 1 and 2. Oh, there we go. Hydraulic failure. It is, isn't it? Yeah.
See, that's the best thing about nighttime racing. We get to see all the displays on the dashboard. So just as he was in turn 4, hydraulic failure pops up on the dash, and that's why you see no gear changes whatsoever, and he's stuck in 4th gear all the way down to just beyond turn 10, when finally it comes to a grinding halt because he hasn't got the momentum, he hasn't got the speed.
Well, you know the protocol as a driver, when you have a hydraulic issue, you don't change gear. And this is the bit where he tries to turn into turn 9 and 10, where the steering clearly gets a bit heavier for him.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, finally, the revs die and grinds to a halt. And the clutch, it's got no clutch, so it Yeah, completely stalls the engine.
And then there is silence.
Well, the anti-stall actually tried to kick in. That's when the automated clutch mechanism kicks in when it feels the engine revs go too low.
Yeah.
And that didn't even work.
Could he have gone a lot wider to try and take more speed through to try and get that car?
Et il semblerait qu'il y ait un problème avec une Mercedes là. Le moteur. Salut Flo et Bakary.
C'est la dernière heure et demie de cette deuxième journée de test de pré-saison sur le circuit de Bahreïn en Formule 1. Bien sûr, bonjour à toutes et à tous, rebonjour si vous étiez avec nous ce matin. Loïc, je vous ouvre le micro parce que visiblement ce n'était pas le cas. Loïc, merci. Bonjour.
Bonjour à tous.
Vous étiez évidemment aussi avec nous ce matin pour suivre cette première matinée de ce vendredi et vous voyez les images en direct sur le côté droit de l'écran avec un George Russell à pied. Ça vient de se passer, c'est le drapeau rouge sur le circuit de Sakir parce que tout simplement, Loïc, la Mercedes du pilote britannique
26 tours, il a fait
été
seulement.
arrêté sur le bord de la piste.
En effet, à la sortie du virage 3 sur la reprise des gaz, alors on a vu s'afficher l'alarme sur le volant. Je suis pas bien sûr, j'ai cru voir hydraulique, mais je suis pas complètement sûr, donc on reverra peut-être les images un peu plus tard. Mais en effet, une mauvaise nouvelle pour Mercedes. Il y a déjà pas beaucoup de roulage ici à Sakir, donc perdre du temps comme ça sur probablement un problème mécanique et on ne sait pas s'il va pouvoir repartir, ça reste négatif pour l'équipe.
Donc on revoit cette image de George Russell qui sort de sa monoplace et justement on va regarder la caméra embarquée au moment
problème de fiabilité.
où cette Mercedes a connu cette
journée compliquée pour l'équipe
depuis le début de ces tests de pré-saison. Le précédent c'était hier matin seulement avec Felipe Drugovich et l'Aston Martin, donc c'est quand même assez rare depuis hier. Voilà la on-board de George Russell.
Oui, donc voilà, 6e rapport et malheureusement je suis un petit peu loin de l'écran mais on voit l'information, on voit tout de suite l'alarme qui se met en route. Il change de mapping directement et il arrive à continuer à rouler mais il a dû quand même s'arrêter par la suite. Il a sûrement eu l'information radio, les ingénieurs lui ont sûrement posé la question, enfin demandé en tout cas de s'arrêter pour être sûr de ne pas endommager la voiture.
Donc c'est toujours le drapeau rouge. Évidemment ça prend un petit peu de temps parce que la voiture va être bâchée, vous allez le voir dans quelques instants sur le circuit pour en cacher le maximum pour les regards, nos regards et pourquoi pas ceux des autres équipes. Et puis ensuite eh bien, elle va être évacuée de la piste. Petit contretemps tout de même pour Mercedes. Bon, c'est des choses qui se voient assez régulièrement sur des essais de pré-saison. Et tiens, Julien Febvreau qui sera évidemment avec nous encore une fois toute l'après-midi pour nous faire vivre depuis la voie des stands cette séance. Et devant chez Mercedes, Julien.
Oui, absolument, Antoine. Bonjour à vous et à Loïc. Alors j'ai des lunettes maintenant, Loïc, donc je vois encore mieux sur les écrans. Vous y viendrez un jour, vous verrez. Il y avait écrit hydraulic failure sur le volant, donc problème hydraulique, panne hydraulique sur la voiture de George Russell. Voilà le message qui s'est affiché très rapidement. Évidemment, George Russell a agi en conséquence, levant le pied, arrêtant même sa voiture sur le bord de la piste. Les ingénieurs lui ont demandé de couper immédiatement le moteur. Problème hydraulique, ce sont effectivement des choses qui peuvent arriver, qu'il vaut mieux connaître en termes de problèmes avant que la saison ne débute. Quelques minutes auparavant, c'est Red Bull qui a eu une petite alerte sur le moteur de Max Verstappen dans un programme qui se déroule de manière idyllique jusqu'ici. Petit problème de pression d'huile sur le moteur Honda, on ne sait plus comment l'appeler ici, il faut le rebaptiser Honda Red Bull Powertrain, mais en tout cas le moteur de la Red Bull qui a eu un petit souci mineur, mais évidemment on commence à augmenter la puissance, on commence à augmenter le rendement et viennent avec ces rendements plus élevés bien quelques soucis. Ça sert aussi à cela les tests.
petit contretemps donc pour George Russell et pour Mercedes. George Russell qui va rentrer lui aussi à son stand, et bien vu Loïc, parce que Julien vous chambre, mais vous aviez vu quand même vraiment quand on l'a vu sur le direct tout à l'heure,
je l'ai deviné,
il y avait ce problème hydraulique qui s'est affiché sur le volant du pilote britannique qui va donc pouvoir rentrer au stand. Juste, je vais vous donner les pilotes qui roulent cet après-midi parce que c'est Max Verstappen chez Red Bull qui a repris la place de Sergio Pérez pour cette nouvelle demi-journée. Chez Ferrari, c'est Charles Leclerc qui est au volant. Mercedes, évidemment, on l'a vu, c'est George Russell. Chez Alpine, c'est Pierre Gasly. Désormais, Oscar Piastri roule pour McLaren. C'est toujours Guan Yu Zhou chez Alfa Romeo. Fernando Alonso continue également chez Aston Martin, comme c'était le cas ce matin. En revanche, Nico Hülkenberg a pris la place de Magnussen avec Haas. Et c'est Nick De Vries chez Alfa Tauri. Et Logan Sargent, lui aussi, continue chez Williams. Donc il y a quelques pilotes qui font une journée complète alors qu'elle est en train d'évacuer tranquillement la monoplace.
Et du coup, la vraie question, c'est cette équité entre pilotes. Quand on voit un Fernando Alonso qui va du coup avoir fait une séance et demie sur les deux possibles, ou un Max Verstappen également une séance et demie sur les deux possibles, est-ce que ça veut dire que demain il ne roule pas du tout, ou est-ce que ça veut dire qu'ils auront tout simplement plus de temps de roulage que leurs équipiers? Voilà, c'est pas forcément équitable, mais ce sera une réflexion à avoir demain après les deux séances d'essai.
Alors ce qui est prévu pour l'instant du côté de chez Red Bull, c'est que Sergio Pérez roulerait. Après ça peut changer, ils peuvent dire un petit peu plus tard à leurs pilotes, mais pour l'instant il est prévu que demain Sergio Pérez roule effectivement toute la journée. Mais par exemple, si je me fie à ce qui avait été communiqué au début de ces tests par Red Bull, eh bien on avait Sergio Pérez pour cet après-midi. Vous voyez que ça peut évidemment changer, mais pour l'instant, c'est le pilote mexicain qui est prévu pour demain. Il y a chez Aston Martin aussi, où on attend toujours un petit peu le dernier moment avant de savoir qui est dans la voiture. Là, c'est Fernando Alonso qui continue. Il était déjà ce matin, et il faut savoir qu'il va continuer aussi demain matin. Mais demain, par contre, la journée sera divisée en deux. On reverra Felipe Drugovich l'après-midi et Fernando Alonso le matin, mais ça veut dire que l'Espagnol va quand même plus rouler que Drugovich au total.
Oui, alors est-ce que ça veut dire aussi qu'on a le sentiment que Drugovich ne sera pas là pour la première course et que Lance Stroll sera de nouveau de retour? Parce que à ce moment-là, ça pourrait avoir du sens de mettre un de vos pilotes titulaires dans la voiture, en l'occurrence Fernando Alonso, si Drugovich était amené à ne pas rouler au premier week-end de course. Par contre, si on pense que Lance Stroll est pas forcément apte pour rouler, à ce moment-là, Drugovich, il a quand même besoin de roulage.
Beaucoup de mystères autour de Lance Stroll et de sa blessure. Toto Wolff qui est dans son garage. On voit Lewis Hamilton à ses côtés. Évidemment, il regarde de manière très précise ce qu'il se passe sur la monoplace de George Russell. On va écouter justement le patron de Mercedes, Toto Wolff, qui était tout à l'heure, avant évidemment ce souci hydraulique sur cette voiture, qui était au micro de Julien Febron.
Toto, on est heureux de vous retrouver ici à Bahrein à quelques jours du premier Grand Prix pendant ces tests. Est-ce que c'est juste de dire que c'est beaucoup de stress avant que ça commence et on espère un petit peu moins une fois que les 3 jours sont passés? Comment vous vivez ces journées?
Les journées pour nous c'est un peu plus difficile. On essaye de trouver une bonne balance dans la voiture, ce qu'on n'a pas encore fait. Et pour cela, il faut comprendre vite parce que la saison commence la semaine prochaine.
Les gens observent cette voiture. Et si on ne connaît pas très bien la Formule 1, on se dit elle ressemble beaucoup pour les pontons à celle de l'an dernier. Finalement, ils n'ont pas changé la voiture. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous expliquer qu'en fait, c'est pas tout à fait ça?
Oui, naturellement, ce que l'on voit, c'est les pontons et l'extérieur, mais ce n'est pas le plus grand aspect de la performance. Je crois qu'il s'agit du poids et où on le met, des suspensions, tout ce qui est appui mécanique. Et pour cela, on est en train de développer dans une autre direction, sans que l'on change le concept, mais peut-être on verra des poteaux un peu plus différents dans quelques autres. Il s'agit d'extérieur.
Vous expliquez les pontons vers cette voiture.
Pour cela, il faut comprendre vite. Les jours.
Et on espère c'est
Toto. Voiture qui était au micro de Julien Febron.
Toto, on est heureux de vous retrouver ici à Bahrein à quelques jours du premier Grand Prix pendant ces tests. Est-ce que c'est juste de dire que c'est beaucoup de stress avant que ça commence et on espère un petit peu moins une fois que les 3 jours sont passés? Comment vous vivez ces journées?
Les journées pour nous c'est un peu plus difficile. On essaye de trouver une bonne balance dans la voiture, ce qu'on n'a pas encore fait. Et pour cela, il faut comprendre vite parce que la saison commence la semaine prochaine.
Les gens observent cette voiture. Et si on ne connaît pas très bien la Formule 1, on se dit elle ressemble beaucoup pour les pontons à celle de l'an dernier. Finalement, ils n'ont pas changé la voiture. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous expliquer qu'en fait, c'est pas tout à fait ça?
Oui, naturellement, ce que l'on voit, c'est les potons et l'extérieur, mais ce n'est pas le plus grand aspect de la performance. Je crois qu'il s'agit du poids et où on le met, des suspensions, tout ce qui est appui mécanique. Et pour cela, on est en train de développer dans une autre direction, sans que l'on change le concept, mais peut-être on verra des poteaux un peu plus différents dans quelques courses.
Toto, la question que tout le monde se pose, c'est que...
où on avait des leçons dures, et je crois que c'est mieux de s'en rendre compte en regardant la voiture que c'est difficile à gagner dans l'autre. Il faut la regarder ou continuer à se développer.
Prêt à la regarder,
mais il faut continuer à se développer.
Un mot sur Lewis.
Gagner dans l'autre. Il faut la regarder.
Cette voiture, il faut 22. À quel point alors
où ça va finir. Et Enzo qui a 41 ans, il y a beaucoup à faire. Pour un titre.
Mais qu'est-ce qui le motive
à se développer il fallait comprendre.
Et se souvenir. Vie de votre équipe cette année 2000.
On se compte d'année.
Mercedes et les.
Enzo qui a 41 ans, mais définitivement il a 38 ans. Enzo qui a 41 ans, il y a beaucoup à faire encore.
Combien de temps encore entre Mercedes et Lewis Hamilton, entre Lewis Hamilton et Mercedes?
On espère beaucoup d'années.
Et dans pas longtemps, une annonce?
Oui, en ce moment, on se concentre sur le développement de la voiture.
Une dernière question sur George Russell. Il a beaucoup appris à vos côtés, il a beaucoup appris ces dernières années. À quel point cette année peut être une année de George Russell?
Il continue à vraiment se développer et devenir mature en termes de personnage. Très bien de voir ça. Et aussi, il est tellement rationnel et intelligent en termes de développement de la voiture. En tout, un jeune pilote très fort.
Merci Toto.
C'est vrai que George Russell a marqué la saison dernière, il a battu Lewis Hamilton. Des pilotes qui ont battu Lewis Hamilton dans sa carrière, il n'y en a pas eu beaucoup. Hein. Donc bravo à George Russell, et c'est vrai que Mercedes peut vraiment compter sur lui. Il n'y a que Button qui l'avait battu, c'était en 2011 avec McLaren, et Rosberg en 2016. Donc ils sont peu nombreux, et donc désormais George Russell.
Très bon duo, c'est toujours plus dur de confirmer. Alors Russell est arrivé chez Mercedes dans une équipe qu'il connaissait quand même déjà un petit peu, mais c'est vrai, pas comme rookie, mais comme jeune, accompagnant le grand Lewis Hamilton. Et puis c'est vrai qu'il a fait forte impression. Par contre maintenant, il peut plus se cacher derrière quoi que ce soit. On sait qui il est, et c'est là que c'est un peu plus difficile pour un pilote, c'est de confirmer lorsqu'on a fait une très bonne saison comme il a pu faire la saison dernière.
On vous rappelle, si vous nous rejoignez sur Canal Plus Sport sur cette dernière heure 18 de test à Bahrein, test de pré-saison, la voiture que vous avez vue, c'est donc la Mercedes, alors que Valtteri Bottas, lui, qui ne roule pas aujourd'hui, c'est Guan Yu Zhou, le pilote chinois, qui est dans la voiture, et il va voir son nouveau patron dans l'équipe, qui était déjà présent, mais qui a pris des responsabilités. On l'avait entendu ce matin au micro de
Mercedes remorquée au garage. Magnifique.
Sur la voiture qui est en train d'être évacuée, ça y est, de George Russell et Julien Febvreau. Vous allez peut-être voir le pilote arriver. Il est sûrement déjà arrivé d'ailleurs dans son stand.
Alors pas du tout, parce que George Russell a décidé de lui-même conduire la dépanneuse. Non, je plaisante. La nouvelle moins réjouissante, c'est que ce problème hydraulique va contraindre l'écurie Mercedes à démonter le fond plat. Et vous le savez, c'est une pièce imposante.
Je coupe l'image de petites minutes, je bricole sur mon PC. De toute façon, bon, à part écouter, il n'y a rien d'autre à faire. C'est drapeau rouge de toute façon.
Ce soir était très très faible, pour ne pas dire inexistant. Semble qu'on s'oriente chez Mercedes vers une fin de journée. Et maintenant, eh bien, le travail de démontage de cette voiture et surtout de compréhension de ce problème hydraulique, parce que c'est pas Loïc qui me contredira, l'hydraulique ça couvre tellement de zones de la voiture que d'aller trouver la fuite quelque part, eh bien, ça peut prendre un peu de temps, c'est sûr.
Et voilà, on vous a vu
une dernière heure et demie foutue pour Mercedes.
International à droite, regardez comme il est beau Julien, qui est encore bien en place, et évidemment sur la gauche, mais l'information la plus importante, c'est évidemment ce que vous venez de nous dire. Donc Mercedes, a priori fin de journée pour eux, ça c'est quand même une bien mauvaise nouvelle d'avoir un souci aussi important.
Ouais, mauvaise nouvelle, on voit qu'il fait plus frais hein, quand même. Julien a sorti la veste par rapport au t-shirt de l'après-midi, mais une mauvaise nouvelle parce que pour le moment, comme le disait Total Wolff un petit peu plus tôt, alors oui, hier les pilotes étaient assez satisfaits parce que moins de bouncing, proposing, ou ce qu'on dit donc en français le marsouinage. Donc là on avait cette voiture qui pompait beaucoup l'année dernière et c'était clairement moins présent hier, donc ça plutôt positif parce que c'était un vrai souci. Par contre on n'a pas vu de très grande performance hier. Ce matin Lewis Hamilton n'était pas très performant non plus. On a pu voir que la balance de l'auto était très survireuse, que ce soit sur les phases d'entrée des virages ou au niveau motricité en traction. Comme le disait Total Wolff, il n'était pas ravi vraiment de cette matinée, même si encore une fois il faut faire très attention, prendre avec des pincettes. On est à Bahreïn sur un circuit où il y a énormément de dégradation de pneus. Il roulait en fin de matinée, début d'après-midi où il fait très très chaud, donc c'est pas une surface qu'ils auront lors de la course, la première course de la saison. Et voilà, mais ça reste dans l'ensemble plutôt négatif parce que la performance de la Mercedes n'a pas été exceptionnelle jusqu'à présent, et c'est la vraie voiture, la vraie première voiture à rencontrer un vrai souci mécanique où malheureusement ils vont pas pouvoir repartir.
Évidemment, là ça va être très difficile pour eux. Enfin, en tout cas c'est du temps, sachant qu'il y a peu de tests maintenant, avec 3 jours seulement. Rater une demi-journée, c'est déjà beaucoup pour l'équipe, d'autant plus que...
Ouais, il rate pas une demi-journée entière, on va dire qu'il rate
pour Red Bull et Max Verstappen,
la moitié d'une demi-journée, quoi.
Petit alerte dont nous a parlé Julien tout à l'heure, c'est lui qui pour l'instant est le plus rapide, le néerlandais, 1:31.650, un chrono qu'il a fait en début d'après-midi tout à l'heure. Il se rapproche d'ailleurs du record du circuit qui date de 2005 et qui est celui de Pedro de la Rosa en 1:31.447. On verra si ce record est battu. En tout cas, on voit la monoplace de Russell qui retourne vers les stands sur la dépanneuse. Une mauvaise nouvelle, cette équipe Mercedes qui a perdu son directeur de la stratégie, James Wolff, qui est parti chez Williams. On en a parlé depuis le début de ce week-end, qui est le nouveau directeur de cette équipe Williams. Alors ça n'a pas embêté Toto Wolff, parce que c'est vrai qu'il y a quand même des partenariats entre Williams et Mercedes. On va écouter justement George Russell, le malheureux à l'instant George Russell, qui nous parle de ce départ de l'équipe de James Wolff vers l'écurie Williams.
James is incredibly talented engineer, and on a
James est un ingénieur très talentueux. Personnellement, je suis très heureux de le voir avoir un rôle très important chez Williams. Il le mérite vraiment. Il nous a laissé dans une situation très positive. Il avait déjà commencé à déléguer au niveau de la stratégie à d'autres membres de l'équipe. Il était plus dans un rôle de manager l'an dernier. Et en ce qui concerne la performance en piste, ce changement ne devrait pas être trop pénalisant.
Espérons.
Explique George Russell. Mais c'est vrai que c'est quand même un départ important pour l'équipe Mercedes.
Oui, c'est des éléments forts comme ça. Il faut dans la structure, il faut voir comment on les remplace aussi. Alors, j'imagine que, enfin, il y a toujours un laps de temps. Ils ont des délais avant de partir, etc. Donc, on a le temps de mettre les choses en place. Mais c'est toujours dur de perdre un élément parce qu'on sait ce qu'on perd, on ne sait pas forcément ce qu'on gagne. Et donc, il faut réussir à recentrer l'équipe et puis remobiliser tout le monde et donner de nouvelles responsabilités à de nouvelles personnes. Donc voilà, avant que tout le monde se mette en place, ça peut des fois prendre un petit peu de temps.
Et le malheur des uns fait le bonheur des autres, évidemment. Là, on va écouter maintenant un pilote Williams, pas Logan Sargent qui est dans la voiture, mais son coéquipier Alexander Albon, qui nous parle justement de l'arrivée
Osef
de l'équipe de
Williams.
Yeah, he's clearly got a lot of experience. He's been at Mercedes for 20
Il a beaucoup d'expérience. Il a passé environ 20 ans chez Mercedes.
Hülkenberg P2 du coup. Alors, il était en tendre, on précise quand même, en rouge.
On arrive à avoir beaucoup d'informations et de connaissances accumulées pendant pas mal d'années. Pour lui, ça doit être encore plus le cas. Il doit gérer des choses que je ne maîtrise pas du tout en tant que pilote. Et ça fait plaisir de le voir arriver dans l'équipe. On voit qu'il ne vise pas simplement des résultats sur le long terme. Il veut nous faire progresser sur le court terme. Il va passer sur des petits éléments qui nous feront gagner quelques dixièmes, évidemment en se basant sur ce qu'il a appris chez Mercedes. C'est une bonne arrivée pour Williams. On verra si ça permet d'avoir un niveau un petit peu plus important. Williams qui a été l'équipe la plus faible l'année dernière, qui a terminé la saison avec 8 petits points seulement.
Oui, mais ils ont montré quand même de jolies choses et il y a forcément une phase de progression. Il y a un gros savoir-faire quand même dans cette équipe. Donc on peut espérer les voir remonter au classement.
3 fois dans les points pour cette équipe Williams, 4 fois même, parce qu'il faut rajouter Nick De Vries, et même 5 fois, pardon, c'est 3 fois pour Alexander Albon, je vais y arriver, 1 fois pour Nicolas Latifi, et donc Nick De Vries qui avait pris le volant à Monza, et bien avait également terminé 9e, donc dans les points, donc 5 fois dans les points, dans le top 10 la saison dernière pour Williams. Chez McLaren, c'est Oscar Piastri qui est arrivé. Alors, caméra embarquée dans sa MCL 60.
On est heureux de vous retrouver ici à...
Et on voit quand même des voitures qui sont beaucoup plus calmes sur les phases d'accélération, qui ont des meilleures motricités par rapport à ce qu'on avait en fin de matinée. Les températures, c'est... pour le dire, c'est le jour et la nuit entre ce matin et fin de journée à Bahrein. Et ça aide beaucoup le support pneumatique parce que les pneus ne sont pas saturés au niveau température. Et là, on voit clairement qu'il y a une bien meilleure motricité en règle générale sur toutes les voitures.
Pilote australien de 21 ans chez McLaren qui a fait dans les catégories inférieures un très très bon travail qui a été impressionnant. On attend beaucoup de ce jeune pilote managé par Mark Webber qui a été en 2019 champion de Formule Renault Eurocup, en 2020 champion de F3, en 2021 champion de F2. En 3 ans, il a tout gagné. L'année dernière, il était pilote réserve chez Alpine. Et on connaît tout l'imbroglio autour de son arrivée chez McLaren, qu'il a volé à Alpine, qui était à ce moment-là qui espérait en tout cas conserver Fernando Alonso pour cette saison. Et ce qui a poussé Oscar Piastri à partir. Bah justement, voilà, on parlait d'Alpine. Là, c'est Pierre Gasly qui est dans la voiture.
Voilà, avec une auto qui est relativement basse, hein, qui touche un peu. On a pu voir quelques étincelles. Ça tape beaucoup moins que la saison dernière. Et ce matin, on a vu une voiture avec Esteban Ocon qui semblait très incisive, très perturbée sur les bosses. Beaucoup de mouvements assez durs sur les bosses. On va voir là pendant l'après-midi et fin de journée si le comportement de la voiture est un peu meilleur.
On écoutera dans peu de temps Esteban Ocon justement revenir sur sa matinée. Là on profite de ces images dans la voiture de Pierre Gasly. On voit évidemment les yeux du pilote avec la nuit qui est tombée, éclairée par les projecteurs, et vous voyez sur les images canal à gauche bien la Mercedes de George Russell qui est en train de revenir dans la voie des stands. On sait que la soirée est compromise, voire foutue pour Mercedes, et on va retrouver Julien Febvre qui est à côté de cette monoplace.
Oui, effectivement, retour dans la zone à côté du paddock, entre le paddock et la voie des stands. Et d'ici quelques instants, eh bien, ils vont décharger cette voiture. Vous le savez, hein, quand une voiture est dépannée, la crainte permanente des écuries, c'est que l'on voit trop facilement sous la voiture. Les bâches aujourd'hui réussissent à englober l'intégralité de la monoplace parce que les écuries, particulièrement en début de saison, vous l'imaginez bien, n'apprécient pas du tout lorsque l'on arrive à voir le dessous des monoplaces, et particulièrement également avec les nouvelles philosophies de voitures 2022, donc 2023, parce que bien la plupart de l'appui aérodynamique généré par ces monoplaces vient du fond plat, vient du diffuseur, et donc les canaux d'air créés sous la monoplace sur ces fameux planchers, ces fonds plats, eh bien sont des zones extrêmement sensibles. C'est presque du secret défense, et pourtant avec les yeux et la caméra à l'objectif perçant d'Alfred Ray, eh bien on va essayer de voir le maximum de choses, mais je pense qu'ils ont réussi à la bâcher intégralement cette monoplace. L'homme en blanc que vous apercevez sur cette image, eh bien c'est l'un des responsables de l'écurie qui s'est assuré que ces mécaniciens avaient le droit de venir jusqu'à l'entrée de la voie des stands, parce que eh bien même si nous sommes en essais hivernaux, il faut respecter
toutes les réglementations, notamment en matière de sécurité bien sûr, sur ces essais hivernaux comme on le ferait sur un week-end de course. Donc là, il s'agit maintenant aussi de ne pas trop laisser apparaître au moment de soulever la voiture son équilibre. Alors tout dépend aussi de la charge dans les réservoirs, mais c'est vrai qu'une voiture soulevée du sol, si on voit qu'elle bascule beaucoup vers l'arrière ou simplement un peu, puisqu'il y a quand même plus de chances qu'elle bascule vers l'arrière vu la position des éléments moteurs, mais pareil, les écuries n'aiment pas trop au moment de soulever les monoplaces qu'on puisse anticiper, voir l'équilibre avant-arrière sans avoir évidemment de chiffres précis.
J'ai peur que si vous vous approchiez trop près de cette monoplace pour la filmer, vous vous fassiez bâcher. Vous aussi, Julien, on verra ça. En tout cas, on continue de suivre évidemment ces images. Canal sur la gauche du retour de cette monoplace qu'on est en train de descendre de la dépanneuse. Et vous voyez sur la droite évidemment le direct. Ça ne vous a pas échappé. Loïc, je voyais arriver sur l'écran Fernando Alonso qui vient de prendre le deuxième temps à 7 dixièmes maintenant de Max Verstappen. Un peu comme hier, hein. On voit un Fernando Alonso qui à ce moment-là de la séance est très performant. Alors, ce sont des essais, on le répète, mais ça commence quand même à devenir intéressant ce que fait Aston Martin. Il avait les pneumatiques médium, le pilote espagnol, et une nouvelle fois, il arrive à se hisser aux avant-postes.
Oui, alors en effet, on ne sait jamais qui cache son jeu, s'ils cachent vraiment leur jeu, parce que d'un autre côté, il y a quand même très peu de séances d'essais, donc il faut réussir à se mettre en situation pour bien préparer le premier week-end de course, mais vous avez plusieurs solutions pour cacher votre jeu. Vous pouvez avoir des hauteurs de caisse qui sont plus hautes, et donc du coup, vous générez un petit peu moins d'appui aérodynamique. Vous pouvez rouler qu'avec le plein d'essence, donc du coup la voiture est très lourde. Vous pouvez aussi potentiellement ne pas monter les régimes moteurs au maximum, donc vous avez moins de vitesse en ligne droite. Mais par contre, c'est vrai que régulièrement, on voit cet Aston Martin qui se situe plutôt dans de bonnes places. Alors peut-être que eux travaillent un peu plus la performance que d'autres, mais ça reste toujours bon signe que d'être régulièrement aux avant-postes.
D'autant plus que ça commence maintenant, voilà, si ça se poursuit demain, on entend déjà depuis plusieurs semaines pas mal d'observateurs nous dire que cet Aston Martin, ça pourrait être l'une des surprises de la saison, avec Fernando Alonso notamment à son volant. Eh bien, pour l'instant, il est performant, l'Espagnol, mais comme vous l'avez dit, on n'a pas toutes les données, donc c'est un peu compliqué d'en tirer des conclusions trop hâtives. Nick De Vries, lui, il a des pneumatiques tendres qui sont sur sa monoplace, le pilote Alpha Tauri, et on va retourner voir Julien, toujours autour de la monoplace de Russell, qui est de retour, la voilà.
Oui, ça y est, elle va pénétrer sur la voie des stands, bâcher comme on vous le disait, mais comme elle ne l'était pas en dessous, eh bien, au moment de la descendre de la dépanneuse, les mécaniciens ont fait très attention de ne pas la lever trop haut. On aperçoit quand même en bas les bords du fond plat de cette voiture. Ce sont toujours, on l'a dit, des zones très sensibles, mais la vigilance est de mise, bien sûr, chez Mercedes pour faire en sorte qu'on ne découvre pas des choses trop prématurément. On finit toujours par découvrir les pièces sensibles des monoplaces, mais le plus longtemps possible, les écuries tentent de garder leur secret industriel. Bon, c'est un coup dur, hein, clairement, pour Mercedes, parce que la fiabilité a été le très gros point fort de l'écurie l'an dernier. Là, ça arrive en essai. C'est encore préférable que ça se passe sur ces essais hivernaux que pendant les Grands Prix, mais c'est vrai que la fiabilité, c'était un petit peu la fierté de l'écurie, et d'ailleurs Lewis Hamilton priait, espérait que dans les bonnes choses de 2022, Mercedes conserve deux choses: un, la fiabilité, et deux, le rythme de course le dimanche. Voilà les deux choses que Lewis Hamilton voulait garder de cette très difficile année 2022. Le rythme en course, évidemment, était bon, à tel point qu'il leur a permis de remporter un Grand Prix en fin d'année, et même d'assurer un doublé. George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, premier et deuxième du Grand Prix du Brésil. On s'en souvient. Le rythme de course, c'est ce qui manque un petit peu, d'après les échos que l'on a chez Red Bull aujourd'hui. Alors l'écurie, on va pas se mentir, hein, pour l'instant reste la référence et devrait se présenter à Bahrein comme l'écurie favorite. Mais aujourd'hui, lorsqu'on discute un petit peu derrière les camions, discrètement, avec quelques personnes de chez Red Bull, on nous dit tout va bien, mais on aimerait trouver un petit peu plus de rythme sur les longs relais, sur la
première grosse tuile, ouais.
En Formule 1, on en veut toujours plus, et même lorsqu'on est
c'est ça. Merci pour votre retransmission, mais écoute, je n'attends de rien.
Et puis un autre point sur lequel
je ferai la même retransmission de demain également. Regardez Jour qui a roulé, il a roulé combien de tours avec cette no soft là? Le mec, il a traversé le système solaire, en fait.
La voiture, eh bien, passe le cœur des virages lents et la manière dont elle pivote sur son axe. Aujourd'hui, c'est une voiture, la Red Bull, qui ne pivote pas assez sur son axe et qui donc
génère du sous-virage
voir
quel est ce chiffre exactement.
Deux choses que Red Bull souhaite corriger sur
cette nouvelle voiture qui est
pourtant
par 3.
à l'heure actuelle la référence.
3 par 3. Il a fait 1 677 millions de tours.
C'est-à-dire que si vous avez
Putain.
une voiture qui est très
La vache.
incisive, et c'est ce que recherche en règle
Bravo.
générale Max Verstappen, donc qui pivote très vite, qui est très rapide sur ses
Mercedes inquiète, là Max a quasiment fait le même temps que Lewis en qualif l'année dernière.
Ça veut dire que vous avez toujours un train arrière qui est
ouais, la qualif de l'année dernière qu'on a regardé hier, c'était une 30.5 d'ailleurs.
Si déjà vous avez un
donc
de performance
voilà.
sur les longs relais,
je pense que demain ils vont vraiment s'en rapprocher de la poule. Demain soir, à mon avis, ouais.
Et puis en fait là ça va de mal en pis parce
que là il fait combien 31,6 ouais. Il reste une seconde à trouver. Je pense qu'ils vont rentrer un petit 31,0 demain ou 30,9.
Première fois où ils font des essais, c'est à Bahreïn sur le circuit où vous avez quasiment de tout le championnat la plus grosse dégradation de pneumatiques.
C'était un bug
ils ont
évidemment.
roulé à des températures qui sont assez extrêmes. Donc
puis Hülkenberg 4ème, Sargent 6ème, Douvries P2. Excusez-moi, mais c'est vraiment n'importe quoi dans ce classement.
Poser des questions à Loïc, à Julien sur le compte Twitter de Canal Plus F1. Vous pouvez poser
puis Hamilton 15ème, Russell 13, Norris 16ème, Perez 14.
Justement,
ça n'a aucun sens. Vivement le début de saison officiel quand même.
De pré-saison, c'est vrai que ça revient beaucoup parce qu'on a déjà le choix de pneus de Pirelli pour le début de saison, c'est-à-dire la semaine prochaine. On sait qu'ils
et De Vries champion du monde peut-être.
Le C2 et le C3, mais Loïc, là sur les tests.
Une seconde rien qu'avec les mêmes moteurs enculés.
Alors évidemment, c'est
ouais,
pas
c'est ça.
Vous allez nous expliquer ça, mais ils peuvent utiliser la gamme entière.
Oui, alors il n'y a pas de différence sur un week-end de course comme l'année dernière, c'est-à-dire que vous aurez un train de pneu, enfin vous aurez un pneu dur, vous aurez un pneu médium et un pneu soft. Là, la seule chose, c'est qu'ils ont amené toute leur gamme, en effet. Donc leur gamme aujourd'hui, elle représente, vous avez 2 pneus durs, 2 pneus médium et un pneu un petit peu expérimental, et vous avez 2 pneus soft également. Et là, toute la gamme est disponible. Donc aujourd'hui, les équipes peuvent toutes les utiliser. Ils ont juste un quota de 37 de pneus maximum au total pour ces 3 jours d'essai. Mais le nombre de pneus que vous voulez mettre, le nombre de trains de pneus tendres ou de
alors
médium,
annonce,
de dur,
tant que
ça,
je vous tiens tous là, Drive to
Après,
Survive, on va commencer la saison 5 à 19h tout à l'heure.
de Pirelli avec une obligation
on va mettre 3-4 épisodes, je sais pas encore combien, 3 ou 4, on va voir. Mais voilà, on va commencer ça, et ça va être sympa. J'ai hâte de voir. 19h donc tout à l'heure. Je vais faire j'arrêterai à 17h30 du coup, et je reprendrai le live sur Twitch uniquement à 19h.
Le C3 officiel et le C3
si vous voulez voir
qui est
le début de la saison 5. On va pas tout mettre ce soir, hein, évidemment. Ça fait beaucoup d'épisodes. On continuera demain et peut-être qu'on finira demain, je vais voir. On va voir ça, mais voilà, on finira dimanche. On va voir.
George Russell soit maintenant dans son garage pour vous montrer l'une des nombreuses particularités de cette voiture. En zoomant sur le halo de cette monoplace, eh bien vous vous rendez compte que le halo, au lieu de s'arrêter au niveau de l'arrière de la tête du pilote, eh bien le halo a une totale prolongation sur la partie aérodynamique et sur le capot moteur qui lui se prolonge en forme de tube, en forme de canon. On va utiliser ces termes-là cette année et voyez comme eh bien ce halo a cette prolongation jusqu'à l'arrière de la voiture. Il y a une continuité aérodynamique du halo vers cette excroissance, on peut le dire, sur le côté sur les flancs de la monoplace. Ça, c'est une des grosses particularités de cette voiture. On ne peut s'empêcher évidemment, en dézoomant un tout petit peu, en restant sur le côté droit de la voiture, d'aller vers ces pontons. Alors quasiment inexistants, on parle de 0 pod ou de 0 ponton. Ils sont un petit peu plus volumineux. Ils n'étaient pas beaucoup l'année dernière, hein, il faut bien le reconnaître. Mais ce concept de 0 ponton, eh bien, l'est un petit peu moins. On est sur un 1,5 ponton, mais en tout cas, on est sur une
attends, t'as déjà tout revu toi? Putain, et c'est sorti ce matin quoi, le mec a déjà tout regardé. Ah là là.
Vous voyez comme elle est cette année rectangulaire.
Incroyable.
Et elle laisse passer un petit peu plus d'air à cette
on a revu toutes les saisons sur Twitch ces derniers jours. Je conseille, oui, après ça fait des images inédites qu'on n'a pas vues précédemment, donc oui, c'est toujours sympa. Après c'est quand même un peu scénarisé, donc c'est un peu mis en scène. Mais bon, c'est pas mal ça. Ça se regarde, on va dire.
Et d'ailleurs, Toto Wolff
T'as un
disait
compte presse?
micro,
D'où t'as un compte presse? T'es dans un média ou...
quelques jours qu'il nous éloigne du premier Grand Prix. Loïc, vous vouliez dire quelque chose?
Oui, Julien, quand
on
regardait la voiture, alors on n'avait pas le zoom dessus. Mais est-ce que
tu
vous
fais partie de la haute,
il
toi,
semblerait qu'il y ait un saut devant sur
on est privilégié, j'ai For Fun
pilote,
44.
alors qu'on l'a sur toutes
Est-ce
les
que
autres
je
voitures,
vois?
mais on a le sentiment que sur la Mercedes, il est inexistant. Est-ce que vous arrivez à voir
En même
ça
temps,
et
Joseph,
confirmer?
si tu veux découvrir aussi, t'as qu'à aller sur le Twitch. Tu t'abonnes et puis
Très bonne,
voilà.
très
Tu
bonne
regardes sur
observation.
19h
Effectivement, pour
sur le
l'instant,
Twitch.
il n'y a pas de saut devant. Ce micro pare-brise, pourrait-on l'appeler ainsi, qui vient permettre à l'air, au lieu de frapper pleinement les mains et la tête du pilote,
il reste combien de temps du coup? Il reste
l'air
55 minutes, c'est fini à 17h30 les essais comme prévu.
Ailleurs, et
Bon.
le saut devant chez Mercedes,
C'est à moins qu'il y ait d'autres problèmes, normalement il n'y aura pas de rouge,
de chaîne de montagne.
Je sais pas si Russell va pouvoir ressortir avant la fin.
Alors est-ce temporaire?
Espérons.
Est-ce une façon conceptuelle cette année d'aborder la chose? En tout cas, pas de pièces comme celle-ci pour l'instant.
Merci Julien.
Vous voyez, il suffit de demander, il suffit de poser les questions. Et
Salut
Julien,
Eric.
55 minutes avant la fin de cette deuxième journée de test à Bahreïn. Max Verstappen qui a donc le meilleur temps, une 31.650, un chrono inscrit en début d'après-midi. C'était son coéquipier qui était dans la monoplace ce matin et que l'on retrouvera en principe demain. Nick De Vries est en deuxième position, Fernando Alonso et son Aston Martin qui est au stand est troisième. Le voilà, Nick De Vries.
De nouveau dans un tour vite, il vient d'améliorer son premier secteur avec les pneus tendres, vous pouvez voir. Ils sont très peu de pilotes dans l'ensemble à avoir passé les pneus tendres. Là vous êtes dans la ligne droite en fait qui est en parallèle de la ligne droite principale mais derrière les stands. De retour avec un gros freinage.
La première hydraulique tout simplement pour Russell.
Gauche, droite, tout en
donc
montée.
pour l'instant il est au stand, ce qui va ressortir à la fin on va voir.
Souvent vous aspire encore un peu plus loin.
Si c'est pas un gros problème il ressortira avant la fin, mais c'est un gros problème.
Et vous allez entendre là, on n'entend
on
pas la
verra
voiture
pas avant
toucher le
demain
sol.
du coup.
Et plus ça va aller à haute vitesse, plus la voiture va descendre avec la charge aéro et on va l'entendre lécher le sol et ses petites touchettes. Voilà, plutôt un bon dernier secteur, mais le second secteur était moins bon qu'auparavant.
Ce tour de piste avec Nick De Vries en caméra embarquée qui se termine et qui améliore effectivement une 32.2 pour le pilote néerlandais. Évidemment, ce qui nous intéresse particulièrement depuis qu'on a pris l'antenne il y a une grosse demi-heure, c'est tout ce qui se passe autour de la Mercedes. On vous rappelle, il y a eu un drapeau rouge tout à l'heure à cause d'un problème hydraulique sur la monoplace de George Russell qu'on ne devrait plus voir aujourd'hui. Et Julien, vous êtes toujours autour de cette voiture.
Ah bah moi je vous ai fait livrer les pièces messieurs directement, donc j'aurais dit les gars ça suffit, vous nous amenez les pièces, on veut voir ça de plus près. Eh bien les voici. Déjà ce que l'on constate c'est le carbone brut, il y a des endroits qui sont peints sur la voiture en noir mais il y a des zones qui sont restées brutes carbone. Ne fantasmons pas sur le poids gagné sur le retrait de peinture sur les voitures cette année. Au maximum du maximum sur les voitures qui en ont enlevé le plus, c'est 1 kg de gagné. C'est en moyenne 500 grammes de gagné sur les carrosseries et pour ceux qui en ont enlevé le plus de peinture c'est 1 kg. Mais ce que je voulais vous montrer, eh bien c'est cette forme ici. Je vous parlais de cette forme canon. Voyez un petit peu comme cette forme est assez spectaculaire et les conduits d'air, ce toboggan ici avec deux ouvertures pour laisser échapper les chaleurs les plus importantes du moteur, mais en se positionnant bien derrière cette pièce, voyez les deux formes rondes et double canon qu'offre ce capot moteur, pièce vraiment très très travaillée et qui va évidemment comme toujours en Formule 1 être astiquée pour qu'elle brille. Évidemment on ne tolère pas la saleté en Formule 1. Dernier élément, et cette fois-ci il n'a rien d'aérodynamique ni de technique, mais Alfred qui est derrière la caméra va revenir vers l'avant comme toujours. La symbolique, l'étoile rouge ici, vous le savez, passionné de Formule 1 que vous êtes, cette étoile rouge elle symbolise la mémoire
de Niki Lauda, disparu en mai 2019. Et depuis sa disparition, Mercedes a toujours eu une place sur sa carrosserie pour cette étoile rouge. Le rouge, c'était la couleur de la casquette portée depuis si longtemps par Niki Lauda et qui était l'un des responsables, directeur non exécutif de cette écurie et qui a tant apporté à cette équipe dans sa construction et dans sa chasse aux titres mondiaux, pilotes et constructeurs. Mais on profite de ces pièces totalement impressionnante, ça donne une verticalité à la voiture sur ses flancs et ce concept zéro ponton et donc ces formes sur le capot moteur très arrondies qui donnent comme des tunnels, qui créent des tunnels d'air et des toboggans d'air vers l'arrière de la voiture.
Et malheureusement, ces pièces, on ne va pas forcément les revoir aujourd'hui sur ces essais, comme on vous le disait. En tout cas, elles sont en train d'être astiquées, effectivement, toujours plus propres. Et sur la droite, voilà Logan Sargent. Lui, il est en 6e position. On l'a vu faire des bons chronos ce matin. Il était en pneu tendre. Hein. Quand il est monté, il est même passé 2e, Logan Sargent, à un moment donné, sur la première demi-journée. Là aussi, c'est intéressant de voir que l'équipe a décidé de le mettre toute la journée pour vraiment lui donner de l'expérience. Il a fait du coup énormément de tours. Il en a fait 140. C'est lui qui a le plus roulé. Et d'assez loin d'ailleurs, Logan Sargent, 140 tours. Le deuxième à avoir le plus roulé, c'est Guan Yu Zhou, qu'on a vu un petit peu avant avec l'Alfa Romeo, 122 tours. Donc là, ça va être une journée pleine et une journée physique aussi pour l'Américain.
Oui, ça va pas être facile, ça tire toujours un petit peu sur la nuque lors des premières séances après l'hiver, parce qu'on a beau s'entraîner pendant l'hiver et se préparer au mieux. Voilà, une Formule 1 avec les jets que vous prenez, c'est sûr que ça tire un petit peu sur le cou. Et puis ce matin, comme vous le disiez, il a passé beaucoup de trains de pneus, surtout des pneus tendres en fin de matinée pour réaliser des tours qualifs. Et là, il est plutôt dans des temps, on le voit, il roule en 38, 39, donc il est dans les temps de long relais. Donc peut-être se faire une simulation de course, un relais complet avec les pneumatiques pour voir un petit peu la dégradation des pneus et puis se faire une idée du comportement de la voiture en vieux pneus avec le plein d'essence. Voilà, ce travail nécessaire pour la préparation.
C'est exactement ça, ça fait 15 tours là qu'il est avec ses pneumatiques médium et juste avant il avait fait 20 tours avec les pneumatiques dures. Donc on est vraiment dans cet exercice pour Logan Sargent maintenant, après lui avoir donné de la performance avec les pneumatiques tendres ce matin. Exercice différent cette fois cet après-midi et c'est aussi pour ça qu'il enchaîne les tours et qu'il a un nombre de tours très important. On a vu d'ailleurs quelques pilotes ce matin faire également des simulations de course. Là on revient sur Charles Leclerc qui est dans sa Ferrari.
Ouais, on voit bien les yeux du pilote.
Charles Leclerc qui pour l'instant lui a le 8e temps de la journée. Et avec ses pneumatiques médium que vous avez vu sur ce ralenti, il a fait pour l'instant 20 tours. Donc pareil, long relais pour Charles Leclerc dans la Ferrari. Dans des conditions qui seront les conditions de la course en plus dimanche prochain, puisqu'il fait nuit, c'est un Grand Prix de nuit.
Exactement, là ça a vraiment du sens. Autant ce matin, c'est pas forcément facile pour les équipes d'avoir une lecture juste et puis de se projeter dans l'avenir, parce que c'est des conditions qu'ils vont pas forcément retrouver pour la course. Par contre, maintenant, ça a tout son sens de faire des relais, parce que ce sont les conditions qu'ils auront lors de la première course à Bahrein.
On va écouter Charles Leclerc, c'était ce matin avant de monter dans la voiture au micro de Julien Febron.
Charles, ça fait plaisir de vous retrouver ici à Bahreïn. La première chose évidemment qu'on a envie de savoir, c'est comment se sont passés vos premiers roulages hier avec la nouvelle Ferrari.
Plutôt bien, les conditions étaient difficiles, mais bon, on a fait tous les tests qu'on voulait faire avec la voiture, donc ça c'est vraiment le principal. C'est pas tout de suite de regarder la performance ou le feeling, parce que pour l'instant c'est difficile de savoir, parce qu'encore une fois on a fait beaucoup de tests, mais on a fait tous les tests qu'on voulait, donc c'est positif.
C'est une vérité de dire que quand on se présente le premier matin, il y a de la nervosité, il y a un peu d'anxiété, et que le soulagement il vient plus ou moins grandement si la journée s'est bien passée?
Oui, surtout à la fin des 3 jours, ne pas avoir de gros problèmes sur la voiture et de faire le plus de tours possible. Et encore une fois, faire tout le programme qu'on veut faire avant la première course pour savoir exactement ce qu'on veut faire avec la voiture dès les essais libres 1 la semaine prochaine.
Entre Carlos et vous hier, on a vu extérieurement une voiture assez vive, assez réactive. C'est votre retour aussi?
Oui, mais encore une fois, la voiture était loin d'être dans des conditions optimum. Enfin, c'était pas le but hier. Donc voilà, on a fait tous les scans qu'on voulait faire hier. Aujourd'hui, on va essayer de se concentrer un petit peu plus pour avoir un petit peu le feeling avec la voiture. Et on verra comment ça se passe.
Charles, globalement, quel est votre état d'esprit à l'heure actuelle?
J'ai hâte, très motivé. C'est toujours un moment excitant de la saison. Les premiers tours avec une nouvelle voiture, surtout au test avec tout le monde. Mais bon, voilà, on essaie de se concentrer sur nous-mêmes sans regarder trop autour. Et on aura la vraie réponse dès la semaine prochaine.
Vous avez un bon feeling, vous la sentez bien jusqu'à maintenant?
Encore une fois, trop difficile à dire après la première journée parce que vraiment on s'est pas du tout concentré sur le feeling. Mais peut-être après aujourd'hui j'aurai une idée un petit peu plus claire.
Merci Charles.
Voilà, peut-être qu'aujourd'hui on va un peu plus se concentrer sur le feeling, comme le dit Charles Leclerc, lui qui est dans la monoplace, je vous le rappelle en ce moment. Bon, pour l'instant, là il vient de chausser des pneus durs. Charles Leclerc, il avait fait auparavant 16 tours avec les pneus médiums. Il en est à 44 depuis le début de cette demi-journée de cet après-midi. Julien Febvre, lui, et chez Aston Martin qui fait rouler donc Fernando Alonso une nouvelle fois cet après-midi.
Fernando Alonso est au volant au moment où on parle et son peut-être coéquipier du week-end prochain. Et juste derrière nous, regardez avec cette canette blanche dans les mains, c'est Felipe Drugovich. Les passionnés que vous êtes de F2 l'ont forcément suivi ses évolutions l'an dernier pour devenir champion de F2. Il est aujourd'hui 3e pilote de l'écurie Aston Martin, tout comme Stoffel Van Dorn, le Belge. Mais c'est peut-être lui qui participera à son premier Grand Prix de Formule 1 le week-end prochain. Tout dépendra de l'évolution de la santé, on va dire, de Lance Stroll et de sa récupération au niveau des mains. On a réussi à avoir quelques petites infos supplémentaires concernant Lance Stroll. Chute à vélo donc pendant son entraînement et de sa préparation avant de venir à Bahreïn. Et il semblerait que ce soit les mains du pilote canadien qui ait le plus souffert et qu'il soit en train de se battre comme un diable pour être capable d'être dans la voiture le week-end prochain. C'est ce que nous confiait quelqu'un de très proche de Lance tout à l'heure, nous disant c'est un guerrier, il est en train de tout faire pour être à temps au volant de la voiture le week-end prochain, mais ses mains ont, semble-t-il, pas mal souffert dans cette chute à vélo dont on ne connaît pas exactement les circonstances, même s'il semblerait qu'il ait chuté seul. On n'est pas dans le cas de l'accident de Fernando Alonso il y a 2 ans qui avait percuté une voiture qu'il avait ignorée et donc voilà, on attend d'en savoir plus pour Lance Stroll, on attend de savoir quel niveau de récupération pourrait atteindre le Canadien pour avoir le feu vert bien sûr des médecins de la FIA. Vous connaissez le process, hein. Il devra d'abord obtenir un feu vert médical des médecins de la FIA pour éventuellement pouvoir être au départ de ce premier Grand Prix de la saison dans moins d'une semaine maintenant, puisque nous sommes vendredi et donc vendredi prochain nous vivrons les premiers essais libres de ce Grand Prix. En tout cas, Felipe Drugovich, lui, il se prépare comme s'il allait être amené à monter dans la voiture. Il a eu déjà l'occasion de rouler pour Aston Martin en fin d'année dernière, les essais libres, les FP1 d'Abu Dhabi, les essais d'après-saison également, et puis cette journée et demie de travail ici pour éventuellement participer à son premier Grand Prix. Un dernier mot enfin sur Aston qui est bien des analyses qui sont effectuées par les autres teams, parce que chacun est évidemment très concentré sur sa propre tâche, mais missionne quelques personnes pour regarder ce que font les autres et ce qui se passe chez les autres. Et donc on observe les GPS, on essaye de deviner les quantités d'essence à bord des différentes monoplaces. Toujours est-il, et c'est le point auquel je voulais en venir, que l'Aston Martin est en train véritablement de surprendre le reste du paddock, et certains n'hésitent pas dans les top teams à nous dire la 4e force du plateau à l'instant où on parle, c'est Aston Martin. Allez, on vous donne le classement qui se dégage pour l'instant. Red Bull en 1, je ne crée pas la grande surprise, Ferrari en 2, Mercedes en 3, et pas si loin de Mercedes, Aston Martin en 4. Voilà une tendance, attention, ne prenez pas ça pour argent comptant, mais voilà la tendance qui se dégage à l'heure actuelle à Bahreïn.
Ne vous inquiétez pas, on vous le ressortira pas, Julien, en fin de saison prochaine. Et c'est vrai que quand même depuis hier, l'Aston Martin, elle fait quand même forte impression, parce que c'est une équipe qui est en confiance aussi, qui peut se permettre de donner de la performance comme ça à Fernando Alonso. Donc c'est très intéressant. On a vu Felipe Drugovich évidemment le prépare au cas où à prendre part au Grand Prix. Il roulera demain après-midi. Il avait roulé demain matin dans des conditions qui étaient chaudes, celles de la matinée à Bahrein. Il roulera demain matin dans des conditions de nuit. Vraiment, on fait tout pour qu'il soit bien préparé. Et puis évidemment, il est au plus près du stand aussi pour observer toutes les données autour de Fernando Alonso. C'est capital parce qu'il ne s'attendait probablement pas à peut-être démarrer la saison de cette équipe.
En effet, quelle surprise, mais quelle opportunité surtout. Hein. Il faut savoir les saisir dans le sport en règle générale, en F1 également. On l'a vu avec Nick De Vries l'année dernière qui a sauté aux yeux de tout le monde lors de sa course à Monza. Et ben voilà, c'est peut-être une opportunité pour lui. Mais par contre, moi je me souviendrai d'une chose sur ces 3 jours, c'est que Julien Febvre nous a dit que Red Bull était devant, les Ferrari, ensuite les Mercedes et l'Aston Martin.
Vous l'avez noté, j'ai l'impression que vous l'avez noté.
C'est noté.
Vous avez pris des notes.
Il n'y avait pas de conditionnel pour moi.
Felipe Drugovich, le champion de F2, champion en titre de F2. Bon là c'est Fernando Alonso évidemment que l'on voit, mais on le voyait tout à l'heure. Et ça permet de vous signaler évidemment qu'on retrouvera aussi la Formule 2 la semaine prochaine, début de la Formule 1, de la Formule 2, de la Formule 3 aussi, F2, F3, avec au micro Anthony Drevet et Pierre Combeau pour nous faire vivre ce lancement de la saison. Vous avez sur la gauche Alonso et Aston Martin, et sur la droite c'était Alfa Romeo, et notamment Valtteri Bottas qui lui est à pied, puisque celui qui est dans la voiture c'est Guan Yu Zhou.
On commence, on le voit de plus en plus, hein, les voitures étaient un peu plus hautes hier, c'est la première fois qu'on va en piste, donc on met les voitures relativement hautes en termes de setup, et puis bah là on vient jouer un peu plus avec les limites et on voit que ça touche un peu plus, on a les voitures qui sont vraiment proches du sol pour générer un maximum de downforce, un maximum de charge aéro. Voilà, donc on voit c'est magnifique hein, d'ailleurs. Alors pourquoi hein, vous avez autant d'étincelles? C'est-à-dire que sous le fond plat vous avez cette planche, une planche en bois qui est là pour être, enfin pas en bois mais en matériau qui est la même, qui est identique pour tout le monde. On mesure souvent cette planche à la fin de séance d'essai ou de qualification pour être sûr que l'usure soit réglementaire. Mais par contre cette planche en fait elle est scellée sur la voiture avec des pièces en métal, et c'est ces pièces en métal en fait qui vont toucher le sol, et c'est pour ça que vous pouvez voir ces étincelles un peu partout dans la ligne droite.
On voit Nick De Vries qui rentre dans la voie des stands. Le nouveau pilote de cette équipe AlphaTauri, le voilà, Nick De Vries. On va écouter son patron Frans Tost nous parler de l'arrivée de pilotes néerlandais. Il a été immédiatement à l'aise dans l'équipe. On a eu de bons tests à Abu Dhabi, c'était important. Important qu'il connaisse toute l'équipe, son fonctionnement. Il a fait du bon travail aussi pendant nos essais privés à Imola. Comme vous avez pu le voir dans les tests aujourd'hui. On dirait qu'il est dans l'équipe depuis des années.
It seemed like he would have been with us since many years.
Voilà, dithyrambique Frans Tost, et c'est vrai que c'est un petit peu le refrain que l'on entend vraiment dans l'équipe depuis, je vais même pas dire depuis hier, parce que
salut, ça va et toi?
Depuis plusieurs mois qu'il va arriver dans cette équipe. C'est un pilote travailleur, vous le connaissez un petit peu, et c'est vrai que c'est ce que vraiment tout le monde dit, et puis il a aussi de l'expérience, certes pas en Formule 1, mais dans d'autres catégories.
En effet, il est rookie en Formule 1, mais il a quand même beaucoup vadrouillé dans plein de championnats, que ce soit des championnats de monoplace qu'il a gagné par ailleurs, que ce soit en endurance. Il a été aussi très régulièrement chez Mercedes, donc il a appris d'une équipe qui était leader à ce moment-là, aux côtés de très bonnes personnes très compétentes. Donc il a un vrai bagage technique, il est vraiment là en termes de performance, c'est un gros travailleur. Et je suis pas surpris qu'il soit très bien adapté. Déjà, je pense qu'il est arrivé, il a surpris vraiment beaucoup de monde. Mais du coup,
salut Sensei, tu vois que le cas est 8ème à 1 seconde. Il est en piste là actuellement. Donc Ferrari très discret aussi hein, niveau chrono, beaucoup plus discret que Verstappen ou Alonso, même les Williams, AlphaTauri et la Haas de Hülkenberg pour le coup.
Donc voilà, il était sorti au pied du lit comme ça pour remplacer le pilote titulaire, et
Verstappen n'a pas de temps à perdre, oui.
Et ça avait été dur, on a vu qu'il s'était très bien préparé.
Il enchaîne les chronos.
Et c'est sûr qu'il sera là en termes de performance.
Et Mercedes, c'est de pire en pire.
Compliqué. Pour Tsunoda au sein de cette équipe, puisqu'il devrait être un leader naturel après tant d'années avoir été aux côtés de de Pierre Gasly et être dans la continuité. Un rookie qui arrive à côté de lui et qui peut potentiellement prendre le leadership, ça peut lui faire très très mal au niveau de sa cote en Formule 1.
C'est pas forcément surprenant de le voir arriver en Formule 1, même si on pensait qu'il arriverait plus tôt. 28 ans, il a Nick De Vries. Ce qui était surprenant, c'est de ne pas le voir arriver en Formule 1.
Bah, le truc, c'est que personne ne sait. Encore une fois, est-ce que Ferrari bluffe? Est-ce que Mercedes bluffe? Ils en ont sous le pied? Est-ce qu'ils ont vraiment des problèmes? Encore une fois, c'est toute l'interrogation des essais privés en fait. On ne sait pas qui bluffe, qui est sérieux. Bon, on peut se douter que Verstappen il bluffe pas lui par contre. Il en a sûrement sous le pied encore, mais il en a moins sous le pied que les autres, je pense. J'espère, sinon on va encore se faire chier cette saison.
Ça nous laisse le temps de suivre Nico Hülkenberg, lui aussi.
Son temps est meilleur que celui qui a raison en Formule 1.
L'Allemand,
c'est dire.
pilote dans cette équipe A, 181 départs en Grand Prix pour Nico Hülkenberg sous les yeux de Günther Steiner, son patron, toujours souriant. Günther Steiner, avant de regarder ce qui se passe devant lui, lui qui a réclamé de l'expérience cette année dans son équipe et son vœu a été exaucé, même si malheureusement Schumacher en a fait les frais. Là, c'est chez Mercedes, on a caché le stand chez Mercedes.
Oui, alors logiquement, on doit voir les voitures, mais à partir du moment où elles sont complètement démontées, là, le savoir-faire du constructeur, il souhaite le cacher. Donc, on a vu ces paravents là devant les box. Et j'aimerais bien moi être une petite souris par contre chez As pour voir un débrief entre Hülkenberg, Magnussen et leur patron d'équipe, parce que je pense que au niveau du franc-parler, on a pu le voir dans le passé lors de conférences de presse, ça pourrait être assez rigolo.
On a vu la monoplace de Nick De Vries avec toujours cette peinture verte fluo. On vous le rappelle depuis hier, on vous explique tout ça. C'est une peinture qui est mise sur les voitures pour en savoir plus, notamment sur les flux aéros. Et Julien nous montrait tout à l'heure que chez Mercedes, cette peinture était de couleur blanche. Là, on est avec Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen, toujours avec le meilleur temps, 31 à 650, qui s'est rapproché tout à l'heure du meilleur chrono de la piste, du record de la piste de Pedro Rosa, qui était d'une 31 447. Vous voyez, il n'en est plus très loin, Verstappen, mais là, il est plutôt sur des longs relais. Même si là, il est reparti avec un train de pneus médium. Il vient de repartir avec le précédent, il avait fait 12 tours.
Mais en effet, il n'ouvre pas le DRS dans les lignes droites, donc c'est de toute façon.
Oui, mais en même temps, l'année dernière, la Aston Martin en début de saison était dégueulasse.
Sensibilité
donc
au niveau de la dégradation du pneumatique,
c'est pas un événement.
Pour les longs runs. Aussi tout ce qui est software, c'est-à-dire hybridation, quand est-ce qu'on booste les récupérations d'énergie, etc. Et puis avoir un feeling avec la balance de l'auto, tout simplement sur les longs runs.
Ouais, après je
suis bien sûr aussi d'un œil.
Encore une fois, c'est trop dur à analyser. On n'a pas les quantités d'essence et tout. On n'a pas les cartographies moteurs qu'ils utilisent. C'est trop compliqué de savoir qui bluffe ou pas en fait.
Était au micro tout à l'heure après être sorti de la voiture de Julien Febvre sur ses sensations de la matinée. Esteban Ocon.
Esteban, on vous a quitté hier soir, il y avait du bon travail de fait, mais pouvait mieux faire. Comment ça s'est passé sur cette matinée aujourd'hui?
Un petit peu mieux, je pense, aujourd'hui. Pas parfait encore sur toute la journée.
Je vais remettre au début l'interview.
Mais on a pu essayer énormément de... Il y a toujours un petit peu mieux, je pense, aujourd'hui.
Esteban, on vous a quitté hier soir, il y avait du bon travail de fait, mais pouvait mieux faire. Comment ça s'est passé sur cette matinée aujourd'hui?
Un petit peu mieux, je pense, aujourd'hui. Pas parfait encore sur toute la journée. Il y a toujours des choses à faire progresser, mais on a pu essayer énormément de choses sur une échelle très large, en fait. Des choses qu'on n'essaierait pas forcément sur un week-end de course, parce que c'est quand même très risqué. Et du coup, on a pu lire pas mal de choses dans tous ces tests et puis en faire pas mal aussi. Il nous a manqué quelques tours, un petit peu de long run sur la fin, parce que dans le garage, on a passé un petit peu trop de temps sur quelques changements. On pensait que ça allait être plus rapide, mais aucun souci sur la voiture de fiabilité, et ça, c'était une bonne chose.
Quand on est un pilote qui prépare sa saison, on est dans quel état d'esprit? Stressé, inquiet, de se dire pourvu que ça marche, ou on fait le travail, on coche les cases et on essaye de ne pas se stresser?
Non, pas de stress encore. Je pense que c'est tôt pour se mettre la pression. Il faut rester
pas de
serein.
Stress encore.
De toute façon, je pense que avec des conditions de piste comme ça, c'est à peu près toutes les voitures qui ont des soucis de balance en général. Mais nous, la voiture voilà, est plutôt saine, elle se comporte bien, très bien sur les entrées de virage. Surtout, on a une bonne stabilité. Et ça, c'est la chose la primordiale quand on a une bonne confiance sur les freins et sur les entrées de virage. Et c'est ce qu'on a pour l'instant. Donc voilà, pour l'instant, tout fonctionne comme ça doit.
Il y a un point qui nous a surpris, observateurs de l'extérieur, c'est que votre voiture, elle rebondissait beaucoup hier, alors que c'était celle qui l'an dernier, finalement, avait mieux géré ce souci. Est-ce qu'on doit s'inquiéter?
C'est ce que je disais en fait tout à l'heure. On a testé des choses qu'on testerait pas forcément sur des grands prix. Donc ouais, on est passé du pire au bon, ou au trop confort ou au pire. Donc voilà, on a un peu tout fait. Donc non, il faut pas s'inquiéter. Ça, on peut l'avoir sous contrôle sans problème.
Ça, c'est quelque chose que vous aviez observé, hein, Loïc aussi.
Oui, la voiture, je l'avais vu déjà un petit peu hier. Lorsque vous
les
étiez
pneus,
à
ils ont
l'antenne,
tous fait leur meilleur temps avec les
ce
C3.
matin,
Ça, j'en sais rien du tout.
Vous sentez très réactif sur
Non,
les
non,
bosses,
il y en a qui ont pris les pneus tendres.
sur les bosses, sur les vibreurs. Donc,
alors, les top teams, oui, sûrement, mais t'as Hülkenberg, De Vries et Joe qui ont pris les rouges. Alonso, j'avoue que je ne sais pas. Je crois qu'il était en médium, hein. Si quelqu'un sait exactement, mais...
C'est qu'aussi on est
dur à dire, Alonso, je sais pas. Sur le papier, parce que quand la voiture est très bien, toutes les, ouais, genre les Haas, les Williams, AlphaTauri et Alfa Romeo, c'était en rouge, c'est sûr.
Je trouve pas ça forcément super rassurant ce que dit Esteban, c'est que quelque part il se cherche un petit peu, alors en espérant qu'il trouve de la performance, mais quand on exploite effectivement des possibilités aussi divergentes, ça peut des fois montrer que on a un petit souci au niveau comportement et qu'on essaie de trouver une direction de travail.
Alors, on est avec Charles Leclerc chez Ferrari. On a vu cette monoplace comme hier, hein, d'ailleurs. Je vais rebondir un petit peu. La Ferrari. Et là, ensuite, on est avec l'Alfa Romeo de Guan Yu Zhou. On a écouté Esteban Ocon. Je vous rappelle, on vous en a parlé, qu'il y a cette série Canal qui sera diffusée toute la saison.
J'ai envie de te dire, Lewis, oui, espérons qu'il en est sous le pied.
Bleu, blanc, vite au cœur de l'équipe.
Sinon, il faut être inquiet, hein, clairement.
Avec tous les membres de cette équipe, vous allez découvrir de vraies personnalités. C'est réalisé par Amandine Morey et Étienne Pidou. Et le premier épisode, ce sera donc le dimanche 5 mars, juste avant la grille, à 14h10. Ne manquez pas ce rendez-vous. Ce sera tout au long donc de cette année. Il y aura le Grand Prix derrière évidemment, et puis les sports méca, ce sera pas fini sur Canal dimanche prochain, parce qu'il y a l'IndyCar aussi qui reprend bien sûr.
Oh, l'IndyCar, n'est-ce pas,
au soir, avec la course de Saint-Pétersbourg à 18h15 sur Canal Plus Sport,
avec Romain Grosjean,
nos deux Français
Phoenix,
qui reprendront le volant, Simon Pagenaud et Romain Grosjean, que l'on suivra aussi. Un gros dimanche de sport mécanique et de reprise dimanche prochain. Le Grand Prix de Formule 1.
Je parle d'un gros tout. Zerto, dès qu'il voit un mec en haut de la feuille des temps, c'est le goût.
Le meilleur deuxième secteur et le meilleur troisième secteur. Ça va lui permettre
incroyable.
de prendre le
et Jour, champion du monde.
Avec les pneumatiques tendres, vous voyez, les plus tendres.
Il va battre Supermax.
Valtteri Bottas, son coéquipier, qui trépigne.
Allez,
dans cette monoplace demain toute la journée.
On semble être content chez Alfa Romeo dans l'ensemble. Ils sont peut-être un peu surpris du temps. Après, encore une fois, il y a des grosses différences de performance sur un tour avec entre le pneu tendre et le pneu médium. Donc c'est dur de se faire une idée. On ne sait pas toujours ce qui est la quantité d'essence embarquée
c'est
dans
dur de se faire une idée, c'est sûr, même pour eux. Ils savent pas qu'ils bluffent et tout, quoi. Alors, ils ont plus de données que nous, parce qu'ils voient, ils analysent les run et tout, mais...
Effectivement, peut-être...
franchement, il y a quand même beaucoup d'incertitudes au final.
Très élevé pour Guan Yu Zhou, mais la performance est là pour lui. Et il passe devant Max Verstappen pour 40 millième. Max Verstappen, donc deuxième désormais, et qui continue d'enchaîner les tours.
Des Max qui se fait battre par un pilote chinois. Nul.
Guan Yu Zhou, c'est une journée chargée.
Le temps de Joe te rassure.
127 tours effectués. 128 tours même maintenant depuis le début de la journée.
Regardez Lando Norris à 3 secondes 9.
Dans l'ensemble sur les pneus par rapport à
ça c'est inquiétant McLaren aussi. Hein. Piastri un peu mieux, mais
différence de température, mais
McLaren depuis le début on les voit moyens.
En 39, 40. Là pour le moment, Verstappen il est en 37. On l'a vu aussi auparavant avec Sargent qui était en 38. Leclerc est également en 37. Donc la piste est quand même clairement plus vite en fin de journée que ce qu'elle était cet après-midi.
Et en vrai, on devrait leur obliger avec une récompense ou je ne sais quoi à rouler vite, enfin à faire le meilleur tour quand même en fin de test.
On le voit toujours.
Je sais pas comment ils pourraient faire. Bon, peut-être pas des points, faut pas déconner non plus, mais.
Il reste au contact des équipes pour voir ce qui se passe en piste et puis ensuite
du coup tout le monde buff, c'est chiant quoi.
À l'ensemble des débriefs, Jour revient dans la voie des stands, revient à son stand. Il a bien fait le boulot sur ce tour.
J'ai hâte de demain, ils vont tous montrer leur niveau de... pas sûr, hein, Xerto, honnêtement. Je suis pas sûr de ça. Ils vont tous montrer leur niveau. Chez Red Bull, est-ce qu'ils chercheraient pas à faire le plus de relais possible pour tenter de récompenser les déficits? Oui, sûrement. Sûrement.
Ah, il sera battu, Antoine.
Faire les tests en réel plutôt qu'en soufflerie. C'est pour ça, au final, la pénalité, c'est pas beaucoup les impacter en fait.
Un peu plus de dixièmes à aller chercher.
Quand je repense à Horner qui disait 5 dixièmes de temps au tour perdu. Quel mythomane.
Ça pourrait être incroyable quoi. Parce que Max Verstappen, c'est le meilleur temps qu'il a fait hier et aujourd'hui.
Qui croit que. Qui va avaler ça enfin. Il nous prend vraiment pour des jambons.
En tout cas de Guan Yu Zhou sur l'Alfa Romeo.
Ah, c'est important hein, pour lui cette année aussi. C'est un pilote qui doit absolument hausser un petit peu son niveau. Alors se mettre au niveau de Valtteri Bottas, ce sera peut-être difficile, mais en tout cas sur certaines courses, essayer de le faire parce que c'est vrai que la très grande majorité des points dans cette équipe la saison dernière, ça a été pour Valtteri Bottas. Il a marqué 49 points en 2022 et en tout l'équipe en a inscrit 55 à égalité pour Alfa Romeo avec Aston Martin au classement des constructeurs, donc il a vraiment marqué quasiment tous les points.
Oui, mais je donne un 10 sur 10 pour Guan Yu Zhou sur le...
Alors Xerto, on va te mettre au courant vu que visiblement tu n'as pas été au courant que la Mercedes a eu un problème hydraulique. Du coup effectivement là il doit dormir.
Lui aussi attentif à ce qui se passe.
Ça fait une bonne demi-heure, trois quarts d'heure qu'il a eu son problème. Non même plus. C'était en début de retransmission de canal, c'était vers 16h. Donc il va manquer 1h30 quoi, tout simplement.
Pas forcément très à l'aise, hein. Ils ont expliqué.
Théoriquement, ils devraient tous être plus rapides que l'an dernier. L'alimentation était. Oui, normalement, ils sont censés être tous plus rapides, effectivement. Sinon, c'est qu'il y a un problème. Hein. S'il y en a qui régressent par rapport à l'an dernier, c'est que là, il y a un énorme problème.
C'est ça qu'il disait.
Ouais, ils sont pas dans la fenêtre de tir qu'ils souhaitaient atteindre. Alors ils savent qu'ils ont pas mal de pièces qui vont arriver prochainement, mais ce qui est sûr c'est qu'ils pensaient être mieux que ce qu'ils sont pour le moment. Alors c'est toujours difficile d'avoir une hiérarchie, ils savent pas trop exactement où ils se situent par rapport
aux autres,
ils
ont pas de voiture.
Par rapport à leur simulation et au travail qu'ils avaient effectué, ils penseraient qu'ils seraient plus performants que ce qu'ils le sont aujourd'hui. Et puis
ils n'ont pas le droit à être deux sur la piste, donc alors peut-être qu'il y a des équipes qui ont produit un deuxième châssis, mais ils ont peut-être pas le droit de l'utiliser non plus quoi.
Mais ils ont bon espoir quand même.
Je sais pas trop la réglementation à ce sujet parce que c'est
les nouveautés qui devraient arriver assez rapidement.
En tout cas, c'est sûr qu'ils ont pas le droit de rouler à deux sur la circuit.
Ce sera important évidemment pour eux d'être performants. Ils ont terminé 5e du classement constructeur la saison dernière. Ils vont essayer cette fois-ci de faire mieux. C'est Alpine qui avait décroché la 4e position.
Donc quand ils changent de voiture, ils changent le numéro et tout en fait. Ils changent, quand ils changent de pilote plutôt. Ils switchent pas d'une voiture à l'autre.
On continue de suivre Max Verstappen qui pourront faire mieux que Guan Yu Zhou.
Du coup, est-ce que Max va améliorer dans un élan d'ego surdimensionné?
Alors ça se dégrade un petit peu du côté de Verstappen. Il était en 37, ça a roulé un petit peu moins vite tout à l'heure. Là, il repart très certainement, donc il est de nouveau toujours avec des vieux pneus.
D'après ce que j'ai entendu, Red Bull il serait un peu moyen sur les longs relais. Par contre, une fusée en qualif.
Oui, on est très.
Mais bon, après, c'est pour ça qu'ils enchaînent les tours, de toute façon, pas de secret.
De moins dégrader le possible les pneus et qu'ils tiennent.
Par contre, Max il va faire beaucoup moins de tours qu'hier quand même.
De DRS ouvert.
Il fera même beaucoup moins de tours que Perez au final. On a perdu les commentateurs de canal. Ils sont morts. Crise cardiaque. Ils sont en bouche bée face à ce tour de Max. Ils admirent le tour. Magnifique. Ah, ils augmentent le son de Max. Incroyable. Regardez. Il est à 4 secondes 7 de Jour. Voilà, il est blindé d'essence, Max. Hein.
Caméra embarquée. Toujours intéressant.
Non, genre j'ai toujours au stand. Et il repartira pas, je pense. C'est mort. Il reste que 22 minutes.
Julien Febro, il est magnifique ce paddock, toujours
je doute qu'il reparte.
De nuit avec toutes ces guirlandes lumineuses.
Et c'est bien parce qu'il est magnifique qu'on vous en fait profiter, ce côté conte des mille et une nuits, de la lumière, des palmiers, hein, encore un peu de chaleur. Et on avait plus froid hier lors de la deuxième partie.
Oh, il avait frisqué, Julien.
Il y a surtout un petit peu moins de vent aussi, et donc la sensation de chaleur reste un petit peu plus longuement. Allez, on se tourne vers ceux
si
qui...
tu peux nous donner un peu de température en France, il fait 8 degrés là, hein, c'est pas grande chaleur ici quand même.
Avec eh bien, la structure ici.
Les chronos n'étaient pas franchement rassurants, mais si en plus la fiabilité n'est pas là.
Le directeur technique qui était en grande discussion avec l'un de ses collègues, mais il vient de retourner dans la salle.
Alors je répète, hein, pour ceux qui viennent d'arriver, je vais commencer Drive to Survive saison 5, 19h ce soir. On va se lancer ça. Je ferai une pause d'1h30 après la fin de ce truc, de ces essais là. Et je lance Drive to Survive saison 5 à 19h. Sur Twitch, exclusivement, évidemment.
Par contre, à gauche, eh bien là, c'est beaucoup plus accueillant pour les invités de l'écurie avec une zone de réceptifs, du sourire, clairement. Alors, c'est pas sur des sourires que l'on va fonder des certitudes et des hiérarchies.
Ouais, il a vide. Il a fait 130 tours, mine de rien. Alonso 128, c'est énorme aussi. Sargent 153. Putain, il va battre Max en fait, Sargent. Niveau tour.
Je dis ça pour ceux qui s'inquiètent de voir Red Bull dominer. Pour ceux qui les soutiennent, pour l'instant, dormez sereinement, au moins jusqu'au premier Grand Prix.
Ouais, bah les fans de Max et de Red Bull, ils vont dormir sereinement, hein, effectivement. Par contre, les fans de Mercedes, encore une fois, ça va être compliqué. Je coupe l'image, 2 petites secondes, je bricole sur une vidéo là.
Sur la droite, et vous voyez d'ailleurs apparaître ses performances dans les séries avant. Il avait fait quand même 3 saisons de Formule 3. Ce qui est quand même important. Et ensuite, la Formule 2, il a terminé 4ème la saison dernière du championnat de Formule 2 avant d'arriver en Formule 1 avec Williams cette année. Et pour l'instant, il occupe la 7ème position.
Sargent qui va battre le record de tours.
Bon, c'est un très bon pilote, hein, mais il a quand même passé du temps dans toutes ces catégories inférieures avant de réussir à avoir de gros résultats. Donc voilà, il est américain, c'est important. Il a sûrement quelques partenaires derrière. C'est quand même pas du niveau. Par exemple, on parlait un peu plus tôt d'un Nick De Vries qui lui a gagné des championnats. Donc sur le papier, sportivement, mérite peut-être un petit peu plus sa place. Mais on verra ce que Sargent est capable de nous faire cette année.
Il fait partie des 3 rookies qui vont débuter la saison, peut-être 4 s'il y a Felipe Drugovich, Logan Sargent. Évidemment, on vous a parlé aussi de Oscar Piastri. On suit maintenant Pierre Gasly. Pierre Gasly en 10ème position. Et d'ailleurs, il y a une question sur Twitter qui revient. Beaucoup de fans de l'équipe française Alpine. Alors, question là, c'est votre feeling qu'on va demander parce que c'est compliqué d'avoir une information là-dessus. Mais est-ce que Alpine va pouvoir jouer aux avant-postes à votre avis cette saison? C'est compliqué puisqu'on a vu depuis hier matin. On leur souhaite. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez?
Alors leur souhaiter, oui. On veut absolument les voir aux avant-postes et puis voir aussi Esteban et Pierre évoluer tous les deux et le plus devant possible. Ce serait un challenge hyper intéressant. Il y a très certainement le potentiel. On a vu que l'année dernière ils avaient quand même fait une très belle saison, mais je vous avouerai qu'à titre personnel je suis un petit peu déçu pour le moment de ses performances en essai. Je sais ce que c'est de faire des essais hivernaux, je sais qu'on met pas toujours tout dans l'ordre pour aller très vite, mais par contre...
Stroll sera remis normalement pour le week-end prochain, j'en sais rien, Flo. Ils communiquent pas sur Stroll.
Sur la piste, c'est à mon sens jamais vraiment bon signe.
Ils vont répondre bien sûr, on espère qu'il roule.
Pour le moment, ils cachent
Ouais,
bien
c'est
leur
ça.
jeu et la performance va arriver rapidement demain. Parce que après la première course arrive quand même vite, hein, c'est le week-end prochain. Mais voilà, feeling personnel, pour le moment, je les trouve un petit peu en dehors de la fenêtre de performance par rapport à ce qu'ils devraient jouer.
Oui, cacher son jeu sur des tests hivernaux, c'est l'habitude. C'est très souvent cacher son jeu et puis faire aussi des essais, changer des réglages, c'est le but hein, de ces essais. Après, il ne faut pas que ça dure trop parce que demain sera le dernier jour. Et forcément, on va commencer à regarder de très près les chronos et notamment demain soir quand il fera nuit, demain après-midi ici en France, quand il va faire nuit et qu'on va avoir des conditions qui seront à peu près les mêmes, même s'il y aura bien sûr encore des essais libres avant le Grand Prix la semaine prochaine, à partir de vendredi. Évidemment, Julien reprendra sa place aux commentaires avec Jacques Villeneuve pour vous faire vivre tout ce week-end de Grand Prix. Mais pour Alpine, on espère que déjà demain on commencera à avoir de meilleurs temps.
Oui, après ils nous feront peut-être mentir et puis et tant mieux pour nous, on sera ravis. Mais voilà, avec cette nouvelle philosophie aussi au niveau de l'aileron allemand chez Alpine, avant vous aviez vraiment ce nez qui était en deux phases et la partie avant qui était dissociée entre la partie du haut et la partie du bas. Là, ils ont une nouvelle philosophie au niveau de ce nez avant, en fait, simplement en une seule partie, où en fait la partie avant vient vraiment sur le niveau minimum du nez, ce qu'on peut retrouver par exemple chez Red Bull, chez Mercedes, ce que quasiment toutes les équipes utilisent. Donc c'est sûr qu'il y a peut-être un petit peu de travail, une philosophie aussi un petit peu différente, et donc du coup à trouver des références et des repères. Mais ça commence à être un petit peu long.
On a aperçu Lando Norris, lui roule pour McLaren bien sûr, il roulera demain dans la McLaren. On va écouter son patron justement qui parlait de ce début des essais hivernaux, c'était il y a quelques heures à la mi-journée.
Ça va David et toi?
Zach Brown, le patron.
Toto a fait une déclaration affirmant qu'il cachait leur règle potentielle.
Est-ce que c'est un moment stressant?
Zach Brown, je peux pas le piffrer lui. Bon, je peux le piffrer un peu plus corner, mais bon, j'ai un peu de mal avec
commencer
Zach Brown,
l'année
quand même.
fort, c'est l'excitation, mais c'est le sport, ça va avec l'adrénaline. Comment ça va jusqu'à maintenant? Ça va, on a des petites choses sur lesquelles on a dû travailler hier. Ça nous a gardé dans le garage un peu plus longtemps qu'on l'aurait souhaité. Rien d'alarmant, on a fait une bonne journée aujourd'hui.
Oui, bah oui, si c'est Grand Prix, c'est Bahrein, s'ils font les essais hivernaux ici, c'est pas pour rien. Comme ça évite des trajets supplémentaires. Malin, la Formule 1.
Il aura des attentes envers la voiture. C'est à nous de lui donner une voiture de course la plus rapide possible. Depuis qu'il est avec nous en F1, il est vraiment génial, il a eu de bons résultats et on espère que cela va continuer.
Non David, Russell a eu un problème hydraulique, il a dû arrêter à 1h30 de la fin.
Pas beaucoup, en tout cas moins que vous, est-ce que vous pouvez nous en parler? C'est un pilote qui est très mature, intelligent, calme, un jeune pilote, c'est un plaisir de travailler avec lui sur la voiture mais aussi en dehors. Il s'installe bien et on a hâte de le voir en piste.
Ah, Fernando a remis de la peinture fluo sur sa bagnole.
Il était très précis. Je dirais qu'il est très concentré. Voilà pour les mots de Zach Brown. Très heureux de son choix et de son coup d'avoir volé Oscar Piastri.
Drapeau jaune, que se passe-t-il là?
On voit le drapeau jaune, comme d'habitude, dans le dernier quart d'heure de cette séance.
Oh, c'est le VSC.
Qui sont effectués.
Ils peuvent pas, ils sont obligés de le faire tout le temps le VSC quoi. C'est.
En effet, il a McLaren pour revenir sur Zach Brown qui a une grosse tendance à donner sa chance quand même à des jeunes pilotes.
Non, j'ai pas regardé, je compte pas le faire.
Maintenant avec Piastri, on le voit.
Je crois que tu m'as déjà demandé en plus.
Il y a eu deux grosses histoires aussi de contrats l'année dernière entre Piastri et.
Je trouve Aston Martin très réussi finalement.
Avec un jeune qui s'appelle Palou
qui
roulait chez Ganassi dans un des top teams et qui devait logiquement signer avec McLaren. Mais voilà, il donne beaucoup sa chance aux jeunes pilotes, ce qui est plutôt une bonne chose.
Rétrospective de 2022, j'ai plutôt envie d'oublier cette saison plutôt que de la regarder en fait, je t'avoue.
L'Alfa Romeo qui est à l'arrêt.
À part le début qui était intéressant, c'est vrai. Et puis le Brésil, éventuellement, oui, bon. Le reste, moyen quand même.
Il est en bout de voie des stands là. Il va repartir.
C'est un peu long.
C'est un petit peu long, effectivement, pour Guan Yu Zhou.
Ah, peut-être un problème de fiabilité sur Alfa Romeo.
Testé, répété par la direction de course, pour les pilotes, pour les équipes. On a vu tout à l'heure
Attention, attention.
une procédure de départ aussi qui avait été mise en place. Ce sera peut-être le cas encore dans quelques instants. Et que ça avait été un petit peu ça avait cafouillé un petit peu.
C'était un peu chaotique parce que tout le monde n'était pas sur la même longueur d'onde au niveau du départ. Il y a la première ligne qui est partie, la deuxième qui n'est pas partie, la troisième qui est partie. Donc du coup c'était un petit peu chaud.
Cette fois c'est une vraie VSC
de peloton, mais par contre ces procédures sont hyper importantes. Le virtual safety car, c'est important surtout pour les ingénieurs, plus pour les ingénieurs que pour les pilotes. Mais voilà, il y a tous ces systèmes software qui sont très compliqués au sein de ces voitures et il faut optimiser tout à tout niveau. Et donc
Alpine a Gasly au lieu de Piastri pour nous. Alors malheur il gagne ou change. Tu penses que Piastri est pas bon? Du coup,
oui, les ingénieurs qui ont
il a l'air pas dégueu hein, pour l'instant, ça va. Il fait le boulot quoi. Faudra voir vraiment le week-end, mais bon, plus ceci.
Par exemple, vous avez des changements d'élévation entre la piste qui monte, qui descend, et avec tout ce qui est software, potentiellement vous n'arrivez pas à optimiser les choses. Donc ça c'est un développement.
J'en sais rien, mais je Ligue 1, je compte pas streamer de foot ce soir. Prochain stream, ce sera dimanche au MPSG. Ah d'ailleurs Nantes, Juventus hier c'était nul. Oh là là. Déçu hein. J'ai même pas été jusqu'au bout pour être honnête.
J'ai eu peur pour le photographe. Je vous écoutais mais je regardais ce qui se passait en piste avec la voiture de Guan Yu Zhou qu'on est en train de reculer dans la voie des stands. Après ce souci et ensuite il y aura un drapeau rouge. Voilà le drapeau rouge qui est agité sur la piste, comme ce matin, et toujours des essais pour cette procédure. Là c'est un vrai drapeau jaune qui escorte la monoplace de Guan Yu Zhou pour aller jusqu'à son stand. Caméra embarquée sur l'arrière de cette Alfa Romeo.
Vive le FC.
C'est assez rare un drapeau jaune dans la pit lane.
Ouais.
On va retrouver Julien Febro.
Oui, David, alors je répète une troisième fois du coup. T'étais pas là. Je t'excuse. 19h sur Twitch, ce soir, on commence.
Se trouvent dans leur garage pour vous parler notamment du poids parce que
il n'y a plus personne en piste du coup, ils sont tous au stand.
Le poids avait été un véritable problème à gérer et particulièrement chez Red Bull. C'est aussi la raison pour laquelle en début d'année dernière, Red Bull n'était pas la monoplace dominante qu'elle a été ensuite, dominatrice, qu'elle a été ensuite sur la deuxième partie de saison. Sachez qu'elle avait débuté l'an dernier cette
David, ça sera sur Twitch, hein, par contre, pas sur YouTube.
21 kilos au-dessus du poids.
Je précise quand même. Parce que...
on le rappelle, 798 kilos. Il ne changera pas cette année. On a cru à un moment que la FIA allait autoriser les monoplaces à être un peu plus légères. 796.
J'ai vu que Michael de TMF, c'est quoi TMF? Il était au stade à un moment, il a tweeté.
200 grammes de poids supplémentaire par pneu à l'arrière, 400 grammes supplémentaires.
Oui, bah Drive to Survive c'est différent d'une rétrospective. Dans une rétrospective, t'as pas forcément d'image inédite des coulisses de la F1, tu vois. Drive to Survive, t'as quand même ce côté-là qui est intéressant, des images inédites. Jamais vu ailleurs. Donc, ouais, par curiosité, je vais quand même regarder la saison 5. J'ai même regardé la saison 4, hein. C'était terrible pour les fans d'Hamilton.
Elle avait débuté la saison 21 kg au-dessus du poids, lorsque vous savez que 10 kg c'est 4 dixièmes au tour.
Et puis il y a les histoires autour de Red Bull et Mercedes et du marsouinage qui vont être intéressantes. Et puis même les histoires des autres équipes aussi qui peuvent être pas mal. Ferrari, notamment. La déroute de Ferrari.
L'an dernier, et elle avait même repris du poids sur la fin de saison.
Tu as déjà ban un Pro Lewis ou c'est exclusivement les Pro Max? Oh la question les mecs. Bah je te banne, mec. Ouais non d'habitude c'est plutôt les Pro Max, hein. Je suis pas sûr que j'ai déjà banni un Pro Lewis.
Des couches de carbone pour renforcer les pièces.
En même temps c'est logique parce que les Pro Lewis on est d'accord et ils foutent pas la merde dans le chat tu vois. Tu peux mettre un lien de quoi? Du Twitch? Ouais, je peux faire ça.
La plupart des autres écuries démarreront la saison au poids et certaines.
Après on peut discuter avec toi, hein, Flo, je vais pas te bannir. Hein. Toi t'es correct, hein, pas de soucis. Hein. On partage pas la même passion pour le pilote, mais c'est pas grave. Disons si je devais bannir à chaque fois tous les Pro Max, ce serait un peu dommage. Pour rien en plus. Non, je suis pas comme ça non plus. Tant que vous faites pas chier, c'est bon, vous restez. Hein. L'affaire Piastri. Ah oui, il y a ça aussi, c'est vrai. Puis Alonso, au retour chez Aston Martin. Allez voir les réactions de tout le monde, ça va être marrant. Je ne suis qu'amour, bienveillance et bonté. Haha, le mec. Eh bien, nous verrons cela en 2023, durant cette saison.
Par les pilotes et par la FIA. En tout cas, il reste
et Max qui repart avec sa peinture verte dégueulasse.
Et vous voyez, hein, Jour toujours accroché à la première place avec ses pneus tendres hein, pour refaire ce chrono et probablement une voiture assez peu chargée de carburant, une 31 610. Max Verstappen a le deuxième temps.
Sargent 154. Ah terrible, il va pas pouvoir battre Max au final.
En troisième position.
Aïe aïe aïe. Allez, s'y repart maintenant peut-être, mais ouais non, ça va être compliqué. Il a 7 minutes. 154 tours, il doit être lessivé le jeune quand même. Hein. Au moins il va avoir un bon roulage. Hein. 3 l'équivalent quasiment de 3 courses. C'est pas mal. Hein.
Exactement, ce qui fait des grosses journées. Hein. Moi, Sargent
et Alonso 130 au final.
Il n'améliorera pas le score, mais voilà, il a pu clairement se faire des simulations qualif, simulation de
la FIA qui va nous faire faire, au pilote un départ arrêté en cette fin de séance.
Très peu de problèmes aussi de fiabilité encore aujourd'hui, simplement sur la Mercedes, et là on a vu sur l'Alfa Romeo en bout de pit lane, mais dans l'ensemble des séances d'essai qui se passent plutôt bien, on a peu de drapeaux rouges et on peut faire un maximum de kilomètres.
Et la confirmation de la part
en fait, tu considères qu'il n'y a pas besoin de Lewis pour supporter Max. Bah c'est la réflexion de quelqu'un qui est sensé et intelligent.
Qui va être en pôle cette fois, c'était Magnussen.
Ah bah regardez, on retrouve les mêmes, c'est Haas et AlphaTauri. Non, ce matin c'était Haas et Williams.
Ouais, exactement.
Et je pense pareil, il n'y a pas besoin d'Air Max pour supporter Lewis. Bon après moi j'aime pas Max. Après de là le haïr, bon c'est quand même un peu fort quand même. Peut-être rester raisonnable. J'irai pas le critiquer à outrance comme certains haters font envers Lewis sur les réseaux sociaux par exemple. Il y en a ils passent leur journée à déverser leur haine sur Lewis sur les réseaux sociaux. C'est de la folie quoi. Même dans les commentaires hein, sur ma chaîne. Vous avez vu, toujours le même hein, qui revient avec ses faux comptes. Hein, on va pas le citer, mais vous voyez de qui je parle du coup. Et à chaque fois je le banne, mais à chaque fois il revient en fait. Pour déverser sa merde sur Lewis. Il a pas de vie en fait ce mec, c'est terrible. On est arrivé là quoi. À un moment il a un péto casque, désolé. Bah non, appareil hydraulique, pour l'instant on sait pas.
Pour un tour de piste, et cette fois ils vont aller s'immobiliser sur la grille de départ pour faire cette fois une procédure de départ.
Lui n'avait même pas enclenché la première lorsque le départ a été lancé, alors que derrière lui Carlos Sainz et Lewis Hamilton étaient partis pour faire un vrai départ et ça aurait pu avoir un petit peu de conséquences.
Et donc là sur les messages de la direction de course, hein, vous le voyez, c'est ce qui se passe finalement.
Start aborted, extra formation lap.
Et bien qu'il y a un tour de formation supplémentaire puisqu'il y a eu cette procédure de faux départ. Et donc cette fois tout le monde va aller s'arrêter sur la piste et sur nos écrans. On nous indique ensuite qu'il y aura une nouvelle procédure dans quelques instants quand les monoplaces vont venir s'arrêter. C'est pour ça qu'il y a toujours...
Non, ils ont réglé le problème a priori. C'était trop bizarre d'ailleurs.
Sur les séances d'essai, voilà le message qui s'affiche sur cette procédure de départ qui va être faite dans quelques instants. Il y a toujours un petit peu plus de temps pour permettre à tout cela d'être mis en place de la part de la FIA. Julien Febvre, vous êtes vous chez Alpine.
Oui, qui dit procédure de départ dit aussi procédure d'entraînement aux arrêts au stand. Et il faut du bon matériel. Et on en a chez Alpine du bon matériel. Regardez la taille de ces pistolets pneumatiques. Alors Franck Montagny régulièrement vous montre aussi la technicité, les technologies employées sur ces engins.
Oui, Eric, Dominique, Franck. Il y avait quoi d'autre comme pseudo, je me rappelle même plus. Tellement j'en ai banni. Il y avait Jamin. C'est l'original.
Sera mis sur la voiture quoi. Et vous avez la forme évidemment que va venir épouser l'embout de ce pistolet. Les lumières, alors c'est pas pour faire joli mais ça
BM voilà.
Une fois que le couple de serrage aura été atteint, eh bien la lumière changera de couleur et permettra aux mécaniciens de savoir que la roue est bien serrée évidemment. Donc bien toujours intéressant d'observer ces pièces technologiques. Les pistolets sont des pièces lourdes et qu'il est vivement recommandé de tenir solidement parce que donner un coup de gâchette vu le niveau de pression.
Zou MVP. Putain, ouais, incroyable. La news Zou en tête, quoi. Wow, chaud.
Se casser le poignet. Il reste 3 minutes et cette fois, ça va être cette procédure de départ.
Le classement est ridicule hein, quand même. Hein. Bon, à part Verstappen qui est plutôt bien placé, le reste, bon, c'est un peu gris inversé. Hein. T'as Jour en tête, Alonso P3, De Vries P4, Hülkenberg P5, Sargent P7, Piastri P9. Ok quoi.
Et bah c'est toujours pareil hein, pour la McLaren qui veut pas partir tout de suite.
Ça se passe un peu mieux
tout à l'heure quand même. Quel départ de l'AlphaTauri de la Haas.
Voilà,
quel motoriste domine. Après c'est dur à dire, encore une fois on n'a pas les quantités d'appui aérodynamique, d'aileron et tout. Je peux te dire les Vmax mais bon, est-ce que c'est vraiment le motoriste qui domine au final? Alors Joe 318, moteur Ferrari moyen, ou alors beaucoup d'appui, beaucoup de traînées sur l'Alfa Romeo, au choix. Verstappen 322, Alonso 323, De Vries 317 seulement, Hülkenberg 321, Sainz 326, Sargent 324 comme Leclerc. Le moins bon c'est De Vries en gros. Après il n'y a pas énormément d'écart, il n'y a que 6 km/h, c'est pas si énorme. On a connu pire. Hamilton 320, Russell 320 aussi. Sainz, putain 326 par contre.
Qui est agité. C'est là-dessus qu'on va en terminer. Chez Alfa Romeo, on n'est pas ressorti. Hein.
Chaque procédure a vraiment son rôle et tout est déjà pré-organisé. Donc le pilote.
Non, Ruda il a déjà été remplacé par un Indien là, je sais plus son nom.
Il y a forcément une communication radio aussi, et puis après il y a une attitude.
Vettel n'aura pas sa place du coup.
Là on a vu que tout le monde avait ralenti, il y a une vitesse maximum en fait sous drapeau rouge. Par le passé c'était pas du tout le cas. Vous pouviez rouler
Vettel, je pense qu'il veut s'éloigner de la F1 cette année. Il y en a qui disaient on aurait bien aimé le voir effectivement avec Alonso pour remplacer Stroll au cas où. Effectivement, ça aurait été pas mal. Hein. Un duel Alonso-Vettel dans la même voiture, pourquoi pas? Ça aurait été sympathique. Mais ça n'arrivera pas.
Qui reste en quatrième et qui reste sur la vitesse autorisée. Donc vous avez enclenché comme un pit limiter en fait en entrée, et puis vous avez votre vitesse.
Oui, je pense que Binotto était quand même une grande partie du problème.
Qui se termine. Tiens, on va écouter une dernière interview, celle d'Otmar Safnauer, le patron.
Otmar, lui, Joseph.
Pierre Gasly, évidemment, sa nouvelle recrue dans l'équipe française.
Well, a little bit like Gunther was saying about
comme
Nico,
Gunther
like
le disait avec Nico Hülkenberg, on a l'impression que Pierre est avec nous depuis longtemps. Peut-être que c'est parce qu'on parle la même langue que les propriétaires, mais il s'est installé vraiment très rapidement.
Oui d'accord, mais bon il y a quand même la gestion de l'équipe derrière à faire correctement, tu vois. On peut pas lui donner tout même si c'est pas lui le mécano ou l'ingénieur de piste ou le stratège. Au bout d'un moment, il faut que tu mettes, que tu tapes du poing sur la table quand il le faut, tu vois. Donc pour ça, il était pas compétent. Hein. Et c'est bien qu'il ait dégagé, quoi. Pour le bien de Ferrari.
Pour louer les qualités
oui, du coup je vais en mettre 3 ou 4 ce soir, David, et puis demain,
pour le français,
je vais peut-être finir demain, ça dépendra combien j'en ai ce soir, ou sinon dimanche on finira avant le match de foot. Tout simplement.
Dans cette équipe.
Bon, moi je vais arrêter là le stream. On se retrouve donc à 19h tout à l'heure sur Twitch pour la diffusion des premiers épisodes de Drive Survivor. Allez, je vous laisse. Non, il est pas responsable de tout après, mais bon, voilà. Je crois que c'est bien qu'il soit plus là. Allez, bye, à toutes.